Hey guys, testing our sound. Looks okay. Give me 2 seconds. We're going in for a live dive. I can't believe everything's working around here, guys. Seriously. Oh, I got a show for you tonight. Just wait. Oh, just wait, guys. Here it comes. I'm getting crazy, baby. Oh, no, no, no. I know you guys are like, Uni, why do you have a PayPal link up and a new little sign that says show starting and your email underneath it? Well, let me start from the bottom and work my way up. The bottom is my email address, so you can send me stuff during the show. That's right. I pay attention. When you mail me, right above me on this box, you're going to see your email come in, so you know I got it. You're going to know if you subscribe. You're going to know what happens. This tells you everything at the bottom of this box. So if you want to send me a topic, if you have something to add to a topic, if you just want to say hey and see your name pop up, do it. I love that stuff. Also, we've got some guests coming in to talk to us. Yeah, you know it. Darkwolf's coming in, and maybe, just maybe, I'm going to get the doc in for a chat. Dr. Tarrin P. Lupo. Yeah, at the top, my PayPal link. I have made a PayPal link. My Patreon, it's all good there. But remember those shirts I've been talking about? Oh, yeah, it's in. They're taken care of. So I put this up. If you feel like donating, it'll help me get shirts, more shirts. And I'm going to put a different email up in a little bit, okay? Different email, because I want you to send me your shipping information so I can ship you a shirt. But I'm going to take care of some of that in the Discord for the people who, you know, who are in there a lot. A lot of those guys are the hardcore Rockinats, and they said, I'm going to join the Discord. And well, they're in there anyway, so I can get their shirt sizes and their shipping address that way. If you want a shirt, you want a Rockinat shirt, you don't have to have one, but it'd be cool, right? Okay. Now, tonight, I hope you guys saw that presentation. So I took that live stream I did the other day, and we talked about a lot of crazy stuff like the Mandela effect, physics, CERN, time. Well, it was a really good presentation. The only problem was I did a really long thing before it and a really long thing after. So I just cut that down and made it into a show, put a lot of video editing in it, a lot of time in, layered music in. That's really hard to do. It's really hard to layer music right because I had some already playing. So I had to line it up perfect. Oh, dude, I'm getting good at this stuff, though. Here's the main thing, though. I've got a great presentation for you guys tonight. We're going to have fun hanging with each other, talking to the doc, talking to Darkwolf, getting our friends in here. And I'm just glad that you're here chilling. So no pressure, no pressure. We're just hanging out. You know how it is. You know what? I was going to start showing you some stuff right off the grip, but I'm going to wait just a second. But oh man, the stuff I got to show you, it's going to make your head spin. Some ancient things. How far back does humanity go? You know what? Mainstream archaeology, doopy doopa doo. I was trying to give myself time to hit a button here. Mainstream archaeology, you know, what they tell you about how long man has been on the earth, how long intelligent man has been here, what around the dates when we went from hunters and gatherers to farmers or having civilizations where we started making progress. Is there evidence in our world now that may tell us that human beings had a civilization very long ago? You know what I did? I found it. Not only do I have the evidence, I've got even more for you. And it's going to give us a lot of food for thought. I think it'll help us rethink about the way we feel about that big blue globe. Let's get this started. Tonight, we are doing it. We're diving in. It's the live dive on the rock. Time and space. We just might break into it. We're going in deep. We're diving down. I'm glad you're with me tonight. Let's roll it. Let's rock it. Let's talk about it. All right, thank you for being here with me. That's right. I'm not up here doing this by myself. That's what the regular show is. I'm in here with my friends, chilling, rocking, talking, doing all the things we love to do together. That's why I do this show. Let's do this. I'm going to jump into the chat. I'm going to see. I got to keep an eye out. I don't know when our friends are going to come in. We've got Darkwolf coming, and we've got the Doc might stop into chat. If not, it's okay. They might be busy. I don't know. But I've got some stuff for you. I teased you a little. Let me talk to you before we jump into this. It's going to be fun, man. Not only that, man, I might stream for hours tonight. I might just go ahead and do it because I got another presentation I could throw in after this one, and it's really good, guys. Let me tell you what happened. So I got on my computer, and I was going to start streaming after Doc's show. I did a show with Doc earlier, right when I woke up. And I was going to come in and do a freaking stream then. Unfortunately, bad things sometimes happen. I had a virus on my computer, and I realized that my stream before had been a little slow. So I'm like, what's going on? Well, it was the virus. It was the spyware, the malware. I ran like just scan after scan after scan until I knocked it out. It's gone. And then I shielded my Windows host file. And that's the reason I'm telling you about this. There is a simple program, a simple thing. It's not even really a program. Download it. I'm going to tell you about it after the presentation. Maybe, though, we might be doing two tonight. 2 shows in one? Who does that? Unirock. Unirock. Unirockin' the live dive. I just had to hear that bass. You hear it? Gotta hear that shit, guys. Here it comes. Yeah. Let's slide the volume down a bit, my friends. Oh, man, I feel like I put on a radio show. I named it Unirock Radio, but, man, it doesn't really feel like it until you get in here, and you can feel it just sizzling across the YouTube, man. Oh, dude, some streams are moving like this. The live dive is flying through the tube, man. We are breaking the rules. We are rewriting the standards of this website. Better show, better production, better effects, better sounds, better presentation. Why? Why not just do what everyone else does? That's no fun. Who wants to settle with that? Okay, what are you guys talking about down here? Let's see. I got to shout out my peeps while I wait on my other peeps to come chat and to show them what I got. It's so fun, man. It's so fun spending all day writing this stuff out, getting my friends in here to show them what I found, trying to stump Darkwolf. You know how I try to do that every night. I think I got him tonight, guys. Let me quit stalling. Here we go. Rachel Kearns is moderating with Charlene. Anonymous Shield. Don't forget to like, he says. You know, it would help. I forget to ask you guys to click like, to share, to subscribe. I forget every show almost. You go back and look. I don't even think I've asked you guys like 6 times total in like 50 live shows. I got all these effects and I'm a horrible host. I forget to do the basics. That's okay. Hi, Shar. I've missed you, Shar. We haven't talked much lately. Start typing. I forgot to tell you before I hit this box to see what you guys are talking about. If you want a shout out, all you got to do is write a comment in. Man, I'm doing this way too much. I got magic. What's that called? Spirit fingers? Remember that show? All right, Stariana's here. I got my crew laughing. I never get them laughing. They're usually asleep, so that's good, man. Mike Dampier's in here. What's up, my friend? I got to get you on this show, Mike. You got to come on this show, bro. Don't get me rhyming. I'll rhyme the whole rest of the show. I'm not kidding. Dr. Lupo's in the chat. Steph, no, I will stop Discord if I come in here. It's too hard to listen to both. Yeah, I've tried. You know what? Thanks for reminding me, Doc. I had Discord running, which is never good. It eats a lot of resources, I've found. Brian the Brian. Hey, Uni. Hey, Brian, buddy, what's up? I'm glad you're in here, man. I must have made an impression because you're sticking around. I love that. That makes me happy. Salted Cedars here. The kind guy. What's up, my friend? Cookie. What's up, Cook? Toshiro's here. Hey, how you doing, my friend? I hope you've subscribed. I know you're a little bit new, Toshiro. Hashisuka. I should call you Hashisuka. I'm sorry. Okay. Shannon SL311. Don't worry. I'm almost done with the names. Some people are like, I'm getting out of here. This guy's saying hi to people. Rusty Shackelford. What's up, my Rockinati? Yeah, baby. Party Puppy. What's up? This is my first Unirock show. Well, you know what to do, Party Puppy. You know I love that Snoopy, by the way. I freaking love that. Look up there. It's a Snoopy icon. Hit subscribe. Click the bell. I do these things all the time. Dead GPK's in the house. I think I've hit everybody. Let me make sure everybody in the chat. Joseph Gribble. Hey, what's up, my friend? Hit that button for me, man. Hit that sub button. RTN Productions, I don't got to tell you. You've been around a long time, my friend. You're a Rockinati. Creamy, yeah, you're here. No, I'm not saying, I'm not being perverted. His name is Creamy. I mean, how many times do I got to tell you guys this? Hey, Vegan, what's up, dude? Vegan Warriors in the house. That's awesome. Banjo Joe. All right, I think I've hit everyone. If I skipped anyone, you know what to do. I'm going to hit this box in a little bit. Just type in. I'll hit you. I'll get you back. Don't worry. Okay, I want to show you one thing in Google Earth. Okay, some of you guys have read about this and you're going to say, you're going to type in like half my rest of my presentation for me. That's okay, because I've got some new stuff too. So let me take you somewhere. Oh, I don't want to have all my secrets showing. Let's fly across the globe somewhere cool, man. Let's look at this. I got a few things I want to show you. Hopefully my screen will keep up with me. All right. Now, doesn't this just look like the coolest speckled pyramid you ever saw? You know, I mean, look at it. You're like, wow, look at all those little dots on the side of it. Well, I can tell you what those dots are because I've got it pulled up in a different source too. And I'm not showing you this specifically, of course. Yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is it. See, I did my homework. That's what it's called. Oh, Party Puppy's already subscribed. Party Puppy. Welcome to the party, my friend. Okay, that wasn't clever. I was trying to be clever. I never succeed in being clever anymore. Okay, here we go. So yeah, this is kind of like a risen feature. Now, you're not going to get the full effect in Google Earth. You know this. It's not really all that trustable. Sometimes it does a great job of showing us where land rises or where it falls. Man, I'm chopping up, guys. There it goes. It's coming back. Doesn't do a great job of showing us where it rises or where it falls, okay? But Google Earth will give us a generalization. Now, remember, this is a Full presentation I'm bringing to you. Don't get disappointed or anything. Don't be like, Uni, you're sucking. Don't worry. I am going somewhere. And you subs, the people that have subbed know, I always take you on a journey with my information. And we're going somewhere with this. Don't worry. And it's good. It's good. Okay. Darkwolf, I got you, buddy. I'll send you a link in just a few minutes, man. Okay. So, yeah, the dots on this are bushes or trees. See, there is like a trend. See, some pyramids in the world, they just stand tall. And I've shown you pyramids so many times, I can't count the amount of shows I've brought to you, not just live, even regular shows that have that involve pyramids. You know me, I'm a pyramid junkie. I love these things, man. I don't know how anyone doesn't love them. The fascination of looking at it. Anyway, so this the landscape here, it could be done a little better in Google Earth to really give you a full view. Let's go down. In fact, I didn't think about doing this because I should have loaded it before now, but let's jump into the road right here and we'll see if Google Earth will let us look at this pyramid from the road really quick, because this is a pyramid. But the reason why it looks so funny, it's not going to let me in. I knew it. Some of these places, man, some of these places in China and other places, they won't let you in the street data. Is that fair? Is that really fair? Come on. Maybe over here I'll get it. No, man, they are not going to let us look at this from the street. That's okay. Okay. Now, Google Earth just gives you a basic view of pyramids like this. Okay. I think that it raises up more gradually than what it seems right here. But, and these are plants. It's like the pyramids in China are buried. And I wasn't going to show you more right away. Let me jump out of that and jump over here. See, look at the difference between the new Google Earth and the old Google Earth. There is a lot of a difference here, okay? Don't be making any assumptions over that aspect of this. This pyramid doesn't really look like this. You got to just look at that last thing I showed you. Now, these pyramids are very old, and that's the point I'm making. They're very old. This is actually a tomb that Darkwolf and I have been telling you guys about for a few episodes. This fell right in line with our episode on Mercury. This tomb, there was mercury detected in this tomb. And we know about the Chinese emperor who was obsessed with mercury and said, "Mercury will make me live forever. It's the key to immortality." Okay? Mercury did kill him, though. He died at the age of 39. I wish I remembered the emperor's name. If Darkwolf was in here, he'd tell you. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make, though, let's go ahead and look at one more. Gosh, I don't want to give out all my secrets right now that I'm showing you. Oh, it's going to show you a bunch of them. Dang it, I didn't want you to know I'd found so many. That was my point. We find pyramids like the one that I just showed you everywhere in China in this area. And look, it's an underground pyramid. Now, I've been asking myself if these pyramids, because these are trees here, 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 over here, all over here. These are more like bushes, the smaller ones you see. See what I'm saying? I keep asking myself, did these pyramids bury themselves? I think you know what I mean. Did plant matter die and form the dirt over it over a very long period of time? Or were these pyramids buried by the government to hide their secrets? I think they were. We've been told that. What do you believe? What do you think? Now, it's relevant to what I'm going to show you next. So keep all of this in your mind. Keep it in the forefront, okay? You know how I ask you to do that a lot. It's very important. Now, we've got these strange, where are they? Where are they? These strange pipes that were found in the ground. And this is also in China. I know what you're saying. There's nothing special about pipes, Unirock. These pipes are said to be over 150,000 years old. And where they rest, where they were found, shocked me. They were found at the top of a mountain. But this mountain was one of those pyramids I just showed you. Metal pipes carrying water, air, ventilation shafts. I'm not sure if we know that yet. What if they really are 150,000 years old? What does that tell us? Think about it. It definitely tells us something. It tells us that man has been around in civilization, in groups, working together, teaming up, you know, living in cities, living in towns. It tells us they've been doing this much longer than what mainstream archaeology will tell us. Now, if this is so easy for some crazy rocker to find himself, and this is not some fake news thing. This wasn't reported to scare anyone for political reasons. If this is real, right? Why is mainstream archaeology telling us what they do? Okay, and they say things like human beings were hunter-gatherers 50,000 years ago, I think. I'll look this up. I'll get into more details on that later because I want to do it justice. I want you guys to have the facts, okay? So I don't want to give you false information, but they definitely say that up to 150,000 years ago, we shouldn't have been building pipes out of metal. They're metal. So let's look at this a little bit. And it is a little bit dramatic. This website is. You can find better websites. I was in a hurry. Okay, when one of those scans I ran to get the virus off my computer closed my entire presentation down. I had to bring it back up, and I went ahead and settled with one of these web pages. Okay, so it's a little dramatic of a page, but it gives the same information. I've read it on several, so don't hate on me. Okay. Mysterious 150,000-year-old pipework discovered under a Chinese pyramid. I will say also, don't take that number very seriously. Don't discount it either, though. They're very old either way. Who could have built such a complex structure 150,000 years ago at a time when man had barely started using fire? Thank you, Crazy News article. Because, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's what mainstream archaeology wants us to think. But how many examples in our world around us, obvious ones that are just laying there for us to see, how many examples are there that show us that man was banding together, building cities, pyramids, civilizations, metalwork? There are so many of them, and I'm going to completely blow their theory out of the water here. At a time when man had barely started using fire. The Bagong pipes are one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. They can be found inside of a barely eroded pyramid located at the top of Mount Bagong in the Qinghai province of northwestern China. The crumbling pyramid once had triangular entrances on 3 of its sides, but over time, 2 of them caved in and are currently inaccessible. The one that remains, oh, we got the doc in here. Let me pause my presentation for a second. How's it going, Doc?
Hey,
Can you hear me okay?
Hey, yeah. Good, man. Yeah. Am I all right? Am I all right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're coming through great. I want to make sure your video is coming through here also. Sometimes
sure you're not hearing an echo. You're not hearing an echo.
Nope, no echo. We're good to go. And yeah, everything looks good. What do you think, Doc? Have you seen any of this that I've been talking about yet?
I've heard about the pyramids in China that you're talking about. and they're high. You know, they're high. They basically hide them. They basically hide them. Unirock, I'm hearing them.
Well, yeah.
I'm hearing them really big
on your end.
Yeah, the people are complaining. People are complaining about it.
Oh, so I'm having an echo through my regular sound. Okay, yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'll fix that. No, you're fine. I'm good. I'm happy that came out early in the show because, like I said, we checked it when we first started, and that's how all these streams start. They start good, and then like the sounds ends up getting crazy halfway through a lot of them. All right, I'll fix it real fast. I'll refresh my drivers and stuff here. Because, like I said, okay, I don't want to get a loop. Okay. Go ahead and tell the people what you been doing today, or talk to them for a minute while I get the sound going. If that's cool, Doc.
Yeah, if you got the sound going, the loop's still going, dude. The loop's still going, dude. Oh wait. Can you hear it? Oh, I ruined his show.
Yeah, you've got a loop, Doc, but I'm coming through without one, actually. That's kind of strange. We've had this happen before, though, where our guests come in and they have a loop.
I could go out.
Hold on,
I can go out and in again.
That's cool. If you want to do that real quick, that might help.
All right.
Oh, I may know what's wrong. Here, let me try this. We might lose some of our sound effects. Okay, can you hear me okay still, Doc?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. And it stopped. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. I was using ultra complicated, a different audio driver. Yeah, that's not good though, because we're going to lose some of our stuff. Okay, I'm going to play a test sound effect really fast. And I'm going to play a little clip of music just to be safe. If it'll start. There we go. Okay, so as long as if anyone in the audience wants to let me know if you heard that sound effect and this music, we'll know that we're good to roll, and we'll keep this moving. All right. Sounds good. Okay, Doc. Sorry about that. We should be good to go now.
Yeah, Vegan's making fun of us. Get double on everything he says. It's funny. All right, Vegan, you need to get in.
Where's he at? Vegan, I'm taking your advice. You remember how you said when there's a troll, you invite him in? Well, come on in here, buddy. No, I'm just playing. You can come in if you want. I was just trying to give you shit, though.
Yeah, he'll come in.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
Like a repeat of today. We'll just sit around and talk about 80s shows. Charlie's Angels.
That's cool, yes.
He won't come in.
Send him an email if you want, Doc. Yeah, I don't have his email address, so if you want to email him the link, go ahead. Cool. So, yeah, I'm showing everybody. I know that those pyramids are cool, but I have these pipes that are, I think they tell a lot about how long man has been around compared to how long they want us to think. I have a picture here. Because there's this interesting mountain in China, and the mountain has these triangular entrances cut into it. And as you go to the top of it, it's right here. It's at the top of this picture. There is a kind of crumbling, worn away pyramid that when they went inside, they started finding these really old pipes, but they are metal, and they were created and laid into the infrastructure of this pyramid for water or ventilation, but actual metal pipes throughout it. You got to ignore that picture. Some of these sites are a little bit dramatic. You ever heard of this, Doc?
I had never heard of the pipes. Like I said, what I know about the Chinese pyramids is that China was covering them up, that they were growing like agriculture on them and trying to make them look like hills and kind of pretending they didn't exist. That's all I really know about it. I thought a lot of it was hush-hush, and then the Chinese governments just buried the information in there. So I didn't know they found pipes in them, especially metal, 150,000 years old, kind of out of place. A little bit, just a little bit. It's like finding an 747, like it's a little bit out of place there that you could do that kind of metallurgy.
Yeah, because I think the latest that most archaeologists will admit that we worked metal was, I want to say 10,000 years ago, but that may even be too far back. To think that these pipes could be that old, you'd think that they'd want to rewrite the history books. But yeah, it is weird in China. They do bury these. And it has been said that from like reports from citizens in China that they witnessed them, you know, piling dirt and planting trees. And you can tell that the trees are planted in a row on most of these pyramids, like they were placed there. I wonder why they want to hide this, though.
I'm not sure. I mean, obviously the pipes are pretty suspicious. I don't know. What do you? I know you've done so many shows on pyramids. What is your leaning theory on why pyramids are there? Like, what do they do? Do you think that they're power transmitters? Do you think they're burial mounds? What do you get you?
Okay, I think the evidence of power transmitters, those types of things, those are that's far-fetched evidence. It has a very low percentage of actually being. I don't want to say it that they didn't believe it did it, but it has a very low percentage that happened. The Great Pyramid. See, now if China would let us examine these, because part of my show tonight was showing that how many of these pyramids there really are, and it is mind-boggling. Like, I mean, I'll fly around for a second and just show us a couple. We've got this one. It's huge. We can go down. I think I've got a total of 16 that I have. I just want to go to one of them real quick. Here we go. So you can see, like, in one area, 1, 2, 3. And if I zoom out, there's 4, one over there, 5, 6, 7. I mean, and this is just in this one area. I've got another 10 or so.
Wow.
So yeah, if we could go inside these, because these ones are all buried, and if we could go down in them and actually look and, you know, see what's in them, and if they have the same features as the Great Pyramid, we would learn a lot, because the Great Pyramid has residue in some of the chambers, like they flooded it with liquid type of chemical. So the theory of them being power generators was because of the residue. It was the same residue that we use in some batteries, and also the same residue that we can use to create hydrogen fuel, which is the most efficient fuel, of course, that man can create. So,
but are these
we would
pyramids,
have more evidence.
I'm sorry, are these pyramids like cheap Chinese knockoffs of other pyramids, like their products?
No. Let's look real fast, because we can get a really good view. And now these 3 are what got me, because if you look, you know how it says that the pyramids in the Mayan pyramids are laid out with 3 pyramids in this same fashion to mirror the constellation Orion. Maya does that. The Egyptian pyramids do that. And these 3 pyramids in China also mirror the constellation also. And if we look at them, which these are very old, so, and we're not going to see it like they're not drawn into Google Earth to really show, because if you look at the Egyptian pyramids, you can really see what the pyramid looks like and the details, and how far it juts up off the ground, and it's an accurate representation. These ones are almost like they're hid. I'm surprised Google Earth even has this data in it so that we can look at it. But yeah, you can see that there's no top stone, there's no capstone to it. It's just like the other pyramid, the Great Pyramid, that's flat at the top. And you know, you can obviously tell this is a pyramid, and there's 4 sides. Why they wouldn't excavate this, that's what's been driving me crazy lately, thinking about that. That's the mystery. Let me go to Egypt. We've got some facts about them too, but
I go back and forth, because there is some information that they're power transmitters, but I kind of think they're actually like acupuncture points of the world. Like that these things are put in this very specific positions to keep the Earth stable from not blowing itself up.
That's a great theory too, because well, they lay on lines at certain latitude and longitude, and there are a lot of theories out there. I guess they're theories. They're proven that the magnetic field of the Earth actually kind of crosses in certain places and kind of swells in certain places, and that's where a lot of these pyramids lay. And you know, adding the data in from the pyramids in China may tell us more about that also. It's bad when any government hides things from its people or from other countries. That is what's going on. I'd like to know how big they are compared to these, though.
Yeah,
I wonder if we can go in the pyramid. Oh, no, it's not going to let me, because we can go inside some places. Like I can go inside some buildings. Come on, Gus, quit complaining. Gus knows we're going live. He's over there meowing. Sorry, we got a bunch of stuff going on here.
Just let Gus on the show, man. Come on.
Hey, come on. I'm trying to get him. He won't come up. Come on, Gussie. Come on.
That's all he wants.
Come on. He always knows. He can sense us going live. He loves it. Okay, let's jump out of Google Earth because I have some other good evidence too. Oh man, it sucks that my music's not working. I hate when that happens.
I can mute if you want, so you can have sound effects.
We might go there later when I want to play some music. I'm good for a while. Come here, Gussie. There. Let it say hi to everybody. Hi, everybody. There. You happy, bub? He has to be on camera. That's just how he is. Well, okay. So yeah, I've been looking up some of these, and now also this leads into the circular altars that were on Ancient Aliens. They touched on them. They didn't really go in depth, so I started looking them up. These are really common around the world also. And oh man, I forgot to mention. So that one pyramid I showed you that was on top of a mountain with the triangular entrances, they sacrificed people to their gods or to someone. They sacrificed men and women there in the same way that we know they did in the Incan, I want to say the Incan society. And they did it at a pyramid, much like the other society did also, which I think tells us something. But the theory with these circular altars are that they say that they, in their religion, and they have these in Egypt, they have these in the Incan religion, they say that these are the way they communicated with the gods, was by doing rituals at these altars. I like stuff like that. I think it's cool. I'm weird. Have you read anything about these, Doc?
No, I'm just checking out your pictures. This is the first time I've seen these. So, I mean, I knew about, you know, what country are those in, mainly?
They're everywhere. I'm trying to find the ones in Egypt. I know there's some right around. There's some circular altars near the. I haven't looked them out though. I haven't really checked into it in Egypt, but they have them in where at Quetzal. I don't know how to spell it, but if Darkwolf was here, which I need to get him in here too. I'm going to send him a link. I forgot. I was supposed to do that like 10 minutes ago. Yeah,
you're real on top of sending your links.
Oh no, yeah, we just chill here. We just roll every night. You know how it is. We are very unprofessional.
Come on in. I'll wait around like an hour. You didn't send me a link. I was like, I'm going to bed. All right, so you got it straight now. What's up? I find that
we do that a lot.
I find that are those sacrificial altars? You think the ones that are in the rounds like that? Because
oh yeah. Well, no, I can't say that. I was about to say yes.
I wonder what the deal is. Why they sacrificed so many people back then? Like, I wonder what it is with that. Is it like blood magic they're doing, or was it?
You know,
I wonder what.
I wish we had a book on it.
Yeah,
I have a lot of books on the Egyptians and what they talked about. They did. I don't have much on the other religions there. Mayan pyramid. I need to find out the main Mayan pyramid and what city it's in because I want to jump over there and Google Earth. Or the Aztec pyramid. Oh, damn it. That freaking virus is back. That's why I didn't go live earlier. I have this virus that pops in on my, what's it called? Google Chrome. trying to get rid of.
You can't wipe it
All
out.
right, here I got it. I've tried everything, Doc. I've tried everything. I thought it was gone. That's why I went live, but it just came back. I just saw it again. Teotihuacan. That's where we're going. It's called Rocket Tab. Horrible virus.
What's it
Slows
do?
down your whole computer. It shows a lot of ads. It shows extra ads in all of your searches and stuff. And like I said, I thought I had it gone, but I'll work on it more tomorrow now. Oh, here we are, the Pyramid of the Sun. So if I'm not mistaken, they did a lot of sacrifices in this area. I won't say on this pyramid. I'm sure some of our viewers know if they did sacrifice people on this pyramid, but I know they did it around here. And let me find it. There's some cool stuff here to look at. There we are. And they played a game. It was a ball game. It's kind of like ancient basketball, but the hoops were sideways, and it involved some of the game involved sacrificing people that lost. I've read. I don't know if that's true or not. It's reported. And they did it in that area here, right around here. They'd put these loops. You'll see these loops all around the Mayan pyramids or the walls, and that's where they tried to get the ball through. And it was like a really cool game until they started killing everyone who lost. Darkwolf, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how y'all doing tonight? I am so glad to be here with everybody. You know, that's definitely a good incentive to learn how to play the game, don't you say?
Yeah, high stakes there.
Exactly.
I wonder what those soccer moms were like, you know? I mean, how much pressure did they put on their kids? Go play this
You will
game.
be the best or else.
That's it. I guess you don't need to.
There wasn't a or else.
Good to see you, Doc.
Let's type in Mayan.
I'm sorry we haven't been able to touch base. I'm glad they finally let you off work.
Oh man, they've been driving us crazy with these 12-hour shifts. They're really, really pushing to going into this peak season.
Yeah, I used to work in a factory like that. It's pretty draining, you know. I know you slept all day, you said, right?
Oh man, I may have been up 3 hours all day long. I talked to Disintegra for maybe 20, 30 minutes, watched Doctor Who, and fell right back asleep.
Doctor Who, that's still a thing?
Oh, I'm a Who fanatic, man. I'm the biggest Whovian ever walked the earth.
I guess I just couldn't get into it. I tried so hard. All my friends like it. I just can't seem to get into that damn show. That's too British. I guess I'm not cool enough to understand it. I don't know.
Right. The last episode, not this one for today, but last week's, I actually laid out hologram theory to a T. It was really, really neat.
Really?
Yeah, I was
Explain it, man. Tell us about it.
Well, the idea is that the entire world is a simulation, and in the show they set it up where a group of aliens is running the simulation. Later on you find out it's in order to take over the Earth, but the whole episode followed the idea that we're all literally living in a simulated reality, and there's certain little tests they did on there, like a group of people get together and then choose a bunch of random numbers, and they all end up choosing the exact same number every single time, called the shadow test. It links back to the Veritas from the Roman Catholic Church. Like I said, it basically says that the whole world is a hologram, all created by some type of entity or race, and we're all just holographic groups living in it.
Huh.
So we're literally all part of a
said this before, if you remember.
Mm-hmm. Doctor Who episode covers this. I mean,
you heard of that one, Doc?
Thing.
Did I hear what? I'm a little lost on all this. Are you talking about
hologram theory? That it's like computer-generated world theory kind of thing.
Oh, you better not say all this. Vegan's gonna come in here and go nuts. Yeah, we've talked about it a bunch. Are you talking about the simulation, that we live in a simulation? Is it the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which I think is great.
I I lean a lot towards it, and I'm not saying that just to be like cool with popular science guys. It just it's I've since day one I proposed that none of this stuff's real. This is just like, I think when you dream, it's more real than this place.
I agree. I completely agree. Philip Dick is the guy, the video I did about the man who predicted the Mandela effect, and he actually was saying this. He was behind this theory before it was talked about back in the 80s, and then he made the statement that the only way we would even know that we were in a hologram or a computer simulation is if small changes happened around us, and that would be the clues to that we are in a computer simulation, which struck me.
It almost sounds like he was talking about the Mandela effect long before we ever had a name for it.
That's what I named my video. Man predicts the Mandela effect. Exactly.
But yeah, the hologram theory is really incredible to me because, like, it really is possible that the whole thing is a simulation and we're just kind of living through it or experiencing it by proxy for some way, as if like in the Matrix, you plugged into it, if you will.
Yeah, and we talk about this a lot, man, but I had this one live stream where I was talking about how this, because a lot of people get mad and say this takes away from religion when you say this. And I mean, I don't see how it does. If the world is a simulation and we're plugged in, then maybe where our souls are, where our souls originate from, we're laying back like in the Matrix, plugged into this thing, and experiencing this world as whatever reason, the test or to learn something. So I could see how it might explain that. Really, it doesn't take away anything from religion is what I'm trying to say. That's just an opinion, though.
Well, what's funny is it's getting so mainstream now that now I don't trust it. Anytime something becomes mainstream and people start talking about it, immediately I'm like, no, I can't be in the majority. Something's wrong. So when it crosses that point, I'll have to come up with a new theory.
That's true, because a lot of physicists talk about this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably maybe is really part of the awakening process, but I always joke that anytime we actually hear something that is what the majority believes, it's never right. So it needs to stay a minority idea. I'll be good.
Even a blind squirrel gets a nut every now and again.
Yeah.
Very true. Huh. What's this talking about? So inside this principle, it's saying that it's a principle of string theory.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why a lot of these physicists center on it, because there is some mathematics behind it then.
Well, according to science, once they get down to a certain level, it looks like everything is pixelated all of a sudden. Personally, I think they just need a little bit better microscopes, but to each their own.
What do you mean?
Maybe they do have good microscopes.
You talking about when you get down to an atom level, everything looks like 8-bit Mario games and stuff?
Yeah, once you get a little bit past the atom, once you get right into the quarks and gluons, and at that level, it starts to get pixelated.
That'd be awesome. I want 8-bit everything. I love 8-bit music too.
I do too. That's my art.
Imagine that, they finally see pictures of God and it's like an 8-bit pixelated thing.
Right. Well, if you pile that piece of evidence on top of the fact that there was one physicist who actually showed there's computer code embedded into the universe, error-correcting computer code, on top of the fact that everything turns to pixels. Yeah, there we go. There he is right there. On top of the fact that everything turns to pixels, there might actually be a little something to this.
Wait, is that the guy from the Rent's Too Damn High party? That picture?
Yeah, there we go.
It does look like him.
Too damn high. He's a physicist now?
That's great.
I'm trying to test my sound. I don't think we have sound through video, or I'd play what he said, but I already know what he says enough to be able to tell anyone. This is actually the video I used. I used Philip Dick saying that one statement, and then I used him because I said, what would it be like if we actually had physicists that back this up? And then I played what he says, and this man tells deGrasse Tyson, is that his name?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, so the guy here tells Tyson behind him that basically the same thing that Philip K. Dick says. And Tyson kind of flips out, and he's like, whoa, now hold on. So you're saying we live in the Matrix. So Tyson kind of makes fun of it. Everybody's laughing at the guy for saying it. But like I mentioned in my video, after like a few months or a year or something, they all got behind this, and then they were all supporting it. So it was like they made fun of it at first, and then they all start going around telling everybody about it once they researched it.
Yeah, and then they probably claimed it as their idea. And then they said,
yeah, I bet they did.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish my sound worked because I'd play that right now.
That's a very scientific thing to do. That, and, you know, fixing the data so it matches your theory.
Mm-hmm. No, but it's so cool though, because he says that in string theory, now string theory is supported by a lot of mathematical equations. So this man took a lot of those equations and he mapped them out into like a fractal generator or some type of program. It shows it in this video. There it is. So you can barely see it, but it's at the very top. Let me zoom in on it a little bit. There we go. So yeah, these things right here, they kind of look like UFOs, right? And he says that these are the string theory equations mapped out on a computer into an image. And these are the equations that he's talking about that lay underneath of our reality that looks like, he didn't just say code. He said it looks like the same code that runs our web browsers, is what he said.
Yes, error correcting code.
Mm-hmm.
Which
what
I've
is
done
that? Error correcting code.
Okay, so I've done a theory on that myself. What it basically is, when you receive data, you know, some data bits are messed up due to solar winds or solar activity or just randomness in general, entropy. So there's a little bit of code checking that goes on when it gets to your computer and make sure it reads out like it should when it downloaded, and it'll fix the 1 or a 0, whichever that needs to be corrected.
Okay. Mike Dampier had a question for us, but we answered it in the previous stream, is what I was trying to tell him real fast. I don't want him to think I'm ignoring him. Yeah, we looked at that, Mike. And what is it?
Yeah. So basically, it'll download extra data, kind of like echoing everything it downloads. That way, if there's a mess up in any way, it can go back and verify the data against the echoed data. And, you know, if it's not right.
Hold on. Hold up. So you're saying that error correcting code downloads multiple sets of data, so that if one set gets glitched or if there's something missing, like, because that happens anytime you download data, then it has other sets to check it against or to fix it with.
Yes.
That's very, very I want to say Mandela effect-y, but you know what I'm saying. Would that make sense for Mandela effect if reality worked that way?
And if something was changed and it was trying to recorrect itself, we could have different things like the Mandela effect or even the flip-flop. Sometimes it might catch the error and sometimes it might overlook it.
That's what I was about to say. So it would catch the error and we'd have residue because it would catch the error and then fix it with this other amount of downloaded data. But then there would be residue in that situation after the fix. Okay. Right. Well, that's interesting. There's a new theory right there.
And I actually already did a video on that on my page.
What's it called? So we can plug it.
Error correcting code.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did. Okay. Yeah. That's awesome, man. I've never even heard about that. I missed it.
It's a really, really intriguing idea because I did this in hologram and simulation theory pretty much. I think they did them back to back, if not really close to each other. And the whole idea, like, where I went with it is, say CERN or some company has found a way to manipulate reality. So they can pause the code, make a change, turn the code back on, and it'll overlook the change like they hope it does, or again, every now and again it might catch it and flip it back.
Ah, the flip-flop.
Right, exactly. That would explain
Layman's
flip-flops, that would explain residuals, that would explain the ME itself to some degree. Now, I can't cover all aspects of the ME, like the body changes and certain things, unless it's an agenda of whoever's doing it, if it is a person, based on that theory. But it's the closest I've come to a scientific-backed theory.
Well, dude, this is perplexing. I mean, it's got my mind stumped. I'm sitting here just racing through my mind trying to think of how this applies to what we do, and I can think of many, many, many ways. So this is excellent.
Yeah,
Most definitely.
Let's jump out of it before we get lost in the matrix. What were you about to say, Doc?
some people I know on the show has come on and they say, I don't know the computer term for this, but say like your file gets corrupted and the computer takes its best guess and fills in the file what it thinks it should be, but it's not quite right. You know, when you try to run a repair program, it pieces it back together. They think maybe that's what's happening to this fake matrix, and what the Mandela effect is, that it's somehow when we shifted realities, it was missing pieces, and it's just trying to fill in what it thinks is right. It's close, but it's not completely there. That's just another theory that's going around.
Wow, I like that.
That would make sense.
Yeah, and that also explains the flip flops. They keep trying to
Yeah.
fix it, and then you know they're it's kind of just the same way a computer recreates files that are missing. A defrag, sort of, yeah.
All right, good.
Gotcha.
So there you go. That was my whole
Defrag theory.
my entire insight.
It was a good one.
I actually like that. I can take the error correcting code, add that to it, and do a little bit more with it. I appreciate that, Doug.
Yeah, man, it's a neat idea, and it would make sense why some of the stuff's just a little weird and off. You know, like why would you change one word here, one word there? Maybe it was damaged sliding to this reality, and it's just making it up.
Or reality itself got damaged to begin with, and it's trying to correct itself. Either way.
Okay, so think about that. Let's say that due to one of these crazy, I'm not even going to say which, a strange experiment is done, then yeah, they would have to backtrack a little or figure out a way to fix their mess up.
And then with every
Maybe
fix,
that does explain some of the...
And with every fix, you could possibly cause a miniature butterfly effect every time. So you fix one thing and knock something else out of place.
Just like in Back to the Future or other movies like that, for sure.
Right.
What I was going to say was that there was like, you know, I lost my train of thought. It's all right. No, but you know how that happens a lot on this show.
Oh, believe me, I know how that happens to me.
Darkwolf.
Yes.
Yeah, have you seen the bygone pipes?
So I was watching earlier, before I was able to actually come in and join you guys. I had some stuff to do, but I was kind of watching and listening, and I've studied this before. This is really, really odd. They don't have a lot of data on it. Like you said, Doc, metallurgy of this type was not available in that time period, as far as we know. It's really, really strange to me that you would have these. Not only that we find them, we've never found where they made them. We've never found anything other like that in the entire area, and we've never found another structure like that, pyramidal, with these pipes coming out of it. The Egyptian did the air chambers, but even they didn't use metallic pipework by any means.
Yeah, and we may have found them. They just might not be telling us now. This might have been just the first, and they might, you know, because I mean, why would it just be in one area? Why would just one structure have this. And then I showed everybody around that area. There are so many more of those pyramids. We'll fly over there real quick. Why would they only be in one structure? They probably are in others. We're just not told.
Well, this is true because, like the doc also said, they have covered up a whole lot of them with vegetation and tried to make it as their mountains or hills or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't know if that or if they. Well, we've been told they do, and we've also been told they didn't, and that it's just, you know, it just happened over a long period of time. But if they're that old to where they grew this vegetation, then they would have to be ancient, beyond ancient.
Agreed.
Yeah, they do studies sometimes of just the rocks around them, and just that, you know, the rocks take so many years to oxidize, and that these rocks were cut, and for the amount of oxidation that has to be on them, it's over 100,000 years old, you know? So, like, that's a good way to tell sometimes is when you cut a rock, it should look fresh inside. It shouldn't have oxidation. It takes thousands of years to do that. Do you have a question coming in? Because apparently nobody else reads the chat but me. Tell Uni to check out. Tell Uni to check out the Milky Way flip flop by A Ray of Sunshine. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the Milky Way flip flop?
That's a new one on me too.
Let's see. Oh, I know what she's talking about. I've heard of this. So, okay, there's like this thing that we were in one place of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, and then I typed it in, and it just showed me a bunch of flip-flops with the Milky Way on them. Look at that. That's what came up. You type it in, you get a bunch of shoes with Milky Way images.
Like when
so we were in.
So when I typed in sliders for that video, we got a bunch of hamburgers.
Oh, she's talking about going back between the Sagittarian and the Orion ring, the arms back and forth. So, see, here's the thing. When I was a kid,
one and another.
When I was a kid, they would guess. They said, "Well, because of the way we sit, we're, you know, the
plane
galaxy, the galaxy plane is a disc, and we're right in the middle of it, so we can't really tell where the hell we are." And they took a best guess, and they were like, "We think there's probably this Sagittarius arm, and that's where we're at." And then now we're on the Orion arm, and now I think we're back at the Sagittarian. And I don't know if they've ever really known, because people were like, "Well, Carl Sagan said it, so it must be so." And it's like, you know, these physicists don't know jack. They're guessing, man. That you're right in the middle of something, trying to figure out where the heck you are. So I'm not sure we've ever really known, but so I haven't put a whole lot of theory into that.
That's what I was going to say too.
A lot of weight into that. I don't know.
You know, that's a fair point. But one piece of information that I would wish that we would see come out is NASA officially saying, "Hey, by the way, because of our new data, we figured out this is where we are." That would make a whole lot more sense to me than just slipping in there, "Oh, well, we're here," and never telling anybody, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. It was just like ad hominem that, "Oh, by the way, you know, we're already," there was never like, "Oh, we used to think it was here, and now we know it's here." There was never that discussion. It was just, it was here. Although I will say in my real life, the winter had some seriously weird looking stars and constellations. They looked different in the winter, but now they're kind of back to what the old sky used to look like. So I don't know if we slid back and forth.
Well, I will tell you one of my biggest problems with the whole arm jumping thing, and it really boggles my mind, but think about this. Our Earth itself could not have just moved. We would have had taken our entire solar system, because the whole thing's still with us. We can still look out and see Mars, Venus, Jupiter, the moons, the whole 9 yards. So the whole thing would have had to jump one spot or the other.
Yeah, but they're, you know, they're talking about the whole reality shifting, you know, theory that, you know, that's where that comes from. Let me okay, so one of our viewers, Steph, has a daughter, Zoe, and she watches with Steph at night when we do our streams. She sent an awesome picture in too. And I want to say hi to Zoe, and I love you too. And I know you're getting tired. Don't worry, you can watch the rest tomorrow, Zoe. No biggie. So we had another question too that I wanted to answer if I can find it really fast. Okay. Aaron says, do the pyramids still align with the constellations? And for all we know, and all I've heard, yeah, I mean, they were always said to align with Orion. And yeah, we've got the Chinese pyramids, the Mayan, and the Egyptian. There's also two more sets of pyramids that do also. I'll have to get the data on that. I want to say hi to Vegan. How you doing, Vegan? He just came in.
What's
Can you
going
hear me
on?
okay? I don't think you're muted, buddy. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me? What's
Just
going on?
relaxing, man.
Yeah, it's the first time I checked out your show.
Got anything to add, though?
Well, it's the first time I checked
I'm glad,
out your
dude.
show.
It's the first time I've had you on.
Yeah, it's cool. No, man,
Happy to have you.
I'm just enjoying it.
Hey, Vegan, good to have you, buddy. Glad to hear from you and see you again.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Doing wonderful.
We spoke a while ago, right?
We spoke on 420 when I was on Doc's show, Darkwolf.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we were talking about multiple worlds and consciousness being spread across multiple dimensions and that whole thing there. I hope it didn't trigger you earlier talking about holographic universe.
Nah.
Trigger. Like he's traumatized. A flashback.
No,
it is a traumatizing theory.
It's not that deep to me. I mean, everyone has their opinion, and I mean, and it makes sense. It will explain everything. If we're in a simulated universe, it would explain this craziness that we see in our world. You know, it really would.
I agree. Especially if it's something that could be hacked or reprogrammed at will.
Yeah. So, nothing triggered me.
I'm waiting for you to have a full-blown Vietnam style trigger, or he says something and you just start yelling at the air and
start punching at the sky. Ah!
No more.
It'll be exciting.
It'll be great ratings. We'll do it.
Yeah. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. I just think we try to explain things sometimes by filling in the blanks, and we do our best. I recognize that, but our best doesn't always equate to the truth. So
very true.
You know, especially these scientists, they be making up all types of shit. So.
Oh yeah.
You're absolutely right on that. Scientists have a habit of fixing things to fit their theories. Like, real quick, I go into one thing. The speed of light was in question because it wasn't a consistent standard. It was off, very small variables, but it never was a steady thing. So the Institute of Standards fixed it. And a guy asked him one time, so what do you mean, we fixed it? Well, we set it at a certain speed. We fixed the speed of light.
That one's always bothered me. I never liked that piece of information.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure
So
all you
it's
had
now
to do
a
is
constant. We fixed it.
Yeah, you just write a law on the paper and there it goes, and now it happens. It's perfect. I love that.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder how many other things. Right. We can set a number to it now, whatever we want it to be.
Yeah. Yeah. They can make anything work because, I mean, when they come up with these ideas, who's checking the people? Who's checking the presenter of the information? I mean, they use math for whatever they want to use it for. So.
Yeah, and they Oh, go ahead, Darkwolf. I was just gonna say that's how we had M theory. M theory was like the string theory's catch-all. They had so many problems with every other thing that went with string theory. They had so many missing parts. They said, well, let's just make up M theory and it'll explain everything. And they'll admit that they did that's what it is.
All right. I think what we need to do, Vegan, is let's start our own fake theory and see if we can pass it off as real. We'll call it like orb theory or something. Something has to have some flavor, like orb theory. And we'll just start passing it around and talking about it like it's a real scientific thing. And I bet nobody checks our research or what it is. We could just start, if all four of us start doing it on our show, and well, orb theory really explains this. You know, I bet it'll start creeping into other shows, and we'll just see how long it takes to become like a mind worm, where people will just assume, and it could be anything we wanted to do. Yeah, yeah, it's confusing, but orb theory puts all that together. You know, you guys go look it up. Come on, we could do this.
Yeah,
we could.
You know, make some cool
trend.
Make some cool graphics.
Some quotes. You know, make a page about it on Wikipedia with a bunch of fake doctors, and we're good to go. We'll totally have it. This would be the easiest.
Wiki's easy to mess with.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
Who's gonna look up orb theory? Come on, we could do this.
We'll
hang on, I got some problems.
Channels.
Rachel's already
good. I got some problems. I got some problems with my computer. Hang on for a second.
All right. Okay.
Rachel's already hashtagging orb theory. Are you getting us a website, dear? Log it down.
Yep. Make the wiki for us, Rach.
And what we're going to use it, we're just going to use it everywhere to explain everything. I'm like, yeah, my hair's not drying as fast as it used to. That's orb theory. It's anything.
It'd be the new Mandela effect thing, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
We got to come up with some evidence.
I was really confused until I learned about orb theory. It all makes sense.
Just us saying this, there's going to be like 12 other YouTube channels that take us saying this right now on this show and say, look at these guys, they make up theories. I promise you it's going to happen now.
All right. That's true. I'm too lazy to troll y'all. I usually just tell you my ideas I want to do, but I never do them. I want to pull this April Fool's, but I'm too lazy to do it. So you don't have to worry about me trolling you. I do it right to your face.
That's right. Me too. It's fun that way. That's how you have fun with trolls.
Yeah. I don't have the time to do all that. But I challenge some of our viewers to please take orb theory.
I don't care. I'm on it. Oh man. Okay. So now that we've got like a few extra people in, we've got to come up with some different stuff to talk about now. So let's just get topics going. What do you think, Darkwolf? You heard any new Mandela stuff? We got a lot of Mandela viewers that like it.
I haven't heard a lot of new Mandela stuff, but I was sitting in a chat room last night and I was listening to everybody talk, and I was hit with an idea. And I just want you guys to follow me here. This is one of those wild, off-the-cuff ideas, so just bear with me. So what if the Mandela effect were the universe trying to create an overdue renaissance? So you've got the staleness of things as they are right now. We're hundreds of years old as far as our technology, or like fabrication, factory work, things like that. So what if it's the collective consciousness starved for truth because of all the crap we've dealt with for so long, and it's fighting back by such as changing our perception of so many different things that we're actually looking into these things now and how to fix them and what they're all about and things of that nature. So what if it's causing a second renaissance?
That's like the awakening theory, really, that the Mandela effect is causing an awakening, kind of, right?
Yeah, to a degree, but this is kind of taking that and putting it on a lower, describing it a little bit more, I guess you'd say. Like, you've got things in science, art, history, film production, just every aspect of life is touched by the Mandela effect. It's like they forbid to look into these certain things for a reason. Usually every time we look into something as humans, we tend to upgrade it.
True.
That's a deep one. I don't know. I mean, yeah, like the collective consciousness is actually tired of being suppressed itself, and it's sending out all this, trying to fix things and get our attention.
Yes.
Yeah, the whole idea of the collective consciousness is kind of mind-boggling to me. You know, that it has its own will and entity, and so it's I'm not against it. I think it's an interesting idea. I just don't know much about it.
Well, the collective consciousness it's been around for, you know, since Akashic I could be saying it wrong.
Akashic.
Akashic record.
Yeah, the
And
Akashic record by Edgar Casey. Yes.
Yeah, and
Oh, is he the one that came up with that? Edward Casey, the psychic guy?
Yes.
Oh, I
Yes,
mean,
he
he
is.
talked
Oh, I didn't know
he
that.
originated
That's where that
it?
came
Are you
from.
sure?
I'm not
He
sure
said
they
they were-
originated. First time I ran across any mention of it was Edgar Casey, and he was speaking of the Egyptian things.
Yeah. I mean, I think the word itself may have a more modern, there might be a modern word to describe it that I'm not using, or it could be the Akashic record, could be the modern way they say it. But this idea has been around since, long ago. Tesla talked about it. Einstein talked about it. This really great mathematician in India said that he got all of his equations from meditating and reaching that collective consciousness. That was just maybe in the 30s or the 50s. But this has been mentioned in ancient books. We're talking ancient religious Buddhist texts, Taoist texts, and Sumerian texts. So
I would dare say the Greeks and their muses would be the same thing.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it says that every human being is able to focus or meditate or reach into themselves and tap into it. They always say tap into this information that describes the whole universe.
How do you think you actually get into that information without being suppressed? Like, we're obviously here, we're suppressed in that information is not available, but some people can bust into it and some people finally get access to it. And I think that's done on purpose, that if we're supposed to be gathering an experience down here, part of the experience is dealing with the emotions and the fear and not knowing and all that stuff's experiences. And if you knew all the answers already before you came in, it wouldn't be that exciting. So it's suppressed somehow, but somehow people bust into it and break through. And I know meditation's one way, but that's so slow. I want something faster. It's the modern age. It's time to go. I don't want to spend 30 years for 2 minutes of enlightenment. Come on, man.
Well, and then the Buddhists, the Buddhists say you have to spend a lifetime. Yeah. So that's their goal, is to reach that higher level. I do too. Trust me. I want to close my eyes right now and get in there.
Right.
I believe we connect to it when we dream. Personally, I believe meditation, because it's such close to the dreaming brainwave and the dreaming state, most likely that's why they're able to connect to it in that way. I really don't know. Question.
Long Hair says she wants the cheat code to reality. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I don't have time to spend 1,000 lifetimes trying to figure it out. Let's just get to the end. Cheat code me either way. I want the what was that book? Was it in the the Sega Genie? Is that what it was called? The you guys remember the
Game Genie?
The Game Genie. Yeah, the Game Genie.
Yeah.
If that dates me at all.
Mm-hmm.
For you young people listening, the Game Genie was this device you stuck into your Sega Genesis that gave you all the saves and the cheat codes to the end of everything. It was great. The Game Genie.
All the cheat codes programmed in it.
This section of Unirock is brought to you by Game Genie. Ladies and gentlemen, Game Genie for all your gaming needs. Yes, you might have a Sega Genesis still around. That was a rocking system, man. The Sega. I remember the first time I played.
Yeah, I have one still.
The first time I played Sonic Hedgehog, I was like, "How are they doing graphics this fast? This is impossible." It was like Sonic was no joke. I loved it.
That was one of the most incredible games.
Right after Sonic is when it all took off. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Which I
was gonna pull it up and play it, but I don't have it available right now.
Vegan's better again.
What does Vegan think, though? I want to know what Vegan thinks about the Akashic record, or whatever word you want to use.
And the Sega Genesis. Both of those topics.
I wasn't a big computer game person, and when I did play computer games, I was playing Madden. I was really into football. So
right, okay.
I mean, I did play Mario Brothers. I used to love Mario Brothers. But I'm not a gamer.
I wish I had my sound effects.
What were you guys talking about? What were you guys talking about?
The Akashic record, and that we were trying to figure out how come some people can tap into this ancient database of knowledge of everything and some people can't. And what do we have to do? How do we get the cheat code to get right into this source of knowledge out there that some people seem to know how to tap into?
Right. Well, that's what the assumption. It's all meant to be found out and known. You know, I really believe that there's a lot of stuff that's not meant to be known.
That it
How
ruins
much we try. Huh?
That it ruins the experience if you find out here. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I don't think we can. I don't think our minds are capable of knowing the unexplainable. You know? Like,
that's a good point. I mean, we always want to know everything, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we're not supposed to. It ruins the experience. I don't know.
I mean, if you
got
go
a crazy theory about that.
If you go by the Bible, mankind paid the price when it decided to eat from the tree of knowledge. You know.
I was just about to go to the Bible too, because it also says that we can't handle all the knowledge of God. Quote, the Bible says, but I'm neutral religious, so I'm not going to take any side on that. But it also says that our minds, our bodies can't handle that knowledge. So even it backs it up. Go ahead, Big. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, good point. Good point. Well, I'm using. I brought up the Bible, but I'm not referencing the Bible per se. It's just kind of apply it to real life. Meaning, a person that's given too much information, just a regular person, is going to overwhelm them, and they're going to wind up making the wrong decision because they don't know how to process all that information. Right? So even in our hands-on experience in this world, when you come across a ton of information and you don't know what to do with that information, you can abuse it. It's the case of mankind. I think we're trying to learn, you know, or do things that nature does for us. And by us going down that path, like, I don't know, test tube babies and cloning and, you know, all the stuff that we're venturing out into, we're trying to be God. And by doing that, I think we're doing injustice to humanity, because while we're concentrating on that, the real things we should be doing, we're ignoring. You know, I think we only have two purposes on this planet: to witness the creation and to share unconditional love. Everything else after that is just a subcategory of those two. That's my opinion.
I agree with you. My theory on it is that we don't, you know, we're here to gain, and this is just my theory, but we're here to gain information, and we're here to experience life, and that's why we're kind of, some people say we're disconnected from God, or we're disconnected from that knowledge. But if, you know, if there was some kind of cheat code, I mean, there pretty much is a way, and that is going to be like, you know, I feel like it's dying, or maybe we die when we have had enough information, or when we have enough of the information, or get to a certain point. But I agree with you there. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we should try to stay dumb. I mean, that's not the point. I'm really just emphasizing, when we start postulating, our postulations can go in any direction. You know, we can postulate to the ends of time. The problem comes in when we start believing our postulations are true. You know, if it's a big distinction between believing in something and knowing something is true. You know, and I mean, think about it. Look at all the wars. Almost every war that's ever occurred in mankind is based on a belief, some form of belief, right? And when I say belief, I'm not just talking religion. This country attacks that country because it believes that it is stealing their wealth, or that they're going to attack first, so we need to attack them first. You know, belief, man is driven by belief and not really driven by truth. You know, things that are true usually take the back seat to belief. And I think that's part of the problem in our condition.
Definitely.
Especially when we
You
get
got to think
dogmatic
of
in our
war.
beliefs.
Say that again.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Dogmatic.
I was saying, especially when we become dogmatic in our beliefs and just we're so solidly stuck in them that we refuse to accept any other information at all.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think science does that a lot. You know, they do
Science
that a
and
lot.
religion are the two that are the worst at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's not go to the religion part of it, though. Just for channel rules. I don't like keeping it neutral on religion here, at least.
Well, let me say this. There's nothing wrong with belief. Belief is not a problem. You know, I think it becomes a problem when the belief aspect, no matter what it is, if it's religion or something else, when you start treating your beliefs as absolute truths. Because if you knew something was true, you wouldn't require belief. Belief is a substitute for not knowing. You know, that's pretty much what it is. So
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to believe things that you know that are true. But a lot of people confuse their beliefs for truth.
That's why we're in a lot of the messes we're in. Yeah, that's why a lot of wars have happened.
Absolutely. You know, and, you know, so that's why, in my opinion, and all this is just my opinion, you know, it's okay to have beliefs. There's nothing wrong with having beliefs. Just distinguish them between what's true and what's a concept that you embrace. You know, belief is an embracement, an acceptance of something in the absence of truth. So when you do that, decision. So all beliefs are personal in nature. But when you take that personal belief or acceptance and impose it on other people, that's when all the problems start. You know, and then you have these wars and you have, you know, racism and sexism and all this other stuff. You know, you're imposing your beliefs. You know, my opinion. And I'm only the peanut gallery.
No, it's deep, because I always said that, you know, the two things that kill the most people are government and religion, both big ideas, you know, and
right. Yeah.
And,
you have to believe in government.
You know, you have to trust the government. Yeah. Well, that's right. We're going to start a war over weapons of mass destruction because they're hiding them, even though we have them. We have insane amounts of weapons of mass destruction, but no one else is allowed to have those.
Here's a funny thing. So the dollar is only working because we believe in the dollar. It's a fiat currency. If we stop believing and just stop trusting it tomorrow and decided we don't want the dollar anymore or we don't trust it's going to work, the whole system would collapse overnight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. When we pour our beliefs in something, we give it power. You know, we give it power and we literally manifest it to life. But it's really why do we do that? Because we're kind of conditioned that way. We're programmed to believe that money is the source of happiness and money is required to be on this planet. Like I said this earlier on Doc's show, we're the only animal on this planet, or the only life form on this planet that pays to be here. No other animal or no other living species pays to exist on the planet.
Wow, that just made my whole brain just pop, because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We're the only, and I used to say this a lot, like somebody asked me, how you doing? Oh, another day, another dollar lost. Well, that sounds negative. No, not really, because name a day that you can wake up and not spend $1 on something, whether it be the gas you're using to drive that you just paid for, whether it be the food you eat that you paid for. No matter what you do, you've got to spend $1 every day to live.
Yep. Just to survive on this wonderful
not 20
planet.
or 30.
Yeah. Just to survive on this wonderful planet, you have to pay for it. You know? And so who are you paying? I mean, does God have a bank in the sky or something? And we got to keep putting deposits in? Nah, it's all a construct of our minds. We constructed this idea, and now we have to live it out. Our evolution is when we realize the difference between belief and truth. What is true? What is tangibly real in this world versus what we think is real? And once we can distinguish between the two, that's when I think our next level of evolution will occur.
That's a brilliant
What's
point.
really real? Yeah.
That is a
Real. It
brilliant
causes
point.
all these. No, go ahead, man. I was going to say the same thing. I think so. Go ahead. We're on a wavelength.
Absolutely. So it defines what reality is. So if we change our perception and our belief on reality, we literally change what the reality would be. Maybe not to the degree of changing Mickey Mouse's tail, but
Let me ask a question though, right? So I've been really getting messed up in the head thinking about this. So many people lately are talking about reality, shifting reality, changes in reality. Does that mean that to them, okay, so can one person have one reality and another person have another? Does that mean that their realities are completely different? Or is real life, is there an actual truth laying underneath? Because I believe there is. I just hear a lot of people say that reality changes. You can change your reality. You can do this and do that. So my question is like, is there an underlying truth? And I think it would help a lot of people to hear what we feel about that, because so many times we answer questions and it sounds like we're saying that there could be other truths. What do you guys think?
I can go first. I think, my personal opinion, I believe in a universal reality. I believe that we are conscious beings connected to a source. And I use the word source deliberately. I say God also, but when you say the source, you can't draw a picture in your head of what God is. But when you say God, you kind of visualize this guy with a long beard, sitting in a chair, floating on a cloud. It's a manifested image that you develop in your head. But when you say source, it's just like, you can't picture it. I think we're linked to a source. And the source created us, but it also created everything outside of us. And the universe is driven by the source, not by us. I think it's kind of like we're surfers and we're riding a wave. And you can ride that wave really well, or you can keep falling off, and be carried by the wave. People that are miserable in this one life is because they're not riding the wave well, But when you ride this wave right and you really surf this baby like you should, it's a wonderful experience, And you're gonna have some wipeouts, but you can always get back on your board and just keep riding that wave. So the surfer doesn't control the wave; he just rides it. And I kind of see the universe that way, And the manifestation aspect of it is how well you ride the wave versus falling off your surfboard. I mean, that's the analogy that resonates with me.
Yeah, that's an excellent way to say it, man. I agree. What you got, Doc? What do you think?
Clarify the question a little more, one more time, because I kind of understand what you're saying, but I'm not following it.
Yeah, we were just trying to figure out, because a lot of times in this community and Mandela effect community, people talk about being able to change reality, and we were talking about whether there is a real underlying concrete reality that's the same for everyone, or if that can be manipulated somehow by us.
I think that, I'm from the camp of, I think you can shift realities. So say there's multiple realities where there's multiple possibilities of what you are. So I believe with enough push and effort, you can jump to another reality and shift to one that you prefer. And a lot of times we do it unknowingly all the time, that we push our consciousness into, hey, I'm going to make some sort of life change and this is what I want. And some people think, oh, well, I'm just using willpower. I'm just manifesting something. And I kind of think it's bigger. I think you're actually shifting into a reality where that already's in play.
Yeah, that's my thing. I've been being pulled back and forth by the, vegan's perspective and yours a little bit lately, a lot more than usual. So what do you got, Darkwolf? What do you think, man?
All right, I hope you guys have a shovel because I'm about to go a little deep here. So, okay, to me, reality is really our perception. I'm going to kind of go back along vegan's idea here. So, the way we perceive reality is reality to us. A person with a mental disorder like schizophrenia, they see monsters in front of them. To them, that's real. We can't see them. To them, to us, they're just insane or weird or whatever. But to them, that's reality. And that's in their reality. That can scare them to the point they could have a heart attack and die. Like, to them, that is just as real as you and I sitting here. So yeah. I believe our perceptions and how we see the world and how our minds perceive it is literally what our reality is. So the underlying truth would be based in every single person and how they live and perceive what's around them.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's deeper than my Scott Bakula theory. See, you nerds got that. That's a quantum leap joke. There we go for everybody else that missed the 80s. All right.
I used to watch that show religiously. If that thing was on, I was stuck in front of that TV until it was over.
I love Scott Bakula. He's so underrated. One of my favorites. All right, I'm going to stop railroading your show. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
We got all deep, and then
We're
I'm talking about Scott
here.
Bakula. I love him. Man crush on Scott Bakula.
That's cool, man.
Enterprise.
I think the viewers like it when we do that too. We stay real,
Yeah, I was bummed Enterprise got canceled. It's actually really good.
It was.
I like going back and watching it.
I didn't have a problem buying him as the captain. Like, I really bought into that role with him.
Yeah, he was he's just kind of a jerk captain that had the ego, and he was great. So,
and that's more real than others. I think. What? Okay, I don't want to go too far on that.
Jim Kirk, who beats
I
up
like him being a jerk.
Beats up everybody he meets in space and hooks up with green women. That's unrealistic.
I do. That's what I mean. I think that
it would be
he was. I don't like the Kirk version as much. That's for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to see
Picard.
I wanted to see the realistic that if you're gonna have sex with aliens, you're gonna get like super AIDS or something, like some sort of disease.
I knew you were gonna go there, man. I knew it. I was
some sort of STD you can't come back from.
Legs start turning legs or something.
Yeah, I mean they never had.
You have a green baby or something. Yeah.
Yeah, they never talk about.
I challenge the viewers.
Oh, you know what? There was one movie. I take it back. There was one movie, Ice Pirates, that had space herpes. Do you guys remember space herpes and Ice Pirates running around? No.
I think I remember.
I gotta watch that.
That's too much of a 1980s reference. Ice Pirates was great. Robert Urich. Yeah, they
I'm right.
I missed that.
They had actually.
I think I remember it.
Yeah, space herpes. Everybody was scared of it. It was actually like this creature that ran around in the show.
So
anyway.
This group here together. We've also got Dark Crystal 2 coming out.
What? Dark Crystal
Really?
2? Wow. All right. Yeah, some people get space herpes. They're remembering. Well, you could mix the two together. We could have a mashup with space herpes and Dark Crystal.
Dark Crystal herpes.
You know what? How come they don't talk about herpes anymore? Do people still get herpes?
Oh yeah, they got drugs that suppress it
in a long time.
Yeah.
What happens is they got drugs that suppress it now, so like you can live with it. Because you really don't get herpes unless like they're open and active.
Look at the picture of the herpes.
Did you find the space herpes?
That's what comes up. That's when you see. That's what comes up.
Flames.
Don't worry, it's not.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
it.
not a
Space
genital
orbit.
of some sort. This is fake.
I can't believe you found it. That's
That's what
totally
Google
it.
gave us.
That's it.
I'm
That's
gonna
the
get
thing
out of
that
there
runs
quick.
around
I'm
the
out of it.
Yeah, that's one disease. That's one disease that's kind of just fell off the map. You know,
Yeah,
you never
Do you
hear
still get
about
cold sores?
anyone.
I would
I haven't heard
assume
about those either.
they kind of all go together, don't they? Yeah, as long as what they do is they just put you on suppression drugs so they don't happen much anymore, but they're still around for sure.
Well,
You
cold
know.
sores is a form of the herpes virus.
Oh, cold sores. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and you know, a lot of stuff like that. So is the shingles. I mean, so
Yep.
yeah, have fun with that when someone has
Yeah,
the
that's
shingles.
that nasty. That's
Enjoy
the
your
nasty
herpes.
stuff.
Yeah,
Have
some people
fun,
remember
John
it.
Card.
We just wrecked this. All right, there's like 3 or 4 people that got Ice Fire. Thank you. I know I wasn't. I'm sure that's Mandela effect. Nobody remembers it anymore. That was a great movie.
Ice fire.
Yeah, it was about the future that water was like the most precious resource, and so there was these pirates that would like steal water and run around and try to
Yeah.
like steal asteroids and stuff with water.
Sound like they put Mad Max in space.
Yeah.
Hey, I did have a comment about the pyramids when you were talking about
Alright.
the pyramids. Now record. Isn't it true, or have you guys heard that the first universities were actually in Egypt, right? Wasn't that like the knowledge center at one point where people from all over the world would come and study in Egypt?
Yep. The original library.
Yeah, original library, but actually the first university, from what I understand. The university, I think it was Alexandria or something.
Uh-huh.
I know the
Yeah,
I'm not
library
sure.
about
Yeah. And people from all over used to come to Egypt to study. Who's to say that people didn't come to Egypt and learn engineering and different stuff like that and go back home and start building pyramids?
There you go. Yeah.
Just something,
And that's
just
what-
something to put out there.
That's a
No,
really
that's
good
great.
point, Vegan. That makes a lot of sense. Could I interject a theory also?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me show this one thing real quick, and then you can, because I want to add to what he said. That's what when we were right after we talked about the pyramids, we talked about these altars, and they're in the Mayan have these, the Egyptians, they're in China, they're in Ethiopia and India, they're all over Iraq, they're all over the place. These altars that kind of look like this, and the theory is, it's a really far-fetched theory. I'm just saying what other people are saying, but they say that people could go here and they would do a chant and a ritual, and they could kind of teleport between these altars to other altars, and that this is in some ancient texts.
Right.
But yeah, so that's very interesting that you said that, because it goes right in line with it. Go ahead, Darkwolf. What do you got?
Oh, wow. You just shook me. Holy cow. I had never heard that one before.
I'd play your shaking sound effect, but my sound effects aren't working right now. I have a sound effect for that. When I shake up Darkwolf.
Shook. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I like that. We need to record that as a shook sound effect now. That's awesome.
Hell yeah. I'll do it. I'll pull the audio afterwards.
But no, see, here's my idea on the pyramids. So you bring a valid point. They're found everywhere. However, the Aztec and the Incan will tell you, we don't know where they came from. We walked up on them. The Egyptians, they claim the pyramids, but if you look at the Egyptian work afterwards and their pyramids, they're downright horrible, to be honest with you. So my thought is they were already there when these civilizations came to be. And the reason I believe this, if you want to go back to the Atlantis, if you will, and assuming the Atlantis people survived and was real, when it flooded, or they knew it was about to flood and be taken down, you have this whole population of people that are scattering across the world and taking their knowledge and technologies with them. So it's my belief that that group of people scattered across, built these pyramids across the world. There's very well could be portals in them and things we could barely even begin to understand. And the civilization died off. And then we have more civilizations that rise up and come into these areas and say, oh, look, they're ours. We claim that we made them. Yep, it's us. You know.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true, and that goes in line with what I was starting off with on the show. I was showing those pipes, and I have a little bit of other evidence I'll go into, later in the show after we all talk about this stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of evidence that shows that human beings were not only here and making civilizations much further back than what mainstream archaeology tells us, but also that they had technology. We know that fact. That is there.
So you guys think a lot of the Egyptologists, I think that's what it's called, Egyptology, a lot of those guys are incorrect, because a lot of them are telling you which pharaohs built which pyramids. Like they actually can give you a timeline and say, this pharaoh built this pyramid, this pharaoh built that pyramid, or whatever. And they also have a lot of doctrine that says they were tombs for pharaohs, that families and stuff like that.
It's good that you said that, because there's like a split, and at a certain time there are what Darkwolf was saying about the pyramids were walked upon. There was only a couple that were. I mean, when he's saying this is like there may be like 3 pyramids that they say may have been there before the Egyptians, and they back this theory up by showing the way that those pyramids are built, and the method and the material is completely different at a certain time point. So you got a few pyramids, and then at a certain time point it all changes, and it all becomes like a different way to build them, a different way that they look. Like the step pyramid is much different than the other ones. And so what some people are saying is that some pyramids are older and that weren't there before, and that the Egyptians were copying them. I don't believe that, though. I don't know if it was the Egyptians. I don't know what civilization necessarily. I haven't looked into it enough to have the opinion. But then another part of my presentation was showing the actual pyramid texts, and I've read through all of them, pulled out a lot of good examples that kind of go in line with exactly what we're talking about. And that if you look into the hieroglyphics that are written on these giant structures and on some of the other things other than pyramids, they kind of tell us a little bit of a story about exactly what we're talking about. And I've highlighted the ones that are relevant to it. So we'll get there eventually, but that's an excellent.
So to answer your question, Vegan, personally, yes, I think the Egyptologists are absolutely completely off their rockers. They're pointing at a whole lot of speculative evidence to say that this pyramid was built by that and this by that one. They've not found a single body in most of these big pyramids. They've not found the same type of hieroglyph in Book of the Dead text in these big pyramids. The fact that they point to these and call them tombs are actually really kind of off, in my opinion. I also don't believe with a lot of the hieroglyphs that they have said what they mean. I believe it's a whole lot of paradigm going on, a whole lot of truth suppression, or their own interpretation of something that I don't believe they've got it right. Basically, I think they're following a paradigm so that other truth isn't brought out.
Well, let me ask you this: do you guys believe that during Egyptian times, for I think it was actually a couple thousand years, that they were the United States of their time? I mean, it was like.
I do, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, because they were a highly
prosperous.
What's the word I'm looking for? Say again.
Prosperous.
Yeah, highly prosperous civilization with education. People from other lands will come there and study. And actually, we're influenced. The Western world is influenced by one person in particular, and that's Pythagoras. Pythagoras studied in Egypt for 22 years. He actually went to Egypt, studied, gained all his knowledge, and then went back to Greece. And when he went back to Greece, he introduced the right angle triangle Pythagorean theorem that we all know about.
Right.
And he's highly instrumental in what we know about mathematics today, but he studied in Egypt.
Well, most of the mystery schools came out of Egypt too.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's like, and then if you also know about the wars, you know, how many times Egypt was attacked by various countries at various times throughout history. I mean, again, go back to what I said earlier. Maybe they were some extremely, extremely well-organized people, because think about it, for thousands of years, they were the civilization to be, right? So now people come, learn from them, go back to their own lands, build their own pyramids or build whatever, and you know, maybe we just don't know what they know, or because with all those different wars, with all the wars, a lot of stuff got destroyed. Right.
Okay, fair enough. You just answered my next question, because we can't rebuild the pyramids today. If we had this knowledge, if we knew how to build them, that would be something I would think that would have been passed down and passed down and passed down. And we could easily do it today, like making a sandwich at this point.
I think it was because so many people were jealous of Egypt, they started destroying the country. And when they destroyed the country, they destroyed the knowledge, you know?
Fair enough. I give you that.
You know? So I don't know. I don't know about a lot of this stuff, but if you look at history, there's a trend where the Western world is attacking the continent of Africa. Well, at the time, at one point, all of Africa was considered one place, and that was Egypt. At one point, you had an upper and lower Egypt. So because that landmass was so rich and was so established for so many thousands of years, it was constantly under invasion.
Right.
And with all those invaders, a lot of information was stolen and destroyed and all types of stuff, you know? Look at Africa today, you know? So to say it's alien, to me is kind of a big leap, you know? It's kind of a big leap in a way. I don't know. I've looked at it. I've seen Ancient Aliens. I've read the something. What was it called? Chariots of Gods.
Chariots of
I read that years ago.
Donican, yes.
Chariots of the Gods. I read that years ago, and I think it's kind of taking credit from the people who I believe built the pyramids, which are Africans, you know, Egyptians. So I don't know. I don't know how to look at this.
I agree with you.
Discussion.
That's one of the best evidence layouts for that I've ever heard. I will completely give you those points. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's true. I'm just, you know, I just look at it that way. I don't know.
Yeah, the alien theory, Ancient Aliens goes kind of too far all the time, and I love watching it to see their evidence. I really don't like their conclusions most of the time. I wish if they were going to give us some type of, you know, alien thing or like, you know, lead us into that, they'd have more evidence behind it. But I mainly watch that show just to get the evidence. But
yeah, and I pretty much just watch it to get hairstyle tips.
No. You dress better than he does, though.
Yeah, he has cool scarves. He always wears scarves. I want to get him on the show sometime. I wonder how hard it is to fucking interview.
It's that horrible brown suit he wears. He's got to get a new suit. Whoever his tailor is horrible.
What's his name? What's that guy's name?
Giorgio Nicholas.
Giorgio? You say Giorgio? Yeah. I can't, you know, Darkwolf, you sound like your audio's so messed up. It sounds like you're on Battlestar Galactica. Can you say like Galactica Actual? Say Galactica Actual, Starbuck, you got a Cylon on your 6, something like that.
Galactic Actual, Starbuck, you got a Cylon on your 6.
Sounds just like it. That's awesome.
We're trying to get his audio better, but yeah, sometimes it just goes it comes out real bad. I don't know what we're going to do about that one. We got to get it fixed.
Yeah, it's that's awesome, actually. I mean, it totally sounds like Battlestar Galactica. I love it. So
Saturday night. Or a pumpkin pie.
Yep.
Oh.
You got Rachel laughing here again.
She got the joke finally? All right.
Well, we're on a like 10-second delay, so.
Oh,
She
okay.
always laughs like 10 seconds behind everything we do.
Is that normal for her anyway? Is she on a
You're
10
fine,
second
man, you're
delay
fine.
of real life?
Yeah, so it's more like a 20-second delay, honestly. No, I'm just kidding. Don't wait. I got 10 seconds to
Oh,
run before
I bet she's shooting
Hold
you
on.
the daggers, dude. You get the daggers from your girlfriend? You know what I'm talking about? The eyes that they call them shooting the daggers.
Oh yeah.
I like
No,
these
she's got
law
daggers. She's got a set of daggers under her seat. And if I'm just kidding.
We've all been there. All right.
What's cool is though, like I look a lot into the religion, or the texts on the pyramids and other things. I'm sorry to go back to that. I keep going back to it, but a lot of what you said, from what everyone said, like it comes through. It's weird. So I'll read like a certain paragraph and I'll say, wow, that really sounds like Vegan's point. And then I'll read another paragraph and I'm like, man, it sounds like there's a UFO that came down here. So maybe that's why. I'm just giving a little defense to ancient aliens. They could be looking at this and then because seriously, there's like 6 paragraphs I can take straight off the wall of the pyramids. And it does sound like they came down in a, you know, like a metal looking thing and gave them information. Whether it's, I don't think they could have been stretching when they wrote it though, or imagining a little. So, but no, I mean, for what I believe, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't even know what's true. You know, I'm just looking at the human condition throughout history because I'm a big history buff. And when I look at history, the trends, I mean, they were attacking that country for a reason, you know, and it was for its riches for the most part. And I guess, is it possible that the first man was brought down by aliens? I'm sure it is possible, you know. I just don't know.
I don't think so myself. I don't think so. I don't know. That's just my belief. I don't think it was aliens. I think it's more possible that that quote unquote UFOs, aliens, are from another dimension. I think it's equally as possible as from another planet, in my opinion.
Well, as far as the aliens go, I'm kind of torn on this. I'm still on the fence on this because I've studied both sides, and I can make a case for both sides of this argument. So,
yeah, it's one of those unknowns. Unknowns.
The unknown unknowns, yes.
Well, what about all these sightings of UFOs and stuff like that? How much is it real? How much is it fake? Anybody
95% is fake now.
You think so?
Unfortunately.
You think the government is getting us ready for an alien invasion? False flag, possibly?
Possibility. I think it's highly possible.
I do think that too, because now, like, let's trace the last 20 years back, and just the evolution of YouTube. We hit this one point where it was nothing but fake stuff like you see on my screen. All I did was search for, and most of it's off YouTube. Most of these pictures are off YouTube. I just typed in UFO sightings 2017. You're going to get 9 out of 10. That's where I drew my number from, are going to be CGI, and they're really bad CGI also. And I mean, you always say to yourself, well, they want to make money, they want views, so that's what. But see, here's the deal: there shouldn't be 500,000 people that still look at these fake UFOs every day and go, wow, these are real. And that's what we see in the comments and in the views that they get. So I mean, does that, what it really seems like with the Vatican, when they came out and they're starting to drop hints, you know, if we found out there was alien life out there, we would be able to baptize them, so it wouldn't mean anything bad. And this is, we've shown these documents on our channel. There is a pamphlet that says how to baptize an alien, and it was given out to other Vatican priests. It's not fake. There are entire seminars they went across and gave other priests seminars about how to deal with this and what happens if you meet an alien and stuff like that. If you take that evidence, you take like the way that the media has shifted reporting UFOs from back 20 years ago to now, if you add it all together, it really seems like we're being prepped to accept a UFO reveal or a disclosure. It seems like we're being prepped to accept it, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I think if you just look at Hollywood, all the new movies coming out, everything, alien invasions and zombies and all this other stuff. I mean, they're getting us ready for something. And I guess the question is, how many people are going to believe it when they do it? You know, is it going to be half? Is it going to be at least 75%? I think it will be. You know, a lot of people are going to believe it.
Oh yeah, 98%. You got to think we're such a small group, you know, like
look at all the movies. Yeah, look at all the movies coming out. Think about how terrifying Twilight is. I mean, that could really happen.
Yeah.
Vampires that glow and glitter.
Oh, that's the most terrifying.
That's the most disturbing whole. Yeah, that's what they're getting us ready for.
What about the werewolf stock?
That's right.
I'm Team Jacob. No, I'm just playing.
They have to have it.
I've had to watch all this. I've got kids.
Oh gosh, you have girls. That's right. They actually watch that crap.
Yep. They make me do it too. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure you're like really forced to do it. You're all
I was fighting
asking questions about.
I did not volunteer, Doc.
That's okay.
No, I did. I was like, let's watch. The new one came out. Let's go. Come on. Get in the car. It's time. Twilight time. I'm just playing. Oh, I just ruined my channel. Everyone's unsubscribing now.
Well, what was that? It was one. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. I was just making jokes. Go ahead.
It was one movie about I think, what was it called? First Contact.
Yep.
The one where it was an orb that sort of came to the Earth and sat there, and they actually explored inside of it. You guys know what I'm talking about? What was that movie called?
Oh, I think that was Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Wasn't it?
That's a good one too.
No,
it's almost like that.
It's like a circus tent orb.
I think it was this year or last year. What the hell was it called?
I know what one.
Samuel Jackson's in it.
Arrival.
Arrival. Yeah.
Oh, is he in that?
Yeah.
Samuel. The Arrival.
Yeah.
Arrival,
so wasn't that also not a Mandela effect, but wasn't it like a multi-dimensional kind of thing also? Because they kind of predicted her future. In that movie. I don't know if you guys seen it or not.
I have, yes. It was actually
and the aliens were they were like giant kind of like octopuses, and they were inside of a liquid inside their ship, and they communicated with the ink. The ink that they shot out of themselves would form circles, and then they decoded their language. And it was kind of like an interdimensional type thing, and it was a good movie, but it was kind of eerie watching it. It was I thought myself, you know, they're still prepping us here for this.
Look up pictures for Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I think you'll find it's better.
That's a good one too. That one gave me nightmares.
It's with a K, Killer Clowns. They have a big tent that comes down, and it's pretty much like an orb inside. Yeah, man. And they turn you to cotton candy.
You want to talk scary?
Hey, man, that's real.
Yeah, they stuck their big straws in the cotton candy and drank your blood.
Such a great movie. What were you asking, Vegan? I'm sorry, I got distracted again. I'm pretty much worthless at this point. I should have been to bed an hour ago. All I'm doing is making jokes at this point. So
No.
You're fine, Doc.
I thought you were joking. That's a real movie.
Yeah, look at the pictures. Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
It's a great movie.
Great movie.
It's fantastic if you ever get a minute to laugh. As far as a bad movie goes, it's one of the best.
It's one of the best B-minus movie of the 80s.
You keep scrolling through the pictures. They just got the best clowns in that movie. And then I'm trying to find their spaceship really is
a big circus tent.
A circus tent that sort of is like an orb. Yeah.
Let me find it. I'll find it. It's a great little effect when it comes in.
It's almost as deep as the movie you were talking about.
Yeah.
There it is.
We had third phase of the moon. We had third phase of Moon come on our show one time, and I asked them, I said, what is your thoughts on disclosure? They said, well, it's kind of like this. If Jesus came back, everybody look up and say, "Oh, huh, there he is." If an asteroid come flying in, everybody look up and say, "Oh, huh, there it is." So if a UFO came down, as much as we've been prepped over for it, I really believe the people would look up, about 50-60% would look up and say, "Yeah, that's real." Another 40 would say, "That's the government," and another 20 would say, or I'm sorry, another 20 would say it's government, another 20 would say it's all fake anyway, so it don't matter, you know. 60, 20, 20. I know what I'm saying, damn it.
Yeah, when third phase came in and said that, I really liked what they were trying to say, because they were saying that we've been desensitized to these types of things. It's almost like an agenda to
until we see one. let a real one come down. A real one come down, or hell gonna break loose.
Oh, I'd run up to it, knock on the door. Hey, what took you so long? Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to stop looking at these clowns, man. I'm getting hypnotized.
You guys believe? I mean, I'm looking at that dinosaur one. You believe that dinosaurs actually existed?
Okay, there's a couple theories that have come out that I didn't ever pay attention to, and flat Earth was one. And I've talked about this on my channel like 50 million times. Like, right, like I used to be so anti-flat Earth, but it was not me choosing. It wasn't a thought. Like, it was just this instinct I had. Like, I would not even look at it. But then, like, I don't know, a month ago, my viewers just kept messaging me. They were really kind and really nice about it. And, you know, they would talk to me in such a good way, or such a welcoming way to the thought, that I eventually said, I'm going to type it into YouTube and watch a video on it. And I did. And I was completely shook up, you know, like I went from 99% that the Earth is a globe and 1% flat. I went to 50-50 in one day. So it shook me real bad. And I haven't come out of that yet. I've been challenging other YouTubers, saying, because Life Matrix leaves me comments sometimes and says, hey, are you still globular, and stuff like that. And I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to get me to, you know, be like, I need to go look at this. He's trying to push me to look at it. So I want to believe in it if the evidence is there. I'm not going to close my mind to any theory at all. But I am brainwashed. I was in the military. I went to college, so I'm a little bit brainwashed right now. So I'm getting myself out of that. But I'd love to hear more evidence. I just want the evidence, and I want to look at it and let it sink in, and, you know.
Yeah. Well, the reason I asked about dinosaurs is because everything we know about dinosaurs, we only know about it. I think it's about 100 years, 150 years.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of dinosaurs beyond 150 years.
I've heard this.
So it's like, yeah. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, why is it that even people that's in that field, they don't have access to the actual fossils? The fossils are always under lock and key. Everything you see in a museum, in a case, whatever, it's never out on display. It's a reconstruction. And I actually I know some people that were really into it, and I asked the same questions, and they kind of didn't believe me until they started checking on their own, that everything that they've ever seen, because I had a really good friend that frequent museums a lot. He actually thought they were the real deal. And when I told him they weren't, he checked, and he could not find a real fossil anywhere. You know, and this is a guy who was into it for years, you know, 20, 30 years. That's all he did. And he realized that a lot of the fossils that he saw he assumed they were real, and they weren't. You know, very few people have ever seen a real fossil. You know, and I was just wondering how people felt about that. You know, it's like one of those things where we should have, throughout human history, evidence of dinosaurs, because dinosaurs have supposedly been around way before mankind. So if that's true, civilizations throughout time should have been exposed to forms of the Jurassic ages. And we've only started talking about it in the last 100, 200 years.
Question is, are they even putting them back together right to begin with?
You know?
Well, let me interject really quick. Doc, are you too tired to go on, man? Because if you're really getting tired, we're going to go into this. Okay, I'm just making sure.
Tired. I mean,
okay.
Doc's a lightweight.
I can't do late nights.
You're never going to offend us.
I'm pretty much where, you know, I'm about as sure. The dinosaur thing shocks me about it shook me up thinking about it, as you know, pretty much at the same level as when you found out Michael Landon was Jewish that whole time. It was just like that same level. So I never heard that. I you know, everything I saw, I always assumed it was real, but maybe it's not. It's just like
bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love it.
I still love that
this whole dinosaur thing.
Every kid,
I loved it when I was growing up. I love this theory.
I think every kid goes through that. But then there's like some strange theories where they saw you know, dinosaurs on ancient cities and carvings of like live dinosaurs and stuff. So I don't know what to think anymore.
No.
Who the hell knows? It's a good point though.
Here's the weird thing about all those ancient carvings. They're just not. They don't stand up to testing though, is what I've heard. And like,
what's the point of thinking
ancient ruins with Stegosaurus. Well, this is the thing, Doc, and we always say this, but it's almost like it's part of a deception.
Why?
You know?
What do they? What does that teach me? Is it just is it one big conspiracy to sell toys to boys? I mean, like, you know, is it to get little boys to buy?
Well, here's my question,
toys?
right? When they started saying that the Earth was round, is that about the time that they started introducing the dinosaur thing? Could it have been more stuff to try to get us to believe that? I'm just asking. I'm not. You know me. All my viewers know me. I'm still brainwashed a little bit on this stuff, and I'll admit it. You know, I just want the evidence. But is the flat Earth when they started saying the Earth was round? Is that a little bit about the time when dinosaurs came up? Because that would make sense to me. It was trying to verify that theory a little bit. I don't know.
Well,
I think you are grasping straws on that, man. I don't know why. What's the point of faking all of this? I don't. Seriously, that type of effort, talking about hundreds of years ago to put that in motion for lizards. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's a deep study. You got to look at it because one person brought us the dinosaurs. And then it was these two competing guys that kind of fought in archaeology, or is it geology or whatever. They were trying to compete against each other, those fossils. And they just started spitting out fossils, spitting them out. And I think this is all in England in the 1800s. And they were competing, and they basically introduced the whole concept of dinosaurs.
Yeah, I knew that they got the fossils all wrong in the beginning, and none of them were right and all that. I get that, but I thought people like find big leg bones in their backyard and femurs and, you know, raptor claws, and is all that stuff you're saying all that's made up? They don't find that stuff in their yards?
I'm saying I don't know, but I'm saying the question is, if they have real fossils, why don't they put them on display? That's pretty much all I'm saying.
Oh, that's a good point. Well, I don't know. Because I know
they're claiming they're trying to preserve the life of them and all this other stuff. See, to have a fossil, you have to have, you know, the animals at the water hole, and a herd of wild animals come by, kill it, and then there's a volcano eruption. You know, I mean, there's so many factors that has to occur just to find a fossil. You know,
could this be?
And they found all the fossils within a 200-year time frame. You know, prior to that, they didn't find anything.
So
that's the crazy part.
I like to interject a reason why they would cover it up or create falsifications. So if I have a whole lot of stuff that I know is going to come out or has already come out that, say giants, let's use giants because I love this one. So we've got people finding giant skeletons, and I want to cover this up. So I'm going to put it in the bottom of the Smithsonian. And then I'm going to take the other stuff and I'm going to put it there too. That way I can say, yeah, it's for preservation purposes, and we only build replicas and put them out here, and I can hold secret everything else I have without it being questioned.
Yeah, the Smithsonian got in a lot of trouble for some case. If Unirock looks up something like 10,000 skeletons were destroyed of giants, and they had
That's
to.
what I was looking for.
Yeah, they admitted it in a court case when somebody sued them about where their giant went or something like that. I can't remember the details, but if you look up like 10,000 Smithsonian destroys 10,000 giant skeletons, you'll find it. I don't know. Of course,
Why would they do that, man?
covered that they don't want that stuff
Paradigm.
out. Yeah, they want to cover it up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop
I don't
out,
know.
guys, but I had a fun night.
All right.
Thank you. It's past. I'm gonna go turn to a pumpkin. It is midnight.
It's always a pleasure, Doc.
Yeah, start your shows earlier, and I'm better. All I got is nothing but jokes at this point.
We're working on that.
Thanks for the invite. Bye, guys.
All right.
Anytime,
Cool.
thanks,
Bye,
Doc.
bye, everybody.
Okay, let me go ahead and say it. Check out the Doc's channel. Rachel will drop a link for everybody. Make sure you sub and check out his stuff too.
That's right.
Cool.
Thank you, and bye, guys.
See you later, Doc. Okay, vegan. You got a few minutes? You don't? Are you busy too, or you got anything to do? Or okay,
I'm
cool.
good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm a night owl.
We are too. We do this till like 5 a.m. sometimes. So
I ain't that much of a night owl.
let me say this though about dinosaur bones, and this is the thing that, or not dinosaur bones, just dinosaurs in general. Like I've wrapped my head around evolution for a while because when people started, like my channel started saying, you know, evolution's not true. You need to look into this, and there is evidence for it. So I started looking into that a lot, and part of that is, you know, how did dinosaurs fit in evolution, and then how does it exist? How does it make sense at all? And I found a lot of weird stuff about these topics. And I don't have another person to kind of ask about it, especially, and I hate, some people always have a stigma about it, but I don't. I've been wanting to talk about flat Earth for a while. And
sure, let's talk.
What is good evidence for both of this stuff? You know, both of these things, what's good evidence? Because I want my viewers to get a round picture. And we talk about the globe all the time, so we might as well talk about the other side too, you know?
Sure.
Let's talk about flat Earth and make sure we get a round picture.
Exactly.
Well, I can give you my opinion, but my opinion is not the common thought. Why? Because I'm a flat earther.
I like that more than the common thought.
Yeah, because I'm a flat earther for a reason that most flat earthers don't really consider as much as I do. I am a flat earther because I experienced the earth flat. It's really that simple. No one on the planet, to include myself or anyone else, ever experienced curvature of the earth. So if you got in an airplane and let's say you flew 3,000–4,000 miles and you were up 35,000 feet in the air, you would never see something that's viewed as a curve. You know, so we don't experience the earth as a ball. We experience the earth as a flat surface. The common answer that I would get replied to that would be, well, you can't do that because the earth is so big in the scheme of things and you're so small on the earth. But the problem is they told us what the circumference of the earth actually is. The circumference is roughly 24,000 miles, right? So they claim that the ball is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. So in a 24-hour cycle, you would have completed one revolution, right? Not one spin. The problem with that is once you know the circumference of something, you should be able to measure curvature. And because you know the circumference, it's simple math. So if you get on an airplane and you travel X number of miles, at some point that curve should start dipping, or that the horizon should start dipping, where you see some form of curvature. All of us, I don't know about you, but I've driven 500 miles. I've driven 1,000 miles. If you've driven 1,000 miles, you have experienced 1/24th of the Earth. In any type of ball, you have to eventually, no matter what direction you drive in, experience some form of curvature. Now, what we do experience is terrain. You know, you can go high up in the mountains or you can go way down in a valley. But the problem is, no matter how far you travel, it will always level back out. It would never be a case of you going over a curve or having the ability to come up a curve. So we have no physical evidence through our own personal experience of ever experiencing curvature of the Earth. No matter how far we travel, no matter how far we drive, how far we fly, how far we sail in a boat, we don't experience curvature. And because we don't experience curvature, and I don't trust the government, nor do I trust theoretical science, I just default to my experiences, and that's the Earth is flat. Until more tangible, real information can prove so. That's the way I treat it.
That's great. That's a great way to explain it, so that the people that watch who are Glovers can understand it, you know, and that's excellent. And I'm gonna pull up like a couple little pieces of evidence that that really bother me. And then when I say bother me, I just mean that really, because when I say bother me, I'm looking at it because I'm still globular in my head. Is even if when I see good evidence, it'll still sit there like that. The thing about the air routes, you know, where the way that planes fly, and like some routes that they don't take, even though it would be a quicker journey or an easier journey
shorter
for a plane. Yeah, shorter distance.
Right.
Why is that happening? Like, I mean, it seems like just using air routes alone, the flat Earth starts making a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's, I look at that type of evidence as anecdotal, but I lay my foundation literally based on my experience. And when I say I'm speaking for all of us. I think we all experience, none of us experience curvature of the Earth. And because we don't experience it, we have to bank on someone telling us that it's a ball. See, if no one never told us it was a ball, we would automatically assume that it was flat. Why? Because we don't experience it. So it's one of those things where science comes in and they say, no, it's actually a ball. Not only are we spinning 1,000 miles per hour, we're traveling around the sun. The sun isn't traveling around us, even though it perceives to be traveling around us. But in reality, they're claiming we're traveling around it, and that the sun is also traveling through the Milky Way galaxy at unphenomenal, unmeasurable speeds through the whole void of space. So where there's conglomerate of bodies in space traveling at lightning speed, and that's their explanation. And I just think that's not grounded in reality. It's, number one, if you're on the ball, how could you possibly know this? And two, it's none of it's proven. It's all theoretical, but we believe it to be true. You know,
I'm starting to see that. I'm starting to see that much of the evidence for a globe Earth is, if you take NASA out of the equation, because NASA does such a horrible job at giving us any information, and they themselves have really failed the people so much that once I stopped looking at NASA and saying, these guys are telling the truth all the time, and I got my mind open and said, you know, I just got to leave NASA out of any evidence because they just do. There's so many better ways to present people pictures of space, pictures of the Earth, without using Photoshop and other types of things like that to manipulate evidence. And I don't like it when any source does that. So I take them out. And then once I did that, my mind opened up a lot because I have problems with the rays of the sun. And, you know, I know like pictures like these and stuff, you know, like the way as far away as the sun is, no matter how we see the sun, we shouldn't see a ray from it. We should see them all in one line if it is as far away as they're saying, which I know that's also anecdotal evidence, but it's one thing that really opened. It's like a Mandela effect example if in the flat Earth realm, because the example to the Mandela effect opens your mind up to the other possibilities. And I think that the rays of the sun is what started opening my eyes up too. It doesn't make any sense. And this is one that I lay down at night to go to sleep and think about this because it bothers me so much. Why aren't these rays in a line if this thing really is all these millions of miles away, you know? It's really, it really starts to shake me up.
And science will give you an explanation. So if you want to get an explanation for that, it will definitely provide you one, or it will ignore you. It will either ignore you or manufacture some type of answer that you can't authenticate. You know, the issue with me, how I got involved in this, is because I never believed in the moon landing. Right?
Yeah.
And when this flat Earth discussion surfaced, I looked at it, you know, I believed we lived on a ball, but I didn't trust NASA, to your point, and I didn't believe in the moon landings. But then I thought about it. I said, well, their concrete evidence, their solid concrete evidence is the fact that they went to the moon. If you don't believe they went to the moon, that by definition means that they don't have any real evidence to say that the Earth is round, other than theory. You know, but once they went to the moon, if you believe they went to the moon, all they got to do is look back at the Earth. You know, and then I started analyzing the interviews of the astronauts, and the astronauts stated, and anybody can look this up. They stated that when they're on the moon and looking back at the Earth, that the Earth looks small and insignificant. That's their exact words, small and insignificant. Now, the problem with that is the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon. 4 times larger. Now, imagine being on the Earth looking at the moon, but the moon is 4 times bigger than what we see now. It would be humongous. It would be impressive. It would be right there, and you wouldn't be able to deny it, right? Because it's 4 times bigger. Think of a full moon that we see in any given time, right? Now, times that by 4. That's what they should have saw or seen, right? But they claimed it was small and insignificant. To me, I don't believe we went to the moon. And because I don't believe we went to the moon, that makes me believe that they don't truly know what we live on. So therefore, I default to my experiences.
Exactly. That helped me also.
Yeah, I only experienced the Earth flat. So I just sort of ride with that until they come up with better information. Hey, Dana. What's up, love?
Yeah, I wanted to introduce Dana, too. Hey, thanks for dropping in, Dana.
Hey, Tarrin sent me an invite, so I thought I'd pop in. I like this conversation.
We appreciate it.
Hey, Dana, pleasure to have you.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Doing wonderful.
That was Darkwolf.
Good,
yeah,
good.
I'm Darkwolf. If you don't know, you have met a couple times in Discord and across the board. So
We have, absolutely. I recognize everybody's voices. And I also concur. We did not land on the moon. In my opinion and what I see, there's no way. No way that could have happened.
Well, with what Vegan just said, with the whole, looking back from the small moon and Earth looks small, like I've just been running that through my head since he said it, and it makes a really valid point. Even if it is a good distance away, as small as the moon is, we should have looked huge in comparison. So, Yeah, y'all are just blowing my mind tonight. The sun rays, the whole 9 yards. I'm just sitting listening.
I agree with
Wait.
Vegan. I believe and perceive my world to be flat. The world doesn't move. The land doesn't move. The sky moves. I can lay on a dock at a lake and see the sky moving and knowing I'm not moving. I just know it in my soul. And I think this is why it gets such a reaction from people. When you talk to people about flat earth, you get such an impact when you talk to them, but it's because their soul is telling them something that their education is contradicting. And it's amazing. Like, I cleared out the dining room table. They were gone. Nobody wanted to talk to me. Don't talk flat earth at the family dinner table. Not a good scene.
Yeah, and I'll say too, you know, me and Darkwolf have been through the last few weeks looking at some we look at evidence and we try not to tie it to any theory. We try to separate evidence from theory on our nightly show, and we try to make progress. And the way I feel is if we have evidence and we look at it, we draw a conclusion, then it'll kind of tell us whether a theory is good, not good, but true or not, or if it makes sense or not. So we've had a lot of, you know, different theories we've brought up. And flat earth, when we do bring up certain theories that, or certain evidences that go towards flat earth, that's the one theory so far that has had we've had the hardest time finding. Like I said, if we take NASA out of the equation, and that's one thing too, it's like once a lot of people see that NASA has some very, like, NASA should be going on, like if NASA was a celebrity, they would be going on a campaign right now to regain everybody's trust, because they have really deceived everyone.
They really have, and stole everybody's money.
Why not go back and, like, they could do a few things to completely gain our trust back. Why they don't do those things, I don't know. Why not take a continuous feed from, like, every side of a rocket, send it up, you know, and give us 100% evidence towards a lot of these different things, that all the, you know, answer the questions of the conspiracy theorists, you know, blow them out of the water. It wouldn't even cost much money for NASA to do it, because they're already doing things. They could modify some missions and do this. And that's what bothers me too.
You bring up a really good point, because there's people that can go out and buy these 360 cameras, and you can watch it on YouTube. You can literally spin the room around while you're watching the video, whether it be with your phone or with your finger on the phone, on the tablet, or whatever case may be. So why have we not seen a bunch of these smacked on the side of a rocket? They're pretty darn cheap, even if the common person can buy it, let's be honest. So why don't they slap these on a rocket, put them up in space, and we can literally have, like you said, a 360-degree view of the entire thing they're looking at along with them?
You never see cameras pointing up. There's never cameras on the tip of the rocket.
Right.
You never see
I would think everywhere.
Yeah, and I think that's the first place I would put mine. You know.
Yeah.
I would put it on the tip. You know.
I would put it on the tip too. I want to know what we're diving into.
Right. You know, you would think they would want to know that. Well, you could take this a little further. You guys are familiar with, well, you're ex-military, Uni, right? Were you Navy?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I was active Army.
Oh, okay. I was active Army also. Navy.
I was an Army cadet.
Nice.
I was an Army brat.
Submarines would go out and they would perform their maneuvers and train and do whatever, right? But every quarter, they got to come back. They got to, you know, come to the surface, and they got to go through weeks of maintenance checks. It's called preventative maintenance checks and services that they have to do on their equipment constantly, because they don't want anything significant to occur while they're doing maneuvers, right? For some reason, NASA has been able to create a piece of machinery that's the size of a football field, put it up in the sky, and it doesn't require any type of coming back to the Earth, getting service, getting maintenance, getting any type of upgrade, and then put back in the sky.
The X-37B.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I couldn't unmute.
So
there we
my-
go. It's called the X-37B.
Right.
He's bringing
What
up
is that?
a space plane they send up for years that goes up for like 2 years before it comes
Oh,
back
yeah.
down.
Yeah, exactly. So they have these pieces of equipment, man-made equipment made on the Earth that somehow can function in the void of space that doesn't require preventative maintenance checks and services. That just blows my mind. You know, whatever material that they're using, all they got to do is put that on our cars, put it on our boats, put it on our bikes. We will have indestructible vehicles on the surface of this planet if they have that technology. You know,
Especially because
just,
the vacuum puts a lot of pressure on something, way more pressure than
Absolutely.
here on Earth.
Absolutely, just like water puts pressure on the submarines while they're in deep depths, right? So the submarines have to constantly leave the water, or not leave the water, come to the surface just for maintenance. Why doesn't the ISS constantly require external maintenance? And then look at it this way. How many people on a submarine are dedicated to the functionality of that submarine? They have hundreds, if not thousands of people on these boats, on these ships and submarines. How many people are on the ISS? What is it, 4?
5 or 6 at a time. Yeah.
That piece of equipment, is the size of a football field. And they have 5 people maintaining it in outer space. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind when I think about.
Oh, go ahead, buddy.
I'm sorry. No, you good. Go ahead.
All I was going to add is actually in the first episode of this show where Darkwolf and I did this, we had so many ISS questions from viewers that was almost what the whole show was about. Because, I mean, we don't even see satellites in space, even reflecting a little bit of light when they are opposite of the sun and are directly in the sun's rays. You know, satellites over the horizon or over the ISS. That was just something that was brought up, but we had so many questions. It's one thing at least once a week we get so many, we have to talk about it because so many people are just like they're upset by it. And
who's navigating the ISS? Who's navigating the ISS? Does it have a steering wheel? I mean, who's steering this football field size piece of equipment? And why isn't it hitting other satellites? If it's so many satellites up there, right?
Well, you know, I like that because NASA, now you know they lie, has told us that they've had to remaneuver the ISS many times to miss space junk and satellites and things like that. Yet we do never see them.
Right, but how do they do that? How do they steer it?
We got high def feeds from the ISS that look so fake that nobody. Well, I mean, a lot of people believe them, but the majority of people are questioning the ISS. And I think that Flat Earth got a lot of backers when they looked at these cameras and they said, "Why in the world do these high def cameras operate from the bottom of the ISS, but every spacewalk they do and everything else they do is in like the worst possible resolution you could ever ask for?"
Yeah, and you can't see anything.
Right.
And can I ask another question too? How did they get the winning jerseys up to the ISS from the Super Bowl? All of a sudden, they're wearing the winners' jerseys. And what did they do? Bring up however many teams were in the Super Bowl and brought up jerseys for every one of them? Like I saw them doing an interview.
Yeah.
Well,
Can anybody
I wouldn't doubt it because they make both sets that way. Right after the Super Bowl, you always see the commercial for the winning team's jerseys. Well, they have to make both sets so they have to know which ad to run. So the other set, make sure
Well,
you
yeah,
check
but
those.
How they get
But
it
how
there?
did they get them
Yeah,
up there?
Well, when they made them
yeah,
beforehand,
I mean,
I'm sure they sent a bunch of them on like a SpaceX mission.
well, and then there's another huge piece of evidence that involves this the same thing you guys are talking about. There was this performance that was done where there was an entire choir on Earth and a guitarist playing an acoustic guitar up on the space station, and
Yeah,
they
I
sung
saw
a
that.
song together. Yeah, and everyone was so upset because they're like, "Look, there is a delay. We know about the delay. We all know it. If anyone's ever recorded music, it's so impossibly hard to time everything right, even when you're in the same room with people sometimes, it's like that was one thing that really shook us up on our live stream. How's this guy singing perfectly and didn't miss a single itty bitty
A beat?
time, one set of timing, nothing got off, everything was so perfect. And we're like, if you think about that, they're going to be singing down here and he's singing and playing up there at the exact same time. So they would have had to have him start like 0.76 seconds before the choir, and then he'd have to stay 0.76 seconds on the, he'd have to stay on time. It's so preposterous, and that's why they get so many people against the ISS, and people want to say like,
Wow.
yeah,
It's true. I saw that too, and the guy couldn't even really sing either. But I digress. It was
He tried.
not. He did. He tried. He could play the guitar.
I'm just
That one really shook me up too. Like that when I watched that, knowing the delay, knowing how everything works, even from what they tell us. If you want to buy everything they tell us and still knowing how it works, that's impossible even by their own standards.
Yeah. A lot of people just believe the science stuff blindly. Well, here's another
Most people.
test. Here's another test I want you guys to consider. Could we put 5 people on an aircraft carrier and control that aircraft carrier remotely?
I think so. Yes.
I wouldn't. Well, me having military experience with some of our other vehicles that I was in, I know how hard it is. I would think no, but that's just my opinion. But
Well, let's take it further. What if
it's
it
possible.
was a submarine? Is a submarine? That would be a question I would ask for a Navy person. Could you control an aircraft carrier or a submarine remotely where you don't have a crew on it?
Well,
And if we could,
I think
that
we can.
would be be
we took
crazy.
in and freed up a large amount of bandwidth quite a few years ago when they turned off the regular analog signals. They opened up a large amount of bandwidth to use for government purposes. So whatever the government's doing, they've got a large chunk to work with. So I think based on that little bit of knowledge and knowing how technology itself works and how much more advanced they usually are than us, I'd say that it's highly plausible that it could be done.
What are you getting at, Vegan?
Because that's what they're claiming that they're doing with the ISS. There's no pilots on the ISS.
That makes complete sense. How could there be? Especially for long periods of time. It just
Right.
It's a tin can.
So that means NASA is controlling and steering the ISS, which is the size of a football field. So
Or
if they
it
can
could
do
be a
that
balloon. It could be a balloon. I don't know.
If they can do that there, they should be able to do that with aircraft carriers and submarines. That would be the equivalent.
Well, they're doing it with the checkout counters at McDonald's. I mean, they're automating everything. So I don't know. Maybe I think it makes sense. Robotic, AI.
Well, aircraft carrier has 3,000 men on it. A submarine has, I think, close to 1,000 men on it. If they can control it, why not just keep a skeleton crew on it?
Mm.
The ISS has a skeleton crew on it. ISS has 5.
I'm gonna let you
What
guys
is it?
talk for a minute. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
The ISS has what, 6 people on it? Is it that many?
Between 3 countries, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 6 people, I believe. So
I
if they
watched-
have, imagine 6 people steering and controlling an aircraft carrier or a submarine. I don't think it's possible, to be completely honest.
No, it doesn't seem possible. Well, it doesn't seem likely at all. And I get energy and I feel energy. And when I look up at that light in the sky, I don't get energy up there other than mechanical and technical. And I think it's a balloon. I don't feel
Yeah.
like there's people up there. I don't resonate with the energy of people being there. And of course, that's just, I have no way of proving that other than my abilities. But that's how I felt since the first time I've seen it. And I've seen it for years.
Right.
Well, we've brought up a lot of evidence on this show, like space bubbles that shouldn't be there. Looks like they're in water, perhaps.
They are.
Over the years, seen a whole lot of evidence to prove that they very well could be doing everything from an underground pool somewhere as far as showing us the people on it. Yet the machine could still, well, it is still there. We see it passing over us all the time. So there's no question the machine is there. But I'm with you on that. I think it's very possible that what they're showing us could just be taped in an underground facility or a pool or something to fake the effect of space.
And I actually think that some of the astronauts might even believe they're in space. You know, when you're sitting at Walt Disney and you're going through like the Epcot Center and you're on all those rides and you feel like you're having the experience. For sure, you feel like you're having the experience. I think these people are put into a fake rocket and sent up, and even the astronauts, I wonder if they're not sort of coerced into believing that that's where they are. So,
well, if you are taken into, say, and I'm going to make some large assumptions here, so let's assume that, right. Well, let's assume that when they walk down this walkway, it's kind of like when we walk into a plane. This has always bothered me about walking into a plane. You never know when you actually got on the plane. You're just in a walkway, and suddenly you're in a zone with chairs.
Yeah, for sure.
You never really know when you got on the plane. So you could take these people into a sound stage, and they would not know any different. Create it and make it look like they're really experiencing this, and they would be none the wiser. They'd come back with the same stories as if they really experienced it, because to them, their perception, once again, coming full circle, they really did experience it. So to them, they'd be telling truths.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that way, because
That's a
people
very
can
good
tell
point.
when people are lying.
Right. That's a very good point. That's a very good point, because all you would have to do is do green screen on the windows.
Yep.
The small windows that you look out, and do a green screen that goes the length of the plane.
Yep.
Or whatever simulation you have, and you would feel like you're in an airplane.
Like you do when you go into like a dome, where you can go into a star dome or whatever they are. You feel like you're laying there looking at the sky. So I think it's easy.
Yeah.
I think it's really easy to fool them. But I watched a video, I don't know, a couple of months ago, and they were saying that maybe the ISS is floating in some big hangar somewhere, and that's exactly what's going on. The astronauts believe they're actually in space when this thing is just floating in a hangar on, whatever, Area 51 or whatever it is.
Then you wouldn't even need green screen, because if we've ever been to a planetarium, all you do is walk in the building and they can project the entire universe out on the round edge of this planetarium. So if you're in a hangar like that, you could literally create that planetarium inside, hang a fake ISS, put these people in that think they're going in the real thing, and create the experience for them. Makes sense.
Makes sense to me, and it would be easy to fool.
Yeah, I think one of the indicators to say that astronauts are complicit in the deception is because it's been detectable that they're standing in front of green screens. And if they're standing in front of green screens, that means they know exactly they know exactly what the hell they're doing. They're actors hired to do a job.
Right.
And
I've seen those too.
And the other problem is when you start talking about Buzz Aldrin and all those guys, they go on this talk circuit laying out exactly what they claim they did. And they supposedly exited the vehicle and all this other stuff, and it's all bullshit. It's all BS.
They didn't look too happy the day of their interview. They didn't look like they had just, you know, accomplished the biggest feat in history. That's for sure.
Well, you know, there are going to be people that argue this too. Well, we watched the ISS live feed and we watched the spacewalks. How can that be real? You're crazy. Now, hold on. Again, back to the 360 cameras. Let's jump over the 360 cameras and go with VR. Most of the time when we watch an ISS live feed, all we see is the hand of whoever's moving this camera or whatever the case may be. When I put on...
You got cut off? You can't hear him.
You go, vegan. What were you saying before when I cut you off? Sorry for that, by the way.
No, you're good. One issue about rockets, people think that they see it go up and leave the planet. We never see it leaving the planet. It actually curves off. And what NASA has explained to us is that it has to circle the planet X number of times, and then it's kind of slingshot into space. So no one actually ever sees it break into Earth's atmosphere, in outer space. You know, so anyone that says, I know rockets go into outer space they don't know what they're talking about. Even NASA says it has to go, it goes up and then it starts curving out, and then it's supposedly going around the ball.
Yeah.
But who's to say that when it curves out, it doesn't just come down somewhere else? You know,
it just goes in the ocean.
You know, or wherever. Yeah. So it's one of these things where it's so many questionable
I was
things.
muted.
There's so many things that's questionable that people are uncomfortable with just questioning it. You know, there's people that will argue with you, that will call you out your name, call you stupid and everything, just because you don't trust the authority. You know, and I think that's just an indicator of the brainwashing that's occurring. You know, they brainwashed us very young to believe that we're on a ball. And they provided very little evidence to substantiate that we are actually on a ball. And now that we're adults, it's like we ask a question and they just treat us like we're stupid.
I told my grade 5 teacher.
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick.
Go ahead, Uni. What was that, Bubba?
Oh, go ahead, Dana. No, I'll let Dana say that first.
I was just saying, I told my grade 5 teacher, Mr. Straw was his name. I told him that he was holding up the globe and showing it. And I said, we don't live on that. And he goes, yes, Dana, we do. And I said, no, we don't. And he was like, well, this is what the scientists tell. And he's trying to school me. He's trying to tell me that this is where he lived. And basically, he insulted me and told me that I was going to be his challenge for the year. Well, okay, that's what I'll be. But I knew it in grade 5. I was 10 years old. Yeah. I knew it then.
People in Australia are upside down.
Yeah, exactly. People are sitting there upside down in Australia.
Yeah, I wanted that too. What evidence could NASA give us though that would change our mind? What could they do? Like, what can they strive for? Let's say NASA issues this challenge out to my channel and says, hey, give me one thing we'll do that you want us to do that'll help you guys out with this puzzle. What would we tell them? You know, would we say, oh, the camera thing, attach cameras, launch it up, let us see? I mean, is there something else we can do to kind of, you know, challenge NASA to give us better evidence? What can they do better,
if they could give us one piece of proof to prove that they're telling the truth, what would it be?
An experiment that will show the actual curvature of the Earth.
Without using fisheye lenses.
Yeah, and the problem, the reason why I wouldn't say the cameras, if I only had one choice, is because the manipulation of video and those kind of things is stuff that they're doing now that looks so real that they can show me something and it will look real
And
doesn't
won't
mean
be.
it is real.
Exactly.
Right.
It
So
has to be something else.
I want to see an experiment that they conduct, and they share all the data, and an independent scientist comes behind them and can duplicate what they claim is evidence of curvature of the Earth. That would be what I would request.
Yeah, that is a good one. That's good, because it would be nice to have, and supposedly we're going to have it soon. They said something, they were going to pay someone $1 million if they could get something about getting to the moon or figure out, I don't know what the challenge was. NASA paid someone out $1 million to come up with something that they were going to send to the moon recently. And it would be nice, you know, if we could, you'd think we'd be able to get to the moon very easy now. Like it would be simple, because they did it in '69 with technology that is completely different. And we do have a space station now that's supposedly in space all the time. Why isn't this easier for them to go up to the moon?
They can't go until 2030.
This had more technology. I have more technology in my hand than they had in 1969.
It's true.
More technology.
Oh, for sure.
You know, so I should be able to use my cell phone to travel to the moon. Nah.
Have you guys seen this astronaut, this girl?
Yeah.
Going to Mars?
There's an app for
It
that.
may not have been her. There was a girl. There was a girl that they had on the ISS camera. There she is. So she literally admits, she's standing there talking and admits that we have never been to the moon. Now, a lot of people came out and said, well, she misspoke. You know, she was nervous. She was on camera. But she says, yeah, we're eventually going to have it to where the ISS can go to the moon and back. And that'll be like some great thing. And she said, but she made a statement, it'll be the first time that we leave low Earth orbit. It'll be the first time human beings leave low Earth orbit. And she says this, like literally straight out says it.
And she's not the first.
And it doesn't sound like she misspoke.
No, there was a guy, a young man said that as well. Said we have to go out and then we have to come back, and apparently we can't do it until 2030.
Yeah, got to get past the Van Allen radiation belts. I mean,
Which I think is water.
They have told us. Yeah, they've told us several times, you know, indirectly in their presentations that we have not been to the moon. And people that believe in NASA refuse to understand that fact. I mean, I think we might have did it as a means to fight a Cold War, possibly, or whatever. But the reality of it is, they don't have any evidence. They claim they lost the tapes, the transmissions to the biggest feat of mankind, going to the moon. Yeah. You know what I mean? They don't have those. They don't have those tapes. How could you lose? Those are probably the most valuable pieces of information in the history of mankind, and they lost them. And they had six missions.
Yeah.
They had 6 missions, or was it 7? They had 6 missions, I believe.
It was.
And every tape is missing.
Once the last mission's contested, but yeah. Yeah, and that's crazy too. But the thing is, like, yeah, they'd be so valuable now. They could auction for, who knows, $100 million. Who knows how much they'd auction for? This is like the only time ever in history of man, supposedly.
And their
excuse
we lost. Their excuse is they lost the tapes. Come on, man, that's crazy. Yeah. Anybody that believes that is crazy.
Lost them.
Well, I love Stanley
got stolen, though.
I love Stanley Kubrick because he's telling you all the time what's going on. He's in his movies. He is absolutely giving you what it is. And if you have the eyes to see it, you can see it.
Well, there's a confession interview that he gave, if I'm not mistaken.
There is, and his wife and his publisher.
I think they said that was a hoax,
yeah,
right?
He did
the
that.
Guy who said.
Yeah, then they tried to say it was a hoax, and they had the footage of behind the scenes where it's the same man that looks like Kubrick, and he's getting yelled at by the director, and he's saying, look, you got to do this, you got to say it this way, you got to be believable. And so they made it sound like that by him saying this whole thing was a hoax. So that evidence goes either way, though, because people came back and said, well, yeah, of course they'd act like it's a hoax now. They'd do anything they could to make it look like Kubrick didn't admit that before he died.
Of course.
I've got a video called Space Bubbles. I know that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
But
No, I
that's a
actually
big
just
part of
brought
this
that up.
conspiracy, you know.
I just brought that up while you were away upstairs taking care of some business. We were talking about space bubbles and the water idea and the pool, and actually we touched on all that once. So yeah, let's go on back into that.
Well, I mean, I don't want to head there. I was just going to bring up one part of Space Bubbles. It's right here. It was this video. So this is one of the tapes that they say was stolen and given out. And this is the thing that also opened my mind to all of this. So this is the view from the window of Apollo, and NASA says it is. Well, so they're looking down here, and at first I didn't see anything wrong with it. And then really quickly I started to see what people were trying to say. Let me zoom in here. So this evidence is, at first you see them filming this, and then as it backs up, they actually pull the camera away, and they're holding this like little cardboard piece on the window to make it look like the Earth is smaller than it should be. And if you look at the cloud cover right here, you can tell that's just a very small piece of the Earth. It looks like a very small circle of the Earth. Like it looks like the Earth should be like this big, and they're only looking at this. But they're trying to say they're like so many miles away from Earth at this time. And then you, I think I've got the end of it on here, I believe. But oh, here it is. So then they pull out, and then you can see the internal lights of the
Bring it down just a
inside
little
of
bit,
the
Bubba.
lander, or in.
We can't see the.
Oh,
there
yeah,
we
my
go.
fault. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, you can see the internal lights because they brought the camera back, and then you can actually see the astronauts, and you can tell that they were faking the size of the Earth to make it look like they were either further away from the Earth or to give it a circular appearance. And I released this evidence. Not that I was a complete glober at this time. I never even considered flat Earth when I released this, just because I thought, wow, I found some cool evidence. But then I got labeled a flat earther for a long time because of this video. I don't mind it. But the thing I'm saying is, though, yeah, one of those tapes seems to have gotten in someone else's hands, and it's obviously the same astronauts. You know,
Right.
This evidence alone was released on network television. It should have changed some people's minds. It just seems like a lot of people are still stuck thinking one certain way now.
Hang on for a second. Hang on for a second. Go back to that picture. What you were just showing right there. Well, I think right there, the small one, the small version.
Right here.
Have we ever on the face of our planet looked up in the sky and seen the moon that small?
No, not in the. No, you're right.
Can anybody think of a time you've looked up into the sky and seen the moon that small in the sky with a view like that?
I've seen it much bigger, like on close moons. Never seen it that small though. No.
Now think about it.
That would be like half the size, at least.
Now think of it for a second. Just wrap your mind around what I'm about to say. The moon is 4 times smaller than the Earth, right? So that image that you see right there should be 4 times bigger than how we see our moon. So look up, imagine looking at a full moon in the sky.
Point.
Right. Look at, think about a full moon that you see in the sky from Earth, right? Now draw an image in your mind of that 4 times bigger. These guys are en route. These guys are en route to the moon, right? If they're en route to the moon,
That's what they say.
when they look back at the Earth, it should be 4 times bigger than how we see our moon. They should never see the Earth looking small in the sky.
Right. It should be really, really bright in the whole 9 yards.
I mean, yeah. If I draw the moon this small and I draw the Earth about 4 times bigger, what I think would be about 4 times bigger, that looks about right to me. So if we're right here, if the spaceship is, let me change the color real quick to green. So look, let's say this is the ship going to the moon. The Earth would look massive right here. And even once you got to here, though, the Earth would still look much bigger than you'd ever think that they've been showing it, mostly because the Earth always has to be 4 times bigger than the moon. It would only be 4 times bigger at this point, though. I mean, right here it would be like 8 times or 10 times bigger. Right here it would be like 500 times bigger the closer you get to the Earth. So that really is a good piece of evidence, and I've never thought about that.
Yeah. So no matter if you go to the moon and you look back at the Earth should be overwhelming in your sight. It should be overwhelming because our full moon is overwhelming sometimes. If you've ever been driving, you looked up at the moon, it's like right there, right?
Yeah.
You got to visualize that time you seen the moon 4 times bigger. That's what they should have saw if they were on the moon looking back at the Earth.
It should have looked
none of their
gargantuan.
pictures. Exactly.
Too small.
It should be like something they've never seen before, because we've never seen anything bigger than the moon in the sky, right? Other than the sun, possibly, right? So now you times it by 4. That's their vision of sight from the moon looking back at the Earth.
And that's not the picture they took.
Yeah, exactly. They took a picture that looked like the moon as if we were on the Earth.
Yeah.
So they forgot to make that.
You're right.
They forgot to make that. They forgot to make that 4 times bigger.
Well, I think NASA laughs at us anyway. I think they sit in their little computers making their composite drawings, and they're giggling and laughing in our faces. So, and taking all our money.
Well, think of how huge the sun looks in our sky. If that was 4 times bigger, just try to imagine that. A sun that takes up a quarter of the entire sky.
Right.
It's the same concept. Or if you look up and there's a huge planet coming in, it would be gargantuan compared to the moon. So vice versa. If we're looking from the moon to the Earth, it would be like an ant looking at a house, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And also from the Earth looking up into the night sky, we can see constellations, we can see stars, we can see all of that. But for some reason, when you're on the moon looking back at the Earth, you don't see any stars. They never show stars in none of the moon missions.
There's been information come out to prove that those pictures were actually photoshopped for the public's best interest, so that they didn't get confused and could see the Earth much better in the picture.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I typed in what the Earth should really look like from the moon. Let me see here. Yeah, this would be that would look a little more natural to me. That almost seems like what the moon normally looks like, about that size.
Yeah. Yeah. It all depends on your perspective, but you never see it as a tiny dot. You can see the vastness of our moon, when we look back at it in a clear night sky. You just got to times it by 4, and it'll be something that you've never seen before, because we've never seen something that close so big. Right? So if you're standing on the moon looking back at the Earth, it's gonna just draw your eyes to it, because you've never seen anything in the sky so big, so close. They're claiming that the Earth looks small from the moon, and that's impossible. That's highly impossible. And as far as stars are concerned, now they say there's trillions of stars in the universe. So that means no matter where you turn your head, towards the Earth or away from the Earth, you should have seen nothing but little white lights throughout the entire night sky. Everywhere they went, everywhere they flown, they should have seen light. Because the reason we only see a limited amount, they claim, is because we have an atmosphere. There's no atmosphere on the moon. So since there's no atmosphere on the moon, there is nothing restricting your line of sight out into the void of space. So they should have seen stars everywhere, if there's trillions of stars. You know,
That's a really good point too.
I agree with that. And I know we've got excuses from NASA for some of this stuff. It just really feels like they don't give us enough, honestly. I mean, some of their excuses are just so mundane. It doesn't even really make sense. They really want us to take it on faith, but science should never take anything on faith, according to them and any other scientist.
Well, this is what I wanted to get in with you with you earlier, and I kind of tabled it and said whenever we can talk about it, we can talk about it. But Pythagoras was, he's literally the person that brought us the idea that everything is number. And you're talking about 2,500 years ago, right? About 500 years before Christ, Pythagoras brought this concept of mathematics to the Western world. And he literally created a cult following, and he was a mathematician, he was a philosopher, and he was a religious cult leader as well. And what he taught was everything was numbers. Everything was numbers, right? The whole concept, when you hear science say math is the language of God, that comes from Pythagoras. When you hear science talking about, when you drill down on the atom and all you see is ones and zeros, that's all Pythagoras. The Masonic order is extremely into the teachings of Pythagoras. Now, who took Pythagoras' ideas and brought them even further? Plato, Aristotle. It can go down to Kepler, Copernicus, Galileo. All of them were followers of Pythagoras. Well, not followers, but they believed in his teachings of math, right? So these influential men got their ideas from Pythagoras, and it's carried out through the Masonic order today, all the way down, creating what we know to be modern day science. Is a religion. Science is a religion that is passing itself off as being something other than religion, you know, that it's fact-based, when in reality, much of it is religious-based. See, to believe that everything is number is a religious concept. It's not a tangible, fact-based concept. You know, and I give people examples of this, and I don't think a lot of people know what I'm saying here from that perspective. I use like example, 9 times 1 is 9, right? 9 times 2 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. 9 times 3 is 27. 2 plus 7 is 9. 9 times 4 is 36. 3 plus 6 is 9. 9 times 5 is 45. 4 plus 5 is 9. You can do that to infinity. You can go 9 times a billion, trillion, million, whatever number you want. If you break it down to a single digit, it will equal 9. The word 9 is not, the number 9 is a construct of math that was created to be able to be multiplied and then added back into itself. They say the number 9 represents God. And that comes from...
Yeah, dude, I got to say, I got to add something to you.
Yeah.
Let me just put this in. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but dude, my presentation earlier, The end of it, I was going to read this from the book of the pyramids, and there was this whole thing on the word Ennead. So I went in and I wanted to tell people what that meant. And the word Ennead is, let me read this real quick and I'll let you keep going. The Ennead or Great Ennead was a group of 9 deities or 9 gods. Yeah. 9 gods in Egyptian mythology worshipped at Heliopolis. And this thing about the 9 is been investigated in the last couple months to say that it really is a root number to either gods or God itself. And it's been like really out there right now. I just wanted to put that into the discussion.
Absolutely.
I thought it was really
Absolutely.
synchronistic.
And Pythagoras studied 22 years in Egypt. So you just connected a serious dot right there. So now think about the impact here. This Greek goes to Egypt, stays 22 years to study, gathers as much knowledge as he got, come back to Greece, and then he starts a religious order based on math. And all of our greats were all Pythagoreans. They all loved the ideal of Pythagoras. And it all materialized into what we now know as modern day science. It's a connection from one to one to one to one to one. Science is a religion.
Very fascinating.
Science is a religion. I call it the cult of Pythagoras. That's what it is. And when I say science, I'm talking about theoretical science.
Even Tesla talked about the 369 connection.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's interesting too. There's a pattern where if you do that same construct of 9, you'll constantly get 366. I mean 369, 369, 369. Right? So 3, 6, and 9 are creations of, and I think it has to do with Pythagoras.
6 and 3.
He introduced. Yeah, just some stuff that I wanted to put out there. See, I really see science as a legitimate religion. And there's nothing wrong with being a religion. It's just that they're passing themselves off as
this is it.
Fact.
This is word.
Fact-based. They're reality-based, you know?
Yeah.
And I'll shut up. I just wanted to share that.
That's fascinating.
No, man,
really,
that was
is.
good, dude. Like, I'm seriously like, my brain is just racing right now with just.
You just give me a whole new research topic.
Well, it's like they give it to you, and they'll give you the truth. They'll, if you want to look for it and you want to dig for it, you'll find it eventually.
Right.
Takes a lot of dedication, though.
Yeah, it's like if you try what I just said with 3, for example, you go 3 times 1 is 3, 3 times 2 is 6, 3 times 3 is 9. Now, what were those first 3? 3 times 1 is 3, 3 times 2 is 6, 3 times 3 is 9.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You go 3 times 4, you get 12. 1 and 2 is 3.
3.
3 times 5 is 15. 1 and 5 is 6. 3 times 6 is 18. 1 and 8 is 9. It goes 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9 to infinity. No matter what number you multiply with 3, it will come out either as a 3, 6, or a 9. Now, if you do the same thing with 6, 6 times 1 is 6. 6 times 2 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 6 times
3 is 18.
3, 18, and 1 and 8 is 9. And it just keeps going on and on and on and on.
9, 6, 9, 6, 9, 6, 9, 6, 9. It sure does.
The strange thing too is in geometry, if you apply this concept into geometry, you get this and I've been studying this for the last like 9 days. I didn't even mean to say that. I swear to God, I promise. I was going to say 10, but it wasn't true. But I've been studying this for the last like week and a half, basically. What's sacred geometry, but it all goes back to the Pythagorean theorem, the 3, 6, and 9, and then plugging that into a fractal. You can actually generate there's something you can generate in a fractal with this algorithm that will supposedly it makes the fractal of that they're using in string theory and in the underlying digits or underlying equations and numbers to describe reality. That whole thing we started on there's a bunch of theories about that too.
Yeah.
And you can create almost any geometric shape with these 3 numbers.
Yeah. So he did a lot for mathematics. Actually, Western world mathematics is based on Pythagoras. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's other mathematicians in the equation, but they're all building off of Pythagoras.
Right. It's one of the most solid functions in the math sets.
Yep.
What are you wearing on your head, Darkwolf?
That is my patented tinfoil hat.
We're going to be selling them in our store soon. Our Unirock store.
I wear it every show.
Yep.
You ought to catch them. I actually do different designs. Sometimes it'll be a spike. Sometimes it'll be a circle. Sometimes it'll be just something random. I do requests all the time. Like I tried to do some like a Hermes one the other day. It didn't work out as well as I wanted it to.
Fell
But
apart.
he got the point across.
But he started wearing it because I would try to use this mind control on him on every show, and he got sick of it. He needed the protection against my mind control.
Because it was working? The mind control was working?
Exactly. We needed another perspective, so I had to put the hat on and get a different perspective.
We're crazy around here.
Well, I've been sitting here looking at you for the last 2 hours going, what is on his head? I couldn't see it. I didn't mean to change the subject. Holy squirrel. Talk about ADD.
Oh, it's quite okay. Not many people actually point it out, so not on the show. So they talk about it all the time in chat. I get all kind of comments about it, but nobody actually really points it out on the show. So yeah, I love it. It's great.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that is cool. I was wondering what was on his head also.
See?
Well, the thing is,
I'm brave enough to ask.
I sit here and I put out, generally speaking, a whole lot of facts. Like we'll bring up a topic and I'll just layer the facts in one after the other. And you can always verify my information. So it's funny the tinfoil hat guy is the one telling all the truths,
That's cool.
I feel like I'm
Vegan.
missing something.
What is that? What's that number where you can like add numbers and find special numbers? What is that called?
Numerology.
No.
Gematria.
That's it.
Gematria.
Yes.
I would like somebody, real quick that you brought that up. If somebody would love to go to my channel and look at the hidden messages idea for the Mandela effect and would like to run that through Gematria, I would really, really love to see what somebody comes up with just out of curiosity.
Well,
yeah, that'd be very cool.
They have a Gematria calculator online where you go to a website and just type in words and it'll tell you what the codes are.
Really?
Yeah, just type in Gematria calendar. I mean, not calendar, calculator.
Oh, wait, here we go. I spelled it wrong.
I'm writing that down for later use.
There it is. Comes right up.
Yep. So type in Mandela effect and see what the
what number is.
It'll probably be 333.
Right.
Or 666.
Let's at the next one. Yep.
Now they got different versions of but you can go down and
there's the Hebrew, there's a Greek, there's different ones that use the geometric style.
Now
226.
You can scroll down and see what other oh whoa, look at that first one. Planet is 226.
226.
It's the
Isn't
same.
that an important number?
That's the one that came up. 226.
226. Isn't that NASA? 226, room 226. No, what is that? There's something special about that number.
I don't know. Mandela effect. Got milk. El Paso. Orchard. Periodite.
It's a mineral, I believe.
Type in Mandela, just Mandela.
All right. I want to see what a
I
periodite.
wonder what it. Oh, what
An
that said.
iodide contain- Oh, so periodite is a type of iodine. That's right. I wondered where we saw that. Okay, Mandela. I am God is the first word that comes up. No joke. This
no
isn't a
way.
lie. Mandela in Jewish gematria is 101. Word, the first one that comes up. I am God.
Haha.
Wow.
That's
And,
crazy.
It's 300. Mandela in English gematria equals 300. And then simple is 50, but we can go down and see what that comes out as first too.
That's
right
nuts.
here.
300.
I am
You
God.
got your 3 connection.
So the first
Yep.
word that comes up in the Hebrew gematria is America. I am God. And then the second word is Donald. Are you kidding me?
No way.
He's Apostle.
The rules by simple geometria is America,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lion.
Lion. Oh, wow.
lion, bush,
Tell me wolf's
snake,
in there too. Nope.
Henry, joy, owl, circle,
Snake. Circle.
Fatima. That's insane. Cocaine and
Oh,
Fatima.
wow.
Fatima was that sighting of Jesus in the mass sighting.
I thought his mother Mary, where she spoke to the 3 children and told them 3 secrets.
Yeah, that was it was
But
a
the
thing that
Fatima is
happened in
when
the sky. Salem
Hey.
is one too.
Hey, type
that's
in.
crazy.
Type in name is.
Type in effect. And what you can do is you can put the 2 together to see if it's a message.
Let me see what here.
Holy
Daniel, Fox, me, bike,
Enoch,
Miami,
Elijah.
Enoch. Oh my God, man.
What's
God.
this one for?
Hold up, you got gods also.
Is this effect?
Yeah.
God.
Yoda, Iraq,
Gods.
Cadillac,
Uni, just put
Anger.
in effect. Just do effect,
Lot.
not
That's what this
Mandela
is.
effect.
Yeah.
What
This is effect.
Oh,
This
okay.
is effect. Yeah. And well, so the first. Okay, so in the Jewish gematria, when we put in effect Mary, Aramaic, Andre, Elias. What in the hell? 1,400. 144,000 sealed. I don't even know what that means.
That's
Why would
from
that
the
even?
Bible. The 144,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
Why would
sound
that
familiar.
come up? If it's saying, wait, if this is comparing other words that also equaled the same calculation as this, why would that come up under this?
Hold
Nemo.
up for a second. The first word was I am God, and the second word is 144,000 seal.
Yeah. I am God, 144,000 sealed.
Wow.
What?
That's too much, man.
What does this mean?
What about Omen?
Impeached.
You got Omen. Go up.
Omen.
Go up to O. You got Omen.
Omen.
You got Damien.
Damien, yeah. Oh, shit. What did I do? Oh, it's okay. It's still here.
Oh, it's Katie. Nemo.
Flash, sealed, eat cake, femdom, inf, ifany, FNF, as Eli, glacier. This is too much, man.
Yeah.
Antarctica? Oh, no, America.
Antarctica? Oh, I was about to say, I've been
No.
doing a lot on Antarctica lately.
Yeah, I find that fascinating too.
It comes up with I am legend spelled wrong. I am LEGDEND. I am legend.
Well, a weird request after this. We could type in name is, and there's a reason behind it.
All right. Let me look at the
It's
rest.
pretty
real
interesting
fast.
we've come across this. I think we should look into this a little bit more.
Yeah,
Alaska.
There's a few people online that's really into gematria. That they look at different conspiracies and they plug in the information to see what the numeric values of the news, like news reports and stuff like that.
Nero, Pope, Raphael, Dollar, Germanic.
No.
Oh, wow.
Here's one that'll blow your mind. Type in police.
Okay, so the reason I brought name is up, when I did my video, and I took all the words that were Mandela affected or that have been reported as Mandela affected, and the letter changes, and I lined up the old letters and the new letters, and I expected garbled data. But what I got out of the new letters was name is, like directly in a line. It was funny because I didn't even do it in a way to mean anything. I just listed them out randomly to me.
Whoa.
So I was wondering what it would come up with geometric. That's why I was asked to type that in. But you said police?
Yeah, police results by simple gematria: orange, 4, holy, diamond, believe, aliens, order, teacher.
And the number is
Magnet.
360. The number is 360 in English.
Oh,
And the 144 sealed is there again.
Yeah, 360.
Fatima's there.
What is?
Police and simple equals 60. 147. and
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I always thought it was 187 on a motherfucking cop. My fault.
You know what? It's what I don't see what.
What? FBI files? Shill. The word shill. Freddie Mac.
147.
Why did you stop being a cop, vegan?
Once I got into it, after about 3-4 years, I got a distaste for it. I prepared to be a cop all my life. I mean, I wanted to be a cop since I was a little boy. And when I went to college first, and after I graduated and got the job, it was the worst job I ever had. You know, in my opinion, police work is over glamorized on TV. You know, you think you're helping people and you're solving crimes and all that good stuff, but that's not. 85% of the job is writing tickets and raising money for your county. You know, so issuing out citations and all that stuff.
Was
And
there
I
any
was the kind of person. Yeah, that's basically what they do.
Tax collectors.
And then responding to domestic disputes, and that's pretty much all you really do as a cop. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a 5-10% kind of excitement aspect of it, but it wasn't what I thought it was.
Was it your experience? Was it your experience being on the inside and being a police officer that you found a whole lot of corruption and dirtiness in your departments?
We suspected it. I expected a lot of stuff, but I really never really got in those circles, because even within a police department, there's cliques.
Right.
You have people that stick together no matter what, and then you have people that are not inside the clique, and I was one of them. I was a cop in the early 90s during the Rodney King beatings. I was a cop during that time.
Gotcha. Dangerous time to be a cop.
Yeah, and I just never fit into the department I was with. So what I did was I got out of police work and became a cop in the Army. So I started off in military police. Well, I started off as infantry, and then I went to military police and I went to CID. So
Criminal Investigative Division, right?
yeah.
Gotcha. So you were a detective in the end then?
Yep.
Gotcha. Any large cases or anything, or just mainly misdemeanor, small stuff, or?
You're talking about on the street or when I was in the Army?
Well, detective work.
The detective work in the Army, a lot of big cases. My war was Bosnia.
Gotcha.
So I was a part of that investigative team when we were interviewing the mass graves for Milosevic, and they killed all the Croats, and
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I did a lot of stuff stateside too. I was stationed at Fort Hood for a little while, and I was also stationed in Germany. So yeah, I had some significant cases, a lot of rape cases, a couple murders, and a lot of drug stuff too. So
I'd like to work on cold case files. I think that would be really, really interesting, but I don't know if I would be able to handle the after effects or the ripple effects. I mean, dealing with murder cases or kidnap
yeah,
cases and stuff. What are the after effects of that? But I think it would be, interesting.
right. Yeah, and there's some departments out there that would use people with your skills to help solve, especially when they run into a brick wall and they don't know what direction to go. They will
Yeah,
bring in some people like.
Yeah, I've helped on a few cases, but yeah, there was a young lady who went missing around here. She went missing and then she was found in her car murdered. So I was involved in that too. They did find them. So you help how you help. I don't think I can necessarily solve a case, but I can definitely help.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And that's how it usually works. See, a lot of people get caught up with what they see on TV. They think you bring in someone with your skills and it just solves the crime. It doesn't work that way. It's usually an advisory kind of thing, a consulting kind of thing.
it's consulting,
And
that's exactly what it is.
yeah, I've seen it done before. You know,
Is this more of a common practice than what's given credit for in the police departments?
I think unofficially, maybe. It's all about what the detective believes. If the detective believes that they can get some value from talking to someone with special skills, he will talk to him because his objective is to solve the case. Now, the problem is your police chief or your boss, if they feel that it's all mumbo jumbo, that they would discourage you from, going in that direction. So I've known people that would talk to people with abilities and
Keep it under the radar.
keep it under the radar because the department looks down on it.
Well, let me
Yeah.
ask you this. Is it upholdable in court by any standards to put that piece of evidence in on how you gain this information to find this person?
Well, it depends on how you have obtained it. Let's say she points out a suspect, right, and says it's that guy right there.
Right.
I can't just barge in there and arrest the guy.
Right.
It's one of these things. She pointed us to this guy. Now we got to watch him, and we got to wait for him to slip up. We gotta justify our search warrant. It's still a big process you got to go through. On TV, it's kind of like they point at him and they just go arrest him. It don't work like that. It's you got to have some real concrete evidence. Now, if it comes out in the case that they want to know who your informant is, we will resist that, because we don't always have to disclose our informants. But if it comes out to that, yeah, we would use that. We would say, hey, we had some support there, but it could hurt the case. So we
That's
don't
what
always.
I was asking, basically. Is it accepted by the court usually when you do put that evidence in there, or does it really hurt the case more?
I think it all depends on the reader. I think it depends on the reader. If the reader comes in with credibility and proof and long-lasting, concrete evidence in who they are as a reader, then I think it all depends on whether or not the jury falls for it or not.
But most lawyers don't only want to go there. They just they want to use what they view as traditional means to prove the guilt of
Concrete, black and white. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of times, us, the detectives, we won't even go there. We'll use that information and then start developing our case around that information.
Gotcha.
So it never really gets to how we got it.
Gotcha.
We didn't cheat. It's kind of like it's our cheat code.
I like that.
The people with that great intuition, it's hard to justify their contribution a lot of times.
You know, I think a lot of times when I talk to cops, I actually try to show them how to remote view themselves, like how to actually do the remote viewing on their own, and train them on how to do it and how to follow their own instincts. Because if you're a cop, then you're naturally intuitive, or you wouldn't be a cop. So they just don't necessarily, well, they do, but they don't really understand the power of their abilities. So I always think it's good to show them how to do it, because that's all the psychic is doing remote viewing when they're looking into a case. So, so teach everybody how to do it. I can teach people how to remote view in 2 hours.
Yeah, we're not even allowed to use the word psychic in many cases. We'll say, you know, a person who helped us see clarity in the case, you know, a consultant, you know, we use those types of words. It's mainly because it gives the defense a
hole.
Yeah, to manipulate, to steer the conversation. Oh, the police need psychics to catch this guy. You know, they don't have real evidence and this and that. And you try to stay away from that.
But did you ever use one?
That was my next question.
No, I never used one, but I was aware of a couple colleagues that did, you know, at the time.
And gotcha. Did you not use one because you maybe weren't a believer, or did you just not have means or a necessity to use one?
I was old school. It was all about the facts with me, and you know what people thought. I really didn't see value in it back then.
Their conjecture.
It was more so. Yeah, it was more so. Yeah, to a degree.
So
I think it's
So if I may ask real quick, what changed your mind?
Changed my mind about.
Well, she said, well, now do you believe in it? You said, well, yeah, now I do. Well, what changed your mind as opposed to the whole psychic thing, I guess it would be?
Well, I believe there's a lot of gifted people in the world, you know, and those gifts comes in many forms. You know, LeBron James can dunk a ball like no one I've ever can imagine doing it. Where does that skill come from? And we don't know. It just exists. I've witnessed a few people personally outside of my profession that showed phenomenal skills. And I believe if you can be skilled in dunking a basketball, you can be skilled in other ways, you know. And I think that's a skill that exists. You know?
Very well put. Very well put. I agree. I think we're all given different gifts, and some are a little more extreme than others, and some are still being yet proven more so than others. Real quick, I want to touch on this remote viewing with Dana real quick. How long have you, I know you've been a psychic all your life, how long have you actually been doing the remote viewing and the teaching and training for that?
Well, actually, I didn't even realize I was doing remote viewing years ago when I was doing them professionally. I would just be able to bounce in people's houses, and I'd walk around and I'd describe things, and it was just, I didn't understand at the time that I was doing remote viewing up until probably about 6 or 7 years ago. And then I don't know how I even came upon it, but then I realized, oh, that's what I do. And so then I just kind of learned really the particulars of it and the structure of it. And then I don't necessarily do that structure while I'm doing readings, but to show people how to do it, it's better to do it in sort of a structured sort of manner so they can get familiar with it. And, you know, I've been doing that now for about 5 years or so. I teach a development course where people can just tap into their abilities a little bit more, and remote viewing is just one of the nights. We have a lot of fun with it. It's pretty interesting, and it's really exciting when people get it, you know, because it's always a blind target. That's the key. You always want a blind target. And then when they all of a sudden get it, and they're like, really, did I get that? And they're pretty excited by it. And so, yeah, so 7 years. 7 years I've been showing people how to do it.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate that. Uni, you done eating over there? Are you back into the game? Oh no, looks like he has
He's
stepped away
gone.
for a moment.
Went
Oh,
to go get more food.
well, let me ask you. Let's jump little topics a little bit. We were talking about space and a whole lot of stuff earlier. What is your view, vegan first, on UFOs or the idea that we could have been visited by UFOs in the entire human history?
I'm that guy that says, "Show me the money. Show me the money." You know, I'm skeptical by nature on everything because we've been lied to by so much by our government that I don't. Let me give you an example. I grew up with a favorite cousin, you know, and me and my cousin, we were like brothers, right? I loved him to death, but every word that came out of his mouth was a lie. Every single word, you know. For some reason, he had this pretense. He had this. What's the word I'm looking for?
Pathological liar.
Compensity to lie. Yeah, he was a pathological liar, right? And it used to really frustrate me. And it got to a point where I didn't believe one word that ever came out of his mouth unless there was evidence. That's the way I see my government. I love my government to death, just like I do my cousin, right? I did my cousin when we were younger.
Right.
I don't believe one damn word that comes out of his mouth because it's a perpetual liar. And because it's a perpetual liar, I check and verify everything before I embrace the information. That's my relationship. So when it comes to UFOs and different stuff like that, I look at the evidence and
Have you ever
I
seen
can
an
see.
UFO with your own?
Actually, I
identify?
have.
Yeah.
Actually, I have. I've seen something that I was unable to explain what it was, and I left it at that. You know, but when you start talking about aliens and things like that, I don't know. You know, I just err on the I'm comfortable with saying I don't know something,
Right.
you know.
Well, that's
And
understandable, and that's a wonderful way to be. To admit you don't know something is to have true wisdom.
right. Absolutely.
So, if I may ask Dana, what is your thoughts on? Well, first, do you believe that there's life out there to visit us at all, and then do you think we have been visited before by life from elsewhere?
I kind of have a different take on it. I think it's just like Chinese and just like English or white people or dark people. I just think there's different races, and I believe when I look at the flat Earth and stuff like that, I think everything is the opposite. So I don't think they're in space. I think they're under the ground, and I just think they're a different race. I don't necessarily think they're aliens.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they're a different race that had to go underground because it didn't fit the norm. I don't know. I mean, I've had a little green alien come and visit me in my house, and it didn't feel real to me. And even though it came and it was in my energy, and there was something not right about it. It was almost like it was, I don't know, like I don't know, teleported into my living room, but it wasn't. It wasn't a real entity. It was, I don't know, very hard to explain. And
well, there are certain conspiracies that say that the government has the technology and ability to do just that, create holograms right in front of us that would make us believe that they're really standing there. Do you think that's possible?
Well, that's what it felt like to me. And I saw it twice, and then I would feel it. And I would feel it like come into my bedroom. And you know, when somebody's coming into your room, and even though they're really quiet, you can kind of hear them, or if you're extra sensitive or what have you. And I would feel it coming into the room, and I would get up and I'd look, and I wouldn't see it, but I would feel it there, and then I would go away. But it felt like it didn't feel real.
Right.
When I'm looking at the aliens and the grays, I'm having a hard time with that, even though I've had a personal experience.
All right, so vegan, let me ask you, but you're a fact man, you're the real hardcore, like, show me the evidence. So have you seen any evidence to show that the government could have technologies like that they could trick us with holograms or things of that nature?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, did you see or hear about the live performance of Michael Jackson on stage, and it looked like he was right there? I mean,
Oh,
I heard
I-
a little bit about this.
oh yeah, oh yeah. They
So
can.
what?
I didn't read on it. Can you explain that one though?
Well, they had a show. They had a concert, and Michael Jackson performed live. You know, this is after his death, and it was all a hologram, 3D hologram, and it looked 100% real. You know,
So why is the government putting a hologram in my bedroom? What the heck is that about?
Well, there's certain things you may have been looking into that they would want to make you sound like a loon.
Aha! I've been sounding like a loon since the day I could talk.
Well, I mean, just
So hey,
if you come out with certain things, people are going to listen to you. And if they try to trick you into believing something, again, with going back to the idea of the astronauts even being tricked into believing something, and you come out and you start telling people, look, I've seen this. This is real. I know this is real because I've seen it. You're automatically going to be labeled the really cuckoo woo-woo woman. I don't mean that disrespectfully.
no, I don't take it just for very pragmatic and very skeptical myself. And I do understand that there's an energetic force around us, and I'm familiar with it, yet there's so much for me to know. Yet when something like that happens to me, I'm definitely looking at both sides of it. It's not like I'm just assuming there's an alien coming to visit me. I'm looking at it and feeling it and trying to get into the energy of it, without jumping to conclusions that this is really happening. But it did really happen. The experience really happened, but I felt like it was not real.
Yeah.
All right. So based on that, and based on the fact that, well, we've pretty much agreed that these technologies exist. Vegan, let me ask you first. What do you think would be the end game for this? Why would they need this kind of technology?
Oh, one word: control.
For sure.
When you control people's beliefs, that's the game changer. That's their ultimate goal. They already have all the money in the world. They already have all the wealth. They have everything. The only thing they don't truly have 100% control over is our minds. And the more they get us believing in their constructs, the more control that they have.
And they have to do it that way.
It's kind of like the TV show, not the TV show, the TV series of the Borg with Star Trek. I believe that's an end game right there. The end game is they want one mind that they can control, so they can control the masses. You know, they don't want individuality. They don't want free will. They want us to believe what they program us to believe. And they attack all five of our senses. They attack us with food. They attack us with the things we see, the things we hear. Right. And they're constantly working towards ultimate control of the population.
That makes sense. Overall control. That makes a lot of sense. That'd be good reason to have such a technology. Overall control. What about you, Dana? What do you think?
Oh, I totally agree. It's totally control. That's
totally
exactly
control.
What it is. And we have to volunteer to believe in it. It's not like they're forcing us to, but if they're going to do things like putting an alien in somebody's bedroom to make them think that this is happening, a lot of times I'll see like things crawling around in my house as well, and I know it's an illusion.
All right, so total control. And Uni, what do you think about this, Bubba?
The hologram part of it?
Yeah, why
yeah, do you know anything about that?
Technology like that.
Hey, pull it up. Why don't you pull it up?
I mean, yeah. One thing, like, I know that in researching this topic, because, you know, when I see something, I try to go and see what other people's evidence is off the grip. But I typed it in earlier, hologram theory. I think, you know, when I look at it, it's weird. The first time I heard about it was during the 9/11 discussion after the attacks, that the planes weren't there and that they used a hologram to generate planes. I think it's more logical to think that they maybe use some type of missile, and because you could, like, when I was in the military, I saw missiles that were almost identical to big airplanes, like the bigger missiles. But you know, because I'm open-minded, I'm willing to say, okay, if you guys don't think there were planes there, what do you think? So I don't want to go and do a discussion on 9/11 though, but sticking to the hologram theory, you know, that's weird that they the holographic principle is a principle in string theory, but then the hologram conspiracy is that they're using holograms to represent almost anything. And I've heard about like some HARP experiments or some you know, phenomenon that are in the sky, UFOs. I mean, there's so many things they say could be a hologram that, you know, I'm not sure what to really get behind on it yet though, but I do know that we had camouflage in the military that was quote unquote holographic on certain people wore for certain things, and you know, it would make a soldier look a little more blended in at certain distances, and they do have ways of manipulating human vision. So
a ghillie suit works that way with snipers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, can you put Michael Jackson hologram performance or something?
Yeah, I'll go to YouTube. Yeah, because I'd love to see this, honestly.
I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'll be right back, folks.
You're good, Bubba. Hologram.
That should be enough.
Concert.
Yeah. Right there.
So, oh, yeah. I just got a copyright hit. Bet you $100. That's okay. No problem. I'm cool like that. I don't care. I got to see this, though. I won't get in trouble. It's weird how copyright hits work on YouTube. They just send you a warning.
Well, yeah. If you don't play the music, I think you're good, right?
I hope so. Sometimes they've gotten me for doing video before, but sometimes it slips by. I'll just file a dispute anyway. Most of the time, if you just do it under fair use, they won't hit you with it.
Did you just see that? That's crazy.
Sorry, I had to grab something from my fireplace real quick to charge my phone.
You have something in your fireplace that charges your phone?
It's on my mantle, my charger.
Oh, okay. Well,
so this is 2014.
Well, that's kind of scary. I don't know. There's got to be some better ways to control your existence if stuff like that is allowed to happen. Because now I'm just pissed off.
Okay. Here's my question on this. So he's not being cast. No, they went behind him. How in the Sam hell do they do that? Is that a real guy dancing and he's having a projection projected upon him? Or is that actually a full hologram right there? Is what I'm asking myself. That'd be a good question. Let me get off this before we get them saying I used it wrong for fair use.
Yeah, I think at the end he just disappears. It's like crazy.
Oh shit. Let's look at that real quick. Let's fast forward to the end of it. And if YouTube or anyone else asks, this is credit to Michael Jackson Vivo. We are using this for purposes along our conversation and our presentation to the audience, and we are not claiming this is our footage. That was weird. Look at the end of it right here. Let me put it in slow motion because I want to see this a little slower. It's just this end part at half speed.
That's weird.
What does he sit? Let's look at a little bit of this imagery around him. I can play still shots all day long.
We've got the Egyptian background. We've got the M's.
Yeah.
That is one thing that I want to bring up that bothers me a lot. Okay, is that it looks like Egyptian mythology, I'd say, or just the Egyptian stuff in general is highly
those are put
into our entertainment.
Those are 2 queen pieces on a chessboard.
The chess pieces, yes.
Oh, you're right.
I was
There's
just
a
looking
rook
at that
way
before you
over
started
there.
talking. Yep.
Let's zoom in on it. Maybe we'll be able to see something a little better here. It'll blur a little, but let's back up and we'll look at it where he. Let me zoom in and do this. Because
We've
that
got
was
the
just really
illumination
cool looking.
there with the light rays coming out the top.
Could he have not just faked his death and doing the concert because he's a megalomaniac and needs to be on stage? Could that not be it? Could he have not faked his death?
Yeah,
That's a theory.
That's a theory out there that he never died. But
Let me just say this. Think about this. If they can do this with Michael Jackson, okay, make him look like we just saw.
yeah, look at the
How
shadows.
do we know what celebrity isn't dead? Like, how do we know?
Yeah,
They could have a dead celebrity and put on performances for years. We'd never know if they died.
That's true.
It
Or
is
president.
true.
Or anything.
Or a president. You're right. Because we only see him in these public venues. We never see him at home, or we never get to talk to him. Even in interviews, they could do this. I mean, look how close the camera zooms in and we don't even notice.
And it's been proven there's certain technologies that you only need a 2 to 3 second sample clip of someone's voice and you can make say anything you want.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's really simple. Your home computer can run that. I could do it.
yeah.
I used to have the program on my other computer until I upgraded.
So it wouldn't be hard to run an audio visual thing like that with a hologram and make it completely real.
They could have a hologram that scans a man's face. If they can control the ISS from Earth, just saying, I'm not saying they are, just saying if, and they're saying they're doing it. If they can do that, they could take a regular actor, put him in a room in Washington, D.C. or in some place or in an underground military base, hook him up to an internet connection, scan his face, have him wear a face suit like when they did the movie Avatar. They captured all the little movements of the person's face and all that. And they could scan that and even the movements of the mouth when they talk, and they could run his voice through a vocal emulator that took hours of Michael Jackson's vocals and reproduced his voice, or any person, Trump, anyone. And they could completely do this. They could scan my movement and have Michael moving that way if it's a hologram.
Absolutely. It wouldn't be very hard.
What's amazing to me is the shadow. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
How they reproducing shadows?
That's what I
saw
mean.
that too.
Maybe
Look at
he's
him.
really
Look at
not
him.
dead.
Oh, you can kind of tell it's fake. You see how the
Yeah,
shadow
just
moves there?
slightly. Mm-hmm.
It's
Like a video game
it's
shadow.
Yeah.
Right.
It's too general. There's not that many details on it compared to the rest of it.
And with the lighting source, it should be much more forecast.
She's kind of cute. Get out of my way. She's sitting there blocking Michael. Blocking Michael. I'm looking at Michael.
Well, here's the funny thing.
I
Even
love
blocking
Michael
Michael,
Jackson.
there's no digitization or pixelation whatsoever.
You know what's weird? Oh my God, he just went in front of her from behind her, man. You saw that.
Yep.
He was behind
He
her.
did what?
That is too much.
What
He
does
was
that
right
mean?
behind there.
Well,
He
the
walked
question
around her.
is,
That means this is...
well, the question is, maybe she's a hologram too.
Oh.
Man, where are my damn sound effects tonight? Damn it. I have an excellent sound effect like dun, dun, dun. I could have played right there. Sucks no one can hear my sound effects. Why is that? I need to fix that real quick.
Yeah, you know what? I think they did say everybody was, the whole thing was a hologram. I think. I can't
That would
remember.
make sense too.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and if everything was a hologram, it wouldn't need to be coordinated so well.
Right, because it created its own illusions.
I'm going to
Yeah.
dip out and test my sound while you guys talk and stuff for just a second.
All right.
Anyway, I just brought that up. I mean, they have the technology. There's another one where kids in a school are witness to a great well coming out of the floor and splashing water all over the gym floor.
Yes,
You know,
the whale.
did anybody see that one? Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, that looks real too.
It really does.
And it's scary how real these technologies look. I was watching it was after the Super Bowl or one of these big events, and they had like a hologram caster or something like standing there talking to them, and it was really, really odd how like fully formed and perfect it looked.
Oh.
All right, we have
Did
audio.
you guys hear that?
Special audios, yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt anyone. I promise.
All right, we've also got a very small background echo, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Guys, I have to bid my adieus. I'm getting tired. I'm going to bed.
Okay, let me fix that echo. There we go. All right, well, guys, look, seriously. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay now? I took that thing out.
Yeah, I can
sound cool? Okay. Look, man, I'm so glad you guys came in. You guys are welcome back. Vegan, man, I'd love to talk more on, some of those other the theories we were talking about, and my viewers would love to hear it, I know. So let me know if you're ever free sometime, man. We do this every day, so.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime, man.
Awesome.
Good night,
Thank
all.
you, Dana.
Thanks, Uni. I would love to come back. This was awesome. You're so fun to hang out with.
Hey, you are. Email me again, so make sure I've got your email saved. And Vegan, I'll try to get you an email sometime soon too, man. Thank you, dude.
All right,
Sounds
brother.
good. Good night, Darkwolf. Good night, Vegan. Night, Uni.
All right, darling. See you later.
Good night,
All right,
Dana. I
Darkwolf.
appreciate you coming by.
Night.
All right, Vegan, I really appreciate you coming by and hanging out, dude. It's been a pleasurable conversation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Peace.
Darkwolf.
All right, brother. What's up?
We're chilling. You haven't been on the show in a bit. You've been busy.
I have been. They've been
Ready to
trying
do
to
this,
work
my
me
friend?
down. They've been trying to work me down like a dog all weekend long. I am ready to hang out and get into some really, really crazy topics, as if we haven't already.
Okay. That's cool. So I'm gonna talk to the audience for a minute because I haven't had a chance to for a bit, but that's a good thing because we had some guests on and got a lot of really good topics in, got a lot of stuff done. I always love it when we can have guests come on, and man, this is been such a great show. You would think I would end it right now, but I'm not going to. So if you guys want to stick around, I've got a little bit more information to throw at you. Darkwolf, do you have a little bit? Are you working tomorrow? You off? What's up?
You know what, Bubba? This is a holiday weekend, and I am off from now until Tuesday afternoon. So you can guarantee I am up for a whole lot of streaming this weekend.
All right, my friend. That's what I'm talking about. All right. I only am a little disturbed because I want to fix this damn audio issue. I have no clue what's doing this because I'm not getting an echo when I talk, and playback sounds perfect. In fact, I haven't had a guest on in so long, I didn't even know there was an audio issue. But I do want to say this. I got to make sure I get this out. I know my viewers, I'm sorry if I've ignored your comments, but don't worry. I'm going to be hitting them in just a minute now that we got some time. So if you guys want if you have questions about anything you've heard tonight, if you want to say something, if you had something you've said and we missed, this is the time. I'm going to highlight a section of the text, and I'm going to bring back up our thingy-mabob, our chat interface. So don't worry, and we're going to get back into our show. And I have my the information. I didn't get to a lot of it, so don't worry. We've got some stuff for you.
I'm really intrigued to see audio. I'm really intrigued to see where this research project is leading, because starting at the bygone pipes, that's really crazy. I haven't done a lot of research into it. Like I said earlier, I know a little bit, but to find out where you're leading us with this, especially with the pyramids and whatnot, I cannot wait to see where this goes.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do a couple little things here. And there's really no easy way to do it, but we've all been staring at this screen for hours now. So if you guys need to use the restroom or grab a drink or do what I did about 30 minutes ago and eat 17 different kinds of food for 5 minutes, do it. Go do it. Hit it. You know, stay in here, though. We want to see you back. I'm going to get to talk to you guys. I've got an excellent Chan that we're going to check out. I got some good stuff to show you. So the show's not going anywhere. We just have to, after like 4 hours of streaming, we have to recalibrate the stream machine. We're not closing the stream. The stream is still pumping. Give me 20 seconds. Hopefully, I'm going to play a song for you. And when we come back in, Darkwolf, I need you to, yeah, go ahead and mute out now. And when we come back in, I need you to say something because we're going to test your audio to make sure we don't get a loop. So give you about 20 seconds. Grab something if you need to, and give us just a second, guys. I'm going to actually pull up a little thing that I had up earlier. So I'm starting to make these little things for our show, little effects and little, you know, this show's starting to go somewhere. We're actually making some progress. So let me pull up my little thing, and I'll stick it right behind me. Also, if you guys don't mind and you've enjoyed what you've seen, we're trying to expand here at Unirock. I'm not asking you to donate or saying my show's going to go anywhere or anything like that. It's not going to disappear. We're not in trouble. Everything's fine. I just got the t-shirts ready. I'm going to be shipping them soon. And if you'd like an Unirock t-shirt, if you would like to help the show stay on, here's the information. And if you want to email me a topic or something that you thought during this, at the end of this show, which won't be too much longer from now since we've been on so long, I'm going to hit those emails and I'm going to respond to what you say and find out what you guys thought. Anyway, here we go. I'm going to turn on, if you guys hear some weird sounds, don't worry. About 20 seconds worth of sound tests once the music starts. And then we're going to hit back into this on the live dive. Now, you might not hear anything for a minute, so just bear with me, guys. Sound check, sound check.
All right, check, mic check. Audio, check, check, check. How's everybody doing tonight? We have no echo. We are sounding good from my end. Check, check, check. Check, how's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah.
We have no echo. We are sounding good from my end.
If you come in, just say something like,
Check.
stick around, guys. We're coming right back or something, Darkwolf. Do that for me a couple times.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you hate.
Go ahead, Darkwolf, say something if you haven't already.
We hope you have a wonderful time tonight. We hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. We've had all kind of crazy topics in this brush.
Go ahead, Darkwolf, one more time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're here with us tonight. We're so glad. We're excited that you enjoyed the
Almost done, you guys. Thanks for sticking in there. Almost done.
We hope all the
This is the sound check in between the main show and the after show. Please stick in there. We still have stuff for you.
We hope all the information you've learned tonight with each other. Again, we're so glad everybody's here. Please stick around here. We have a lot of good stuff coming up. A lot more information. Hold on more information. We cannot
Okay,
wait.
Darkwolf, just say like one word, like stick around or something.
Stick around. Stick
Let
around.
me test because it's
Stick around.
really
Stick
echoey.
around. Stick around. Stick around.
If you guys, viewers, want to mute, if you want to, I understand, and I'll give you a visual cue when we come back. It'll be about 20 more seconds.
Stick around. Stick around. Triggers out. Triggers out. Stick around. Stick around. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Stick around, guys. Stick around, guys. Stick around. Oh, wait a minute.
It's not going to. I cut it. Okay. Okay, Darkwolf. Yeah, you're looping. Just hold on, bro. Okay, fuck it. We're coming in. Yeah, you're looping. Just hold on, bro. We're coming in. Give me. I'm gonna go ahead and cue you guys that are coming back. I'm flipping the audio or the visual cue now, and we're gonna do this anyway. When I need sound. We're coming in. Okay, here we go. Darkwolf. You there, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it like this. I'm gonna have to mute you when we play our music. Okay.
All right.
You just do it yourself. I'll just let you know to mute, and so I can do like a segue, and then I'll have you come back in. You know, you'll hear me talk to you. Sorry I have to do that, but we'll have this resolved by our next stream. No worries. So anyway, go ahead and mute out for a second, and I'll cue you back in just a second. Okay, guys, you're in the live dive. Thanks for sticking around. We're gonna get this show going for you. We're really restarting the stream. We just finished out a show where we had Doc Lupo, Vegan Warrior, come in and talk with Darkwolf and I for a while. Dana Jensen jumped in for a little bit and gave us her more spiritual perspective. You know how us guys are. We're more, I'm not meaning guys as in guys. I mean us peeps, where we're more logical about a lot of things. And it's always good to have someone come in who sees the spiritual perspective more. So that's why it was really enlightening, and it was a good side of life that Dana brings when she comes in. So I'm happy she was in here and she got to put her 2 cents into, and we heard a little bit about what she does, which I found fascinating. I hope we're going to do a show on that soon. Maybe if you guys, and I just got an email from Dark Horse 9. Thank you, my friend. So how about this? If you guys don't mind, some of you guys who may know more about the psychic or spiritual side of things, you know how you guys do, just like Dark Horse just did. You guys send me stuff all the time. Now, if you want to send me anything about the topic I just mentioned, that would really help out, because I'd like to do a live show and have Dana come in and have us just talk about that side of life. So let me try to get your chat bubble working. You know what? I'm just going to leave your chat bubble like it is. It's okay if it's not see-through. You guys don't mind? Do you? Oh, you do mind. Oh, don't yell at me. Okay, so anyway, we're going to take just a few seconds to transition into our next show. Thank you. I'm going to actually roll this in. You know where you guys are. You know what we do. We bring you theories. We bring you presentations. We bring you the conspiracy information that we find when we research all day. We bring it to you in these shows. And I'm so glad you're here. Thanks for sticking here with us. And it means a lot to us. So let's start this out. We're going to go right into it. It's the late night. Oh, I guess I should probably cue some music before I start talking the show up, huh? It's the late night alive. Duh. There we go. I got it queued. I don't have to do that now. Late night live dive on the rock. Unirock, you're on the Unirock, baby. Hit it. All right. If there was ever a hardcore, awesome audience, I've got it. Darkwolf, cue yourself back in, my friend. I brought up your video. Say hi to everybody, buddy.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing tonight? I am so glad to be here with everybody. We've got some amazing Rockinauts in the building tonight. Over here in the chat, it looks like we have the admin Rachel. We've got Pilgrim. We've got, I just went blurry. We got UFO Underground. We've got, that's all I can see.
I'll help you out, my friend. No problem. Yeah, we've. I'm going to scroll up to my marker right here. Data Junkie's in the house, craving that data, and Uni's bringing it. You know it. Pilgrim, we all are family, says Pilgrim. That's right, my friend. You know it. And that's why we come here and do this, because we are all best friends. We're all family. We're all doing this together. We're going to be here on holidays. We're going to do this. We're going to celebrate together. We might just go a little shorter so we can get to our families on in our homes, but we're still going to see each other, right? I'd love to do that.
Absolutely.
Captain Late Night says, keep going and add those beats. Oh, that's what we do. And I'm happy to tell you guys, I got with Mark, who does the synthesizer beats. I do some. Those really awesome ones you hear, that's from my drummer, Mark. And I've been on him, man. I see him all the time, and I tell him every day, the Rockinauts need more rock, baby. So we're going to be getting more new beats soon. And I told him to layer in those bass beats, man, because I love those. They come through really well on the outplays, too. Party Puppy is in the house. RTN Data Junkie. Of course, Michelle Signs is here. Oh, Michelle, did I drop an F-bomb earlier? Oh, dang, man. I try not to. I try to keep, we're late night. You know how late night is over here? Sometimes I drop a bomb or two. Beaver Chops, what's up, Beaver Chops? I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad you're here. All right, Tracy, Max loves the mother. Haven't seen you in a while, my friend. How's the mother doing? I mean, you love her, so hey. Okay. Stariana. We got Stariana here, and Steph, of course. Rena, hey Rena, I hope you're doing okay today. I know you had some issues the other night, and I keep saying it. I'm getting a lot of feedback from somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from. Do you hear the feedback? We're getting a lot of feedback. Okay, Rena, Party Puppy. Okay, I don't know what I was saying. Raphael, hey buddy, we got to get you back on the show. Raph, I figured out the problem. So the last time Raph was here, Raphael, I call him Raph, or sometimes I'll call him that big red ninja turtle. If you guys know what I'm talking about, his name's Raphael. Haha, I'm not funny. Okay, I don't have much sound effects. I was gonna play a really bad sound effect, man. I can't do it. Ugh. Wait a minute. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Wait a minute. Are you not echoing right now, Darkwolf?
I'm not echoing at all, Bubba.
Oh. Okay, yeah, true. I don't know how, dude, but we are getting a very, very low echo. I don't know where it's coming from, honestly, because it's strange. We haven't had it all night, and I've got a bad echo right now. So something weird is going on here. I might have to end this stream. I don't know. But let's try to do a couple things first. I'm not going to be able to go on with this echo, though. Let me see if I can fix something here. Hold on.
All right, holding on.
I don't know. Yeah, I still got it. It wasn't in my control panel. Okay, Raphael says you are. Oh, I know, bro. I'd be able to see it coming through. I've got your mic. I've got levels that come through for everyone who's on the show, so I can see it's not coming from you. It's definitely inside of Google Hangouts. Here's the good news. My guests aren't echoing anymore, Raphael. So all I was trying to say was, you got to get back in this show, my friend. We're going to talk sometime real soon. We're going to get this going. Old Earther 2000. Oh, just got back. Well, I'm glad you're back, my friend. Tracy says it sounds good. If it sounds good to you, then it sounds good to me. So let's roll in on this. So Darkwolf, when you weren't here earlier, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna restart the presentation. I'm gonna hit the stuff that I was doing before Doc Lupo came in. I'm gonna hit that stuff real quick, okay? So
All right.
I'm not gonna bore. Well, actually, I don't even know if all you guys were here earlier. So okay, I brought this up.
Go ahead and teach me something.
And let's fly on down to China. They have all of these pyramids, and earlier I showed you the pyramid in the new Google Earth, and the echo's gone. It's completely gone. Weird. Okay. I showed you a pyramid in new Google Earth, and I showed you the pyramid in this, which I'm showing you now, the regular Google Earth, which is the one they've had for years. And it actually shows this large pyramid. This is a 3D structure that was added. Now, I'm not going to go into real depth on anything boring. I'm going to get you right into the conspiracy. Okay, so this presentation was meant to give you guys a feel for how long human beings have been on the earth. And if you tune into my show, you know I may start here, but I'm going somewhere. So don't judge the content yet. Wait till you hear what I got. It's going to be just as good as that last stream. If you haven't watched it, it's on my main channel. I took one of our last streams that was really a good presentation. I was proud of myself. I'm finally getting this down. And I condensed it. I cut out all the parts. I edited it really well. And it basically said my entire theory for one of the videos I was going to make next week, Dimension 7.5. So I went ahead and just did it there because I put it all out in that video without even meaning to. All right, so where are we going with this? So that we're going to go right here to this pyramid. These are all, now every little triangle you see is a pyramid in China. And all of these are buried under the ground. Well, they're buried under a small amount of dirt, we'll say, with trees and bushes growing on them. If you look, you can see the trees. I'll zoom in enough to let you see it. And on the top, I mean, look right here. It's hard to tell, but these features in the ground are from plants and roads. So let's jump over to this other pyramid. And all these pyramids are almost in a line. And don't worry, Michelle. I'm going to hit the topics. Wait, there is one other thing I have to do. I got to give a shout out to Char's kids. Because I always do things for my viewers, because that's why we're doing this, is for you. Char's children, I will say your names tomorrow. I wrote them down. I don't have my comment up. But Char's children, I'm sorry if you guys aren't watching still. I hope you are. And you get an Unirock shout out, guys. That's right. Here it is. I play a sound effect, but I don't have them right now due to technical difficulties. Anyway, let's get back into this. So if you've counted, we've already hit this being the 4th pyramid. Now look at how the 3D map shows it. And then look at how the real map shows it. Now let's move to the next one. So what I'm trying to tell you is these pyramids were either buried because the Chinese government didn't want us to see them, which we know that happened in Bosnia. We know that's happened other places. We know they've buried pyramids because they didn't want us to know about them. For some reason, we don't know why. They won't let anyone in. Once they bury the pyramid, they become protected lands. And I'm talking about men with guns. And this pyramid is not this cut out. Actually, it does look kind of like this cut out. These dots are the features of the plants. So you can see how they planted the trees in a straight line up and down. Let's jump over here. We're going to fly a little further now. And you can see some of those pyramids we just looked at. And we'll see. Do you think this one's buried? It is. But they do have a structure sitting at the top of it. And they want people to believe that this isn't a pyramid. They want you to believe that this is a natural feature. I'm almost done showing you this because I'm going somewhere.
That is the strangest looking mountain I've ever seen. And again, like you just said, I've never seen trees and shrubbery just grow in perfect lines. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and this one doesn't look like it's raising out of the ground, but it is. You can even kind of see where it raises up. These all go up, and they all don't have a capstone. Where have we seen that before?
We have found that in Egypt, on the Great Pyramids, there is no capstone.
Look at this here. This one is in the middle of a highly populated area, You're just floating right along and look at what you see. An ancient, not a new, nothing new here. Let's go ahead back over to this side of China and make sure you take note of all the pyramids as we fly over. And I haven't even got to half of them. I've only put, it was taking me forever to get these into Google Earth for you. Look at the features here. This is not really, I wouldn't say near a big city anywhere, but it is in a kind of populated area. So it would be like in the States, if you could drive about, what do you think, Darkwolf? About a half hour. And you'd be able to go into a very large pyramid and find one. I wonder what the locals think of these places.
Well, the way I understand it, locals, like you said, have been told for many years that they're just mountains. There's nothing to look, see here. They probably have most of them off limits, to be honest with you.
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and turn us both down just a tiny bit here because it's really loud in my headphones. Okay.
All right, no worries.
All right. No, not your fault, bro. It's definitely Google Earth. So we've been looking at these pyramids. I've got a couple extra things brought up because we did just do a really big show. Okay, so this is where it all comes together. This is where you start seeing something that we all need to pay attention to, in my opinion. Now, this is the thing. Modern archaeology, and please ignore this news site's, clickbait. But modern archaeology wants us to think that just 20 or 30,000 years ago, human beings were 50,000 years ago discovering fire. Maybe, 30, 40,000 years ago, 20,000 discovering the wheel. We were hunter-gatherers. We migrated around. We didn't have civilizations. Well, then who put the pipes in this pyramid? Because on top of this mountain, there is a pyramid. And it's very worn down because it's very old. But this pyramid has triangular doorways cut into the sides of the mountains under the pyramid that lead into structures inside the pyramid. And it has metal pipe work going through it. This isn't like new pipes. These aren't pipes that, somebody just now put in the pyramid. We're talking about pipes that have been there the entire time, because they're dated back to as far as 150,000 years ago. It's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that there are pipes in these pyramids dated back that far. But I've been telling myself, well, maybe those pipes are from 20,000 years ago and it's just an error. But the more research I did, the more I thought it is possible.
Well, if I may interrupt you real quick, here's the funny thing. They said that there's no civilization beyond 10 or 11,000 years ago. The 12,000 years is just impossible. And then there was a city uncovered in Turkey called Göbekli Tepe, which dated back over 12,000 years. Well, it was so old that by their own standards, that the tools that they needed to build it wasn't even created yet. I don't think they had the timelines right at all.
I mean, I like I said, as I did my research, I got more and more into thinking that these pipes, honestly, well, we know that modern archaeology aren't giving us the correct timelines. We know that. We know that that these features. If you don't mind, Darkwolf, when you're not speaking, can you mute for me? Because it definitely is coming out of your mic. I don't know how, but it's probably. I know it's not you making noise. It's just the stream's so old that Google Hangouts is messing with us or something. Bygone pipes, and these come up in many searches. It was reported by many places. It was a big trending thing when it was found. Why does it then just go away? And why hasn't our timelines, and I don't mean like, in the Mandela effect community, when someone says timeline, you're expecting something big and, reality shifting happening. On this channel, we try to stick more towards a logical way to look at it and explain it. And we do go into theories that involve the woo-woo here and there. But we're trying to just make a dent into what could be the reasons behind this. Why aren't the archaeological timelines accounting for the fact that a man, a woman, a family, a civilization, a community, somebody fed all these people while they smithed these pipes and installed them here. What do you think, Darkwolf? You got to have something on these pipes for me, buddy.
Well, I don't believe we found evidence of metallurgy back, or according to science, back that far yet. They do exist. The funny thing is, it's the only pyramid we've found so far that has a piping structure like this in the entire world. And it's really odd to me.
That's what they're telling us.
I'm going to connect this back to a discovery we discussed a little while back. And I know it's not the same area. It's not the same tomb or pyramid, but it's the same country and under which pyramids have had mercury found under. So it makes you wonder if they didn't somehow use these pipes to pipe in different elements, whether it be mercury or whatever the other case may be. And this is highly speculative at best, but the fact that they exist is really, really strange. So they had to have a purpose by some means.
Exactly. They say right here, the dating was done using thermoluminescence, a technique that determines how long ago crystalline mineral was exposed to sunlight or heated. Humans are only thought to inhabit the region for the past 30,000 years. Even with the known history of the area, the only humans to inhabit the region were nomads whose lifestyle would not leave any such structure behind. The reason why this sentence, the last sentence is in this article, is because they also are trying to wrap their minds around the fact that they've been taught their whole lives that people weren't here. They have been taught that this, honestly, if this is true, it really should rewrite the history books. And that's the issue. That's what's really given us this mystery.
What do you say? What do you say?
Because it really does, I want to say, baffle the mind. Not that this exists. Right now, it's really easy for us to accept information like this. I mean, we have been prepped in school and through teachings from our colleges, institutions. We've been told certain things. By now, though, as many conspiracies as we've seen, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that man has been around much longer. And like I said, this does lead somewhere. We're getting there. But it wouldn't shake me to find out that man has been around for 1 million years. How can I say that if I'm logical? Well, the evidence is there, for one. Let me go ahead and jump out of this really quick. Make sure I don't close anything I need. And we brought this up with the doc. When Dr. Lupo and Vegan were in here, we brought up the altars. I want to show you this too really quick. I just want to give you a feel. This is one of the entrances to that pyramid where the pipes were found. But this is down under the pyramid. The pyramid was on top of this mountain. These entrances went in under it, and you could actually walk up into it. That's a feat. Or that's I wanted to say a feat of ancient science, but that doesn't make sense. It tells us a lot about what man was able to do. And if my ancestors have been around for 100,000 years, and we're sitting here telling ourselves, oh, they've only been here for 10,000. I don't want to insult my ancestors that way. I want to give them the respect they deserve. So, like, real quick, like in short form, Darkwolf, what do you think it takes away from our society that we could be acting like hundreds of thousands of years of our ancestors just don't exist in the blink of an eye? What do you think that does to us in a negative way?
I think it sets us back a whole lot, because if we deny our ancestry and deny what the truth of what could have existed before, we could be missing out on a lot of knowledge that we're not gaining at all.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think too, and to note that if these men and women could have done these things, we're like programmed into thinking that the pyramids were just this one feature. But if we were, we're just definitely robbing ourselves. We are, and like what we could learn that too. So Vegan Warrior brought up a really good point. He said that in Egypt, we're conditioned to think that the Egyptians were landlocked and they never went anywhere, and nobody really went there, other than, you know, the surrounding area. We already know that a lot of people did visit ancient Egypt. So one theory that's been coming up is that there had to have been a way to describe our ancestors or the ancient people going from continent to continent. One thing that comes up is UFOs. Well, if there was a flying machine back then, it would have taken them. Well, one of the more extreme thoughts on this is that what if they had a ritual? What if they had something they could do to open this doorway, to open up a way to teleport between places? Now, everybody thinks, and they're like, well, that's magic. It shouldn't be considered. That's like pseudoscience. That's not right. The problem is the evidence is there, so we have to explain how they did it. They either had flight, they were either crossing the ocean in boats, or they were doing it some other mystical kind of way. What do their texts tell us? Their written word. Well, we know that a lot of their texts say that they could fly, that they had flying machines. If anyone that watches any of these major presentations done by the History Channel or other places, they know that they say they had Vimanas or flying machines, UFOs, things like that. Is it then so crazy to think that they could have figured out a way to step through a doorway, but instead of walking into another room, walking out into another one of these sacred circles? What do you think, Darkwolf?
Well, I think you're onto something there. Is really, really likely, because the ancient texts do speak of a lot of really wild ideas and things that they did that even today's science says, oh no, that was just symbolic, this, that, and the other. Somebody in chat just mentioned that, and I hadn't thought about it until he mentioned it. That design right there looks a whole lot like two pictures you and I have both talked about and seen. Number one's in the Voynich manuscript, and it refers to a picture that looks like the magnet of CERN. So that pyramid we just seen with the circles does remind me a lot of the CERN picture.
Definitely. One thing that comes up with CERN, it's kind of trending, but more trending in my brain than in real life. I see it everywhere I look, and it doesn't seem like it's being spoken about right out, but I see clues of it everywhere. The sacred geometry, and it's so crazy. Vegan comes in, and without meaning to, Vegan completely brings this up, and he talks about the numbers, the 3, 6, and 9, and this big thing that just goes on and on and on, and all the cultures leading back to the same numbers, the same geometry. You know, the power of
the sacred geometry is really, really built into most all these ancient structures. The different designs, the different shapes and styles, is prevalent everywhere in the ancient world, and it's really, really hard to understand how they knew about this so long ago.
Well, it might be a natural thing, but the weird thing is, there's one right there. I knew if I typed it in, I'd find it. We have them in China. We have them in Egypt. We have them in South America. We have them in Ethiopia. I mean, we have these almost like 3-tiered altars, and that's what they're called all around. I'm only saying altar because that's what the internet is telling me to call it if I want to find pictures. We have them in ancient Greece. We have them in the Roman Empire made them. Now, it is a common thing to make a circle. We know that a lot of ancient texts, a lot of ancient religions talked about the power of circles. And it's interesting to know in the occult circles, if you want to summon a demon to help you, summon a demon to do your bidding, you have to cast a circle on the ground. Cast, which just means to draw one. I'm not going to go deep into any type of, evil place. I'm not going to go somewhere talking about all that. I just want to make sure that we all understand and know that the ancient circles and these 3-tiered altars, these 3 circle altars, are everywhere. Almost the same pattern everywhere we look, trying to find another one. But I love what our viewer said. Who said that, Darkwolf? Who brought that, the CERN into it?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember the name, but it wasn't very far back in the chats there.
But it does seem like not only at CERN, but in a lot of these places, that the circle holds a power. The 3-tiered circle right here at CERN.
All the way down to Stonehenge and all the other hinges around the world. That gets the most popularity. Sorry, I was just munching on something. That gets the most popularity, but that's just one of many, many hinges. And again, go back to Tepe. That is a series of ancient. It's an ancient structure. It's a series of circles all the way into the middle, and they actually buried that themselves for some odd reason.
And these circles, these hexagons, you can go even further by bringing in more layers to the circle and wrapping them together. And I don't want to go too far down that road, but I do want I want us all to recognize that this connection exists and that it is real. Now, I could bring up some pictures of ancient Egypt and talk about that right now, but I don't know if that'd be the best place to go. Yeah, Brian, which I always say his name twice because his name is twice written. But he says, I agree, the Baltic Sea anomaly, which is a strange thing. I wanted to do a whole video on that, and it didn't pan out. And it does. It's a circle also, and it's said to be an underwater UFO that's been there for a very long time. I forget what they said the actual reasoning behind it was. Mainstream science came out and said something about it. So I went into the pyramid text a while ago, and I read, if you guys were watching my videos about a month after I started, I read to you some excerpts from the pyramid texts. And yes, these are transcribed off of the walls of pyramids. They have a lot of different subjects that they touch on. Now, I'm going to read you just a couple names of these texts. And I want to tell you some things that the texts say. And remember, these are written on the pyramids. And some of these texts come from those pyramids we talked about earlier that are supposedly more ancient than the ancient Egyptians. Some of them talk of almost all of them talk of the deceased king. They talk of those 9 gods, and that was the most important thing to look at. Charms, utterances, they use the word utterances a lot. Resurrection, meal, and ascension of the deceased king. They speak of this king who must ascend into heaven. But one thing that's strange is they talk about him almost as if he comes back from the dead. And then they talk about him as after he comes back from the dead physically, that he flies. He actually really physically, I'll say physically flies. but it's a little more than that. As I read this, I can almost see in my mind him getting into a craft of sorts. And I'm not sure why other places don't touch on this more. So I challenge you. In just a second, I'm going to read a part of this. I want you to say to yourself, is this describing a man who ascended mentally into heaven or physically went? I hate that my sound is messed up because I need to say this next part with my sound going. It would add such a layer to this. It's okay though. We'll get this fixed. Okay. Now, before I played the little 10-second break, I wanted to challenge you guys. I want to read some of this to you. Let's hear what Darkwolf thinks about it. I'm going to read this first part and see what he thinks, and I want to know what you think. Tell me. Clear your mind. One of the best exercises that we do together on this channel is that we look at evidence, but we don't want to bring what we think beforehand into the evidence. You have to go into evidence with a clear mind, or else you're going to pollute the evidence with what you think beforehand. So just clear that mind of yours. And I want to read a couple things to you. Okay. So he says, Geb has raised the eye of Horus. Geb is a different god, and Horus is another one. I think Horus is the main one here. I don't know. Here's the strange part. He says the eye of Horus, which is K33. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know if it's referring to a different text. I doubt it. So, which is over his great Kos, which is first of his ordinary Kos, which I think is mind or brain. Thy head, O eye of Horus, is given that you may see Horus, who is caused to sit so that the judgment may take place. Okay. So here we go. To which his head is given, for which a front is made like the forehead, furious like a crocodile. You followed the eye of Horus to heaven, to the stars of the sky. Go thou, as one shall row Horus with his eye. Thou who bearest up Nut, which Nut is the whole breadth of the sky. Thou hast borne up the eye of Horus to heaven, to the stars of the sky, because Horus sits upon his firm throne. And they say, go thou. Let me bring it up a little. He says, go thou as one who shall row with your eye, bearest up to the sky. Thou hast borne up the eye of Horus to heaven, into the stars of the sky. This is the one you have to stretch the most. I wanted to read this first one to you because this one, you have to imagine a little. The eye of Horus up to the sky. Now, I know you thinking he's looking up to the sky. And that's what I thought at first. Anyway, Darkwolf, give me what you think. What do you think on this little thing I've just read to you? Any thoughts? It's okay. No judgment.
All right. So I find it really interesting that it mentioned the throne that he raises into heaven on, and then it mentions copper, or the fact that it's a metal at all, a metal throne that he's raising into heaven on, or looking into heaven on, or whatever the case may be. I find that really intriguing.
Well, don't let yourself go there too far, because when they put it in parenthesis, they're kind of trying to fill it in for you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, when they say something, they'll put a parentheses in and they'll say, if you add this into it, it makes more sense. And I want to kind of let us draw that conclusion. I don't think it's
Gotcha.
state there. You know, it doesn't really state, like here it says thee and thou and that. It doesn't really state that in the text. And I don't think it says copper or brilliant, but it's saying that firm can also mean that. His firm throne being copper or brilliant. But yeah, shall row Horus to heaven. Horus shall row to heaven.
Well, it's still referencing a ship of some kind, a boat in this case, but it's still referencing some kind of a vessel. There we go. That's a good word.
Mm-hmm. This one gets a little, I want to say, more spooky.
Yes, I want you to continue to
But
read
I
this
don't.
because there's in here that I'm interested.
Now, I want you to understand, in order for me to bring you this presentation, I read through every single one of these books and picked
Holy
out
cow.
just a few paragraphs from every one. These ones are only a different color because I clicked them recently, just during the show. I clear my browser before shows, so I don't have a bunch of junk sitting around, you know, like.
Right.
So I read through every one of these. I highlighted stuff that I thought I needed to read to you. This is what one link looks like. All this.
Oh, that's a
And
lot
this
of
is the
reading.
relevance. The relevance is right there. I even, you know, I didn't just highlight the end or anything. So listen to this one, because you guys are going to be shocked if you're really following us on this. And I know it's late. This was meant for a way earlier time. I think we started at 10 a.m. We're more towards 3:30 a.m. now. So I might have started at 10:30, but anyway, we're far in, and I know it's hard to follow this late. But I think if you do follow this, especially if you're going to go down, lay down afterwards or relax afterwards, if you let these words sink in, they're going to continually come back tonight. Think about this. Clear your mind, though. Don't preconceive any of this. These were written by ancient people on the walls of structures. They had to perfectly put these in for them to last the test of time. They had to lay these things in with the utmost work. They had to do their best. They wanted to make sure that these words sat in stone in the pyramids. They wanted to make sure that people thousands of years later, sitting down at their computers, I don't know if they thought that, they wanted to make sure somebody would tell you what this said. They were hoping someone would translate these words off the walls of the pyramids, bring them to you, let them enlighten you a little. But so often, this type of knowledge is closed off to us, and only great men and women not only translate these for us. Michelle Sign says, I put you all in a trance. That's right. You're going into the uni trance, my friends, because I'm about to trance you up in just a second. But what I really want you to think on here, these men, they had to fight every day just to stay alive. They didn't really have running water. They didn't have their food brought to them in a refrigerator. They had to work to live. They had to clean their clothes every day. They had to bathe themselves every day. They had to draw a bath if they wanted to bathe. They had to make their soap. They had to make the cloth that they used on themselves and clothed themselves with. So often when we look back to these texts, we forget that they did. They had better things to do if they wanted to live than carve these words into the walls. What was so important that they had to say that they built these structures, which is a feat in themselves? They chose amongst all phrases and words what to write on them. And then they set upon putting all these words onto those pyramids, into those dark chambers, it probably took days, if not weeks, just to write a sentence on those walls the way they did it back then. You saw how many sentences were in one of these books. This isn't even all of them. And they wrote this. Think of this. They wrote this for you. They wrote it so that you would read it right now. So listen. Father Osiris dawned over the sea. Upon his throne, it was named brilliant for him, like his spirit. And instead, okay, I read the first line. Instead of thinking about this and hearing it the way they translated it, okay, hear this in your mind as if a man who didn't even speak your language had to sit down and think hard of how he could get you to understand this. And I think he wrote it specifically for us thousands of years later. I'm going to read that one again. Clear your mind. Don't judge this. Take it for exactly what it says. Father Osiris dawned over the sea upon his throne, named brilliant after him, like his spirit. He was warned against, lest he not be given to Osiris. There was opened for him the opposing door. There was done for him that which was done, as only a star without its equal. Among them the gods, thou who sittest upon the great seat. Thy bread is in the broad hall, or the temple hall. The watchers dance for thee. As the morning women of Osiris call for thee, rise thyself up, collect your bones. Take your head, commander of the 9 gods. Sit thou for thy great bread. Close the leg of meat on the great place of slaughter. Let there be given to thee the double piece of the rib of the place of the slaughter of Osiris. Rise up like a man. Thou fliest up to heaven. You will live with them. You will cause your wings to grow, with feathers on your head, feathers on your arms. You have made the sky clear. Give light to them like a god. You remain the king of heaven, just like Horus. And what strikes me the most about what I just read to you is that they told him he would be like a god. They're talking to a man. They're saying that he must fly to heaven and sit with the 9 gods. What do you think, Darkwolf?
I don't even know what to think, Bubba. There's so much information here. It mentions so many concepts of other things like the Watchers and just all kind of crazy. The flying into heaven to be with the gods, and I don't even know what to think about that, Bubba. I'm just sitting back and letting you teach me on this one.
I mean, there's other things that are said in these texts that I really want you to hear, but I know that a lot of people are going to hear me saying these things, and they're going to click away from the screen because they're far-fetched. If I could sum up some of the stuff I read going through these books for you guys, that's why I went through these books.
You know,
it spoke to me of a man. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Well, I was going to say something else that intrigued me, and I'm just going to touch on this for 1 second. Was it said that he would, when he goes up to be with the gods, he would be with feathered arms and feathered legs. He would have a feathered body. And I just thought that was really interesting with the research we've done before.
Definitely, man. I think they're saying he would be feathered because he would be given flight. I think it was trying to describe in a way that this man could describe it. you got to think he's not going to say UFO or fly. To him, flying in the air was probably foreign, especially whoever decided what to write on this wall. The idea of flying through the air, really?
So the only thing they would have to compare it to would be something like a bird, which was why they would call it a feathered creature of some type. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And then it goes down and starts talking here that they will break the egg. The seeker will come, that he will mold his bones so that he may construct his skeleton. Break the egg, loose the copper. The two followers of the gods with sharp teeth and claws may bring the god forth by his hands.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Break the egg of copper and what will come out of it? Now, hold on a minute. An egg
Yeah,
of metal?
I told you, bro. Mm-hmm.
Now, that sounds like something we've heard of before in various other things.
Behold the broken egg. It shall be caused to fly.
Whoa.
Then let there be brought to thee a boat built by, and this couldn't be translated probably because it's a name. A boat, some kind, and this is the thing too, there's a word before boat. It was a kind of boat built by someone that you may fly there within, the south wind for thy foster mother, the north wind, aligns with the two wings of his father.
That is like, it is a flying egg, basically, is what I got out of that. A flying metal egg that something comes out of, and it gives a description of creatures they call gods came out of this. That's what I grabbed out of that.
Thank you. Me too, bro. We're going to get deeper here. Hold on to your seats. Don't judge this. Don't go into this thinking, oh, I'm going to picture in my mind what I know this word to mean. Think of what this man was trying to say. Father, rise thyself up, support thyself. Thy flesh has been collected for thee. And then it's all blanked out because they couldn't read it. It was damaged. With which you are pure as God, pure as a God. The messengers came forth for thee. The imperishable stars are like your arm. You do not die. Your enemies are destroyed. The foam opposes you. Throw them in the lake. Throw them in the sea. The great one has fallen in. Loosed from her burden, rise thyself up. The God is loosed. Which loosed means let go of or unleashed. It almost seems like in this book, they are warning everyone that something that they've done has unleashed something that is a god. But as you go and read through another bunch of paragraphs, you think to yourself, it's a destroyer. It's something here to destroy things. Thy soul is with thee. And then damaged text, as Osiris. Live, because you can't die. Horus comes to thee. He separates your bandages, takes them off. He expelled your rivals. The earth gods seize thee not. Your soul is mighty. Damaged text. Your father is not among men. Your mother is not among mankind. Your mother is the great Urias. The white crown, the royal headdress, resides in Cobb. I don't know what that means, though. She is variated feather. She is with the two hanging and shaking breasts. She's not seized by damaged text. Okay, here we go. To say, coming forth from Re, has come forth from between the thighs of the 9 gods. They conceived him and they gave him birth. Like a falcon, coming forth, the living serpent which came from the eye. He flies, he hovers over the throne in the bow of his boat in the sky.
It's intriguing that it just keeps talking about these boats in the sky. And they're not the only ancient text to speak of the sky boats or the winged discs or whatever version of they've named it.
Very true, man. Ennead, Ennead. The meaning, the root word, a group or set of 9. If we click this, it tells us about 9 gods, all with names. They all did different things. And one main god. Could that mean that there was a god and 9 angels? I don't know. Or a god and 8 angels.
It's a possibility.
Oh, UFO Underground. Yeah. UFO Underground's getting tired. I am too, my friend. This has been a long one. He's going to be chilling in Discord in the gaming room. I don't know if an admin wants to drop a link. So if anybody wants to join our Discord, it's a place where we chat and hang out together when we're not prepping for shows or doing shows. So if you ever want to talk, if you want to sit down with me and have a vocal voice conversation, you can there, or a text conversation. I'd love to talk to you. Oh, that's not good. Our administrator passed out. UFO, if you're still there, drop that link for me, buddy. I always like examining these because these are representations of the 9 gods in their format. Different variations. And man, what I keep seeing is like an upside down boat in the sky.
Well, everything they have referenced here, minus the flags, which still kind of counts, is some type of flying something. They even have a little person that looks like they're steering something there, and I know that's a bit speculative, but every one of those little pictures represented, as a bird or a boat or some kind of vessel of some type.
These pyramid texts, man. They baffle the mind. Not only that, let me show you what other books I have. Pyramid texts. The Development of Religion and Thought in Ancient Egypt, 1912. The Egyptian Book of the Dead. The Egyptian Heaven and Hell. Oh my God, I got to read that. The Liturgy of the Funerary Offerings, which is another huge set of books. It contains a large extract from the pyramid text, the oldest known ancient Egypt sacred text. The Demotic Magical Papyrus of London and Leiden, a late Egyptian magical text written in Demotic. I'll read that too. Not demonic, Demotic. The Burden of Isis, a translation of a set of hymns to the goddess Isis. The Wisdom of the Egyptians, coverage of the history of the ancient Egyptian religion with some important texts including something about Hotep, the Wisdom of Hermes, and the story of the Book of Thoth. The Rosetta Stone. This is what made ancient Egyptian translation possible. The Hieroglyphs of Harapalo, an attempt in late antiquity to explain Egyptian hieroglyphs as pure symbols, noted for its influence on later occultists. The ancient Near East books, records of the past. Tutankhamun, Amenism, Antonism, and Egyptian monotheism, Egyptian mythology, Egyptian ideas of the future life. Ooh. Egyptian magic, Egyptian myth and legend, ancient Egypt legends, legends of Babylonia and Egypt. So many books to read. And that's only under Egyptian. The cool thing is...
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, buddy. We got a delay, so sometimes it's hard.
Using here, I've used this many, many times to research the ancient text, and they've got ancient texts from every subcategory you can think of, every religion they know of. They've got all the information they could put together on every one of these topics. So this is a really, really great site. If anybody gets a chance, you just want to read over some really ancient texts, I definitely would say check this out.
Yeah, they've even got some like, and they label this as fiction. They'll even send this to us on a flash drive. They have the Call of Cthulhu, all of it right here free. It's so excellent. Anyway, let me jump back. I just want to let you guys know, you know, everybody keeps asking me, Uni, where do you get the stuff that you make your presentations from? This is just a small portion of it, but you can see how much is there. Someday we're going to do one on the Freemasons because I have a wealth of information of their ancient books from the 1800s and early 1900s. I mean, there's just so much to show you guys. There's so much content to bring you. That's why I just hope you keep coming back when we do our shows. I just don't have enough time in a day. I don't have enough time in a year. I could generate original content. I don't look at other videos to make these. I don't look at other stuff on YouTube. I don't watch other stuff and then make you something. I read this stuff. I make outlines of the stuff I read. I put the important facts in. I link things together and I bring you these theories. That's what my channel's about. That's why a lot of people are like, where's the Mandela videos? It's hard to get to them sometimes when I'm doing all this other stuff. I do give you my word, though. Everything is going to be linked together. Everything is going to be relevant. You know, give us a shot. Consider Unirock, you know. We do this for you guys.
I can definitely say the information that you put out is always like brand new stuff that I've never heard. You put links together that I never would have thought of putting together. The way you do your videos and information you put out is so short, sweet, simple, and to the point, but it gets the point across very, very well. I think you do a wonderful job with your stuff. Well,
thanks, bro. I definitely want to make sure everybody knows who we're talking to. It's Darkwolf. He's got his own channel, Darkwolfsdenyt, and he does pretty much the same kind of stuff I do, but he does it with his research. You got different fresh ideas coming out of all of us guys, trying to make these presentations for you. And just like the one you just heard, where we started off looking at these ancient pyramids buried in Egypt, and we looked at these weird pipes, these weird signs of man having the ability to create metal, work metal, make these things back then, hundreds of thousands of years ago, so long ago. And it goes such against modern archaeology that a lot of people will say to us, this is myth. How is it myth when we have evidence? I don't understand how any logical person can. And that's why sometimes when we do some shows, it seems like, man, Uni, you don't go much into the woo-woo. You don't go much into some other stuff. That's just some shows. I think you guys know by now, I spend a lot of time in the crazy. You know I do. Well, there's part of the show that I am guilty. I feel guilty because I haven't done it. And if you guys remember the show from the other night, had a great presentation. Oh my gosh, man. I even shocked myself I was able to put it together so well. It just linked together because, man, I've been studying this stuff for so long. It came out so well. So it might be near at the end of the show, but we could keep going for a little while. We're not going to hate on anyone for leaving, but I'm going to talk to you guys now for a while. Now I'm put this sign up, this sign over here. It'll tell me when I go back to edit this video, if I make a main video out of it for the channel, hey, there's the sign. Okay, I know when the show stopped. That's when the presentation stops. I'm still going to sit here and talk to you guys up in those chats. Hopefully Darkwolf's going to hang out for a little bit. We'll talk to you there. We're going to do some of our normal show stuff, so the show has not ended. I do have a lot of new people in here right now, a lot of new Rockinats that weren't in here earlier. I don't want you guys to get freaked out because Uni has a PayPal link up. I'm only putting it up because I told you on the 25th of this month, I would have the shirts the Unirock shirts taken care of. Well, we did on the 25th. We've got a few of them done. It's important because I don't have the correct email. You can email this address if you want an Unirock shirt. And I know there was some people, I've got a list of people who I told they'd get a free shirt. I meant that, and you're going to get a free shirt. Those are the people that were around a long time ago when it first started. But if you want a shirt, they're not going to be expensive. But I will tell you, anyone who's ever donated to me, anybody who's ever pledged to the show as a patron, they're getting them. They're getting those shirts because I got to do something for you guys. I can't do as much as I want. I have to work for the show. You guys know I'm not making a lot of money from the YouTube right now because of the crash. But it's okay. I got everything rolling fine. I'm only putting this link up so I can do extra things. And soon we're going to get a new camera. If you do feel like you want to, if you ever say to yourself, you know what, man, I've donated to 100 other channels. They didn't put as much work in. They didn't put out as many videos, and their videos weren't even as good as the videos that Uni's putting out, but he puts out more than they do. And you don't mind dropping me something, I don't care if it's $1. Everything helps. If not, though, if you're on hard times, don't do it. Don't even think about clicking anywhere like that if you are having rough financial times with your family. I would hate myself if I took a donation from somebody who had to be broke later in that week or later in their pay period because they donated to me. I would feel horrible.
Hey, Uni, let me ask you a question. Do we have a copy of the shirt available that we can see?
No, not right now. I don't have them physically. I don't have them here. They're done, though. And I've paid for a certain amount of them. I haven't picked them up. I just talked to my buddy, and he's got them done. And they look great. I only have, like, the ones that I wanted. I haven't even got the sizes from the people yet who are getting them. So I have some done. Some of them are going to – he can make them, though, quick now that he has everything ready. So we're getting them done. I'm going to get your addresses. I'm going to go ahead and put out an official address. It's not hard, but you know what? I don't want to do that. It's confusing. Go ahead and email me here. It's just if I don't reply to you within a day or two on this address, send another email. Because some days I get like 100 emails. Some days I get like 5. So I never mean to ignore anyone. Okay, I got to quit rambling because we've got to do some stuff. For one, we got to talk about a video for somebody. We've got to check out a Chan for someone else. We've got to hit the comments. We've got a lot to do, my friends. Yeah, I'm glad you're around. I'm glad you're here for it.
The commenters just asked about Steam It. With Moneybag has been putting his stuff on Steam It. I've looked into that. I have signed up for it. I've not figured out how to post on there yet with videos, so bear with me. I'm working on that myself. If you'd like to look into that, Uni, I suggest that because not only do the creators get paid, but the subscribers and the ones that comment also get paid for their comments too. So it's a two-way road there. It looks really, really neat.
How does that work?
I don't really know yet. It's in a cryptocurrency, so I'm not sure that it's backed by real money just yet. I'm not sure how that works, but I have for it and I have looked into it. I'm working on getting some of my stuff up over there.
What in the world is this? This is cool. Okay, I'm going to look at this, guys. Thanks, Data Junkie. I think that was you. Anyway, is Jamie in here? Hi, Jamie. Jamie left a comment on one of my videos today. Let me see. Jamie Winters. Oh, Jamie, we're not ending yet. That was just the presentation of the show. We had a big presentation I did at the beginning of the show like 6 hours ago. Doc Lupo jumped in and Vegan Warrior and Darkwolf and some Dana. And we started talking and I just rounded out after 6 hours later. I just rounded that out. I'm not stopping because I'm going to play a short little song here, Darkwolf. But you guys know me. I don't like stopping while I got viewers. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. So let's do it. Let's get into this. This is the after show. We're diving in on the Rock Live Dive. Why do I keep playing that song? I always click that song. I want to play this song. There it is. Feel the bass, baby, feel the bass. Rock it. Unirock, rock, baby. All right, sound is out. Now it's out. My fault. Here we go. All right, UFO Underground posted that Discord link. If you've ever wanted to chat with anybody you see on the show, that's the best place to do it. Voice chat, typing chat. You can drop links, pictures, anything else you want to. Show us your personality. Come into Discord. That was a horrible advertisement for Discord. Show us your personality in Discord. Oh, dude, I'm freaking nuts. Okay. UFO Underground at Unirock. Okay, good. That's about where we left off. Okay, Stariana Love, confused. But I'm going to have to think on this. It is confusing. What we read at the end of that is pretty confusing. It is pretty strange to hear. I mean, whoever wrote that, I don't even know how long ago they would have. 2,600 years ago, 3,200 years ago, 5,000 years ago. I don't know, but definitely. Max loves to Mother Uni. This is fascinating. Thank you for feeling like that, my friend, because that's what I thought. And it confirms it for me. It makes me understand that it's worth doing these kind of shows if you guys also find all this information fascinating. If you guys think it took me 10 minutes to write all that out, nope, took a long time. That's why I'm so freaking crazy. When you write out a long thing like that, a long presentation, I think it makes you a little nuts. Darkwolf, you still there, buddy?
I'm still here just listening along. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. When I do my videos and I have to put together, I didn't realize my last video was almost 40 minutes. When you got to put together a presentation like that and sit there and really study and make sure all the information flows in a way that's going to be understandable and all the information gets out and the points you're trying to get, it really can drive you up a wall. Because I know sometimes I'll go through my my videos and stuff when I'm making them or before I actually record them, and I'll change the whole thing around 5 or 6 times till you get to how I like it.
Yeah, dude, it's nerve-wracking, right? It is. Making videos becomes this strange, like, flow. Like, and like, you know how flows go. Sometimes you're off of it, and it can take forever to do the shortest video. Sometimes you do like a 4-hour thing, and it's just, go ahead and turn your video on if you want there, Dark Wolf. It don't matter. Like our sound and stuff like that, we're in the after show. It's all good, bro. If you want to. If not, it's all good.
All right. We'll see if the internet isn't nice to me now, because, you know, it is getting later at night. Perhaps we got a few less people on the public Wi-Fi, so.
Probably, because you're coming through pretty good. Yep. Stariana Love says, I want to talk to Unirock, LOL. And I wrote her back and said, I want to talk to you too. I love talking to you guys, man.
Well, you know, if you do want to talk to us,
you guys make it possible.
Absolutely. And if the Rockinats want to talk to us, they can definitely check us out in the Discord. We are both over there all the time. It's where we get show ideas. It's where the Rockinats drop us different links, different information, different ideas for shows. So if you got any great ideas, make sure you definitely check us out over there and drop them in. You can also go to either one of our pages in our videos, if nothing else. And we both put our emails in the bottom of our videos. We always show you ways to get a hold of us if you ever want to drop us ideas or contact us.
Yeah, and also the easiest way, seriously now, because seriously, this is not, I'm not playing. I try my damnedest to get back to every comment. It's not easy now. It used to be easy because I'd get like 50 comments a day or like 30 or something. And now that I get a lot of comments, It's really hard to get back to every comment. I'm not giving up on it. I just did it the other day. I sat down and tried to hit like every comment that I missed. I got a lot done, but I do that at least a couple times a week now. I just found out that okay, that's why that was moving. That was lagging me up. I just found out that, you know, offering up my email, people that comment, you know, I try to go in and hit them back, but like offering up my email and saying, hey, mail me. Hey, pointed the wrong way. Email me. Let me type it in for you. That way, if somebody really just wants to comment on a video, they can. And then I do have a chance to get back to them. But if you really want to talk to me, any of you guys, there it is. You get that email, you send it a message, I'm getting back to you. No joke. Oh, I can announce some stuff now that it's the end. So,
absolutely.
I don't know. Do you guys know any of you guys know who Zero's sister is? She has a channel.
Can't say I have. I've never heard of them. What kind of stuff does her channel cover?
Let's find her. Let's take a look. She does Mandela stuff, and tomorrow I'm going to be going on her show. I can't wait because she's so cool. I want to try to let you guys know somehow. I might do a... See, I figured like what I could do was I could go into my channel and do a live thing for like, I don't know, like let's say a 5-minute live or even 2-minute. Just a really quick live broadcast that says daily update to tell you every channel we're going to go on for that day and what time we're going to do streams. If you guys think it's a good idea to do a really short video every day, and I can just delete it at the end of every day, but do a short video, tell you the times we're streaming and tell you what channels will be on at what time, I think that'll be good for the viewers because they keep asking me, hey, when are you doing this? When are you doing that? And I don't ever really know until that day. So that would be really, I think, would be a good way to update everyone. Zero's sister, she's got around 1,200 subs. Oh, go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying that really would be a good idea. I like that because a lot of people ask me, well, what time are you going on today? Or what are you doing this? Or were you guys live streaming today? Or what's... So I think putting a video out to inform people, look, this is what our plan is, our itinerary is for this day. That's not a bad idea.
So yeah, let's go ahead and check out this. Really, you know what? I was going to play the check out my Chan, but I can't. I'm getting that stupid loop, man. And I don't understand it. Bam. Oh, RTN Production says that would be great. So, dude, I'm doing it, man. Oh, wow. I just got a comment on an old video of mine. That's cool. Okay.
Oh,
Now let's go up
people
here.
do that.
I'm going to find... Oh, I know. Oh, Jamie Winters says, good, because I'm not tired. She typed that back when I was saying we're not done. So we got your back, Jamie. This is the after show, and we're just chilling and talking to you guys. But like I always say, I'll go as long as I can before I have to go to sleep. Or, and if we have viewers, I'll run. I'll keep running, guys, because I still have good information. Who knows? We might do another show. If we have enough viewers by the time we stop the after show, I could just run into the next show. I don't know, though. We'll see. Let's get this going, though, because I don't want to bore you. Okay. Data Junkie. Now the Google AI is going to tank my sub list again for mentioning their computer. Don't bust me too bad, Unirock, if I have to resub. That's okay, bro. Data Junkie, I know that happens, man. Like, seriously, a lot of people message me, and they're like, dude, I did not unsub from Data Junkie's told me this. Not only Data Junkie. A lot of people will say, man, I didn't unsub from you. And I'm like, hey, it happens to every channel. This kind of stuff just happens. The Uni Encore. You know what? Freaking Old Earther, man, you are so awesome. Old Earther gave me a, it was the Unirock Encore. See, he came up with the perfect name for the after show. And I had it written down and I lost it. And I threw away the sheet of paper. I was like writing on it. I was like, oh, that idea sucks. Crumble, crumble, throw away. And I'm like, wait a minute. What was the name of my after show? And I'm like, oh, I ripped out the freaking page. So it's the Unirock Encore. That's the name of this show right now. This is the encore from our 5-hour stream we just finished. The Unirock Encore. Don't worry. I'm making a graphic for that tomorrow so that whenever we do the Rock Encore, it'll come up. That'll be cool. That's a cool name, isn't it, Darkwolf?
Oh, I think that's great. That's so clever. The Rock Encore or Rock Encore. That is so darn neat. Well done, Data Junkie.
Yeah, it takes rock on.
Older,
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Oh, no, that was older. Yep. I'm just making sure you give credit where credit's due. Yeah. You take rock on and add it into the encore. So cool, man. And we're hardcore, too. So, hey. The Rooney Rock on hardcore after show. I don't know. That's stupid. I got to stick with yours, buddy. Pelgrim says, let's go nuts. Oh, we're going nuts, my friend. We go nuts all the time. In fact, if you didn't notice, I was eating some nuts earlier when I ate a 12-course meal in the middle of the show.
Oh, I seen you eating.
Really eat a 12-course meal? Dude, I ate pizza. I ate Cheez-Its. I had chips. I had like 16 things, dude.
I got a little bit of it myself. I got some pizza and some cheesy bread tonight.
Stariana says, oh, sweet. I'm married, though. You got a free pizza?
A free pizza, yeah. Domino's has this program where you order so many and gain points. And it's like 10 points every time you order a pizza. After 6, you get a free one. So, yeah, I got my free one today.
Dude, that's cool. I get a free one every 100 I spend. I get a point for every $1. After you spend $100, you get a free pizza. It sucks. It's not easy. Well, their pizzas, it's Christie's Pizza. They just changed their name, too, to something. I forget, but Christie's is really good in the Ohio area. Really good pizza. And they're like $16 a pizza. So, you know, you order however many that would be, what, like 7 or 6 or something?
That's 6.
Yeah, 7. I don't know, 8. Who knows? Something like that. You get a free pizza. Turn it up, Unirock. Oh, volume at 105 because we are crazy. All right. Uni and Inu. Oh, that, yeah. That's, oh, dude. Who said that? RTN Productions. So, yeah, you got my dude who pops up every once in a while. Oh, there he is. Yeah, so I'm Uni. Well, what's Uni spelled backwards? Inu. So there's Inu, and I'm Uni. That's a cool idea. I like that. I'm going to name him Inu. Hey, I forgot to tell you guys. I'm going to have a robot soon. Yeah. No joke. I'm not joking. I'm going to have a robot. I'm making a robot.
Okay.
Out of cardboard. But he's going to be cute.
Oh, very nice.
This cute little cardboard robot. Yeah. He's going to chill, and he's going to hang out. He's going to talk and everything, dude. Seriously. It'll be sound
I
effects.
can't wait to
Will be
see
his
this.
voice,
I
but-
cannot wait to see this. So speaking
I'm gonna
of
put him
seeing
right
stuff-
over beside you, bro.
Oh, that's awesome. That'd be a little hangout buddy up here with me. So, Uni, speaking of seeing stuff, buddy, I see something over here on the screen that you were talking about people seeing you tomorrow on this channel. What's up with this?
Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I'll get off topic quick, man. Yeah, so Zero Sister, really cool. She messaged me and was like, "Hey, you should come on my show. We should do it. We should do a." Not only that, a lot of people message me and say, "Hey, come on the show." But she was like, "You should come on the show, and we should do a show together." She wants to do a video together sometime. And I was like, "That's cool. I'll do that. I'm down. It'd be fun."
That'd be really, really
And,
cool.
She does UFOs. Yeah, she does UFOs and Mandela effects.
It looks like she covers a
I
couple
thought that was
topics here. She's
awesome.
got a playlist. She's got a playlist there on Hollow Earth, and she's got a couple different topics. Looks like she covers on her channel. It looks interesting.
Whoa, she got 30,000 views on a Mandela effect photo proof help. That's a lot of views. She just did one a week ago, a Mandela effect.
I've seen her stuff
Yeah?
before in the search engines and whatnot. Yeah, I've watched that one. I recognize the green background screen.
Yeah, dude. She did Antarctica too, which is awesome. Where's it at? I just saw an Antarctica video. I swear I did. Yeah. Hollow Earth Antarctica Secrets Revealed 4 months ago. That's awesome.
So she covers pretty much the same topics you and I cover then.
Yeah, that was why I think she messaged me. She's been doing this a while too, man, and she's really good. She really is. So Zero Sister, let's drop the link right into the chat. Bam. So if I could do something right now, I'd play this little effect that goes, "Ooh, check out that Chan Chan." So that's what you got to do. All right.
So are we going to Love Bomber channel real quick while we're here?
Well, we'll do that in a minute because I still have to do this. We got to check out one of our Rockinauts channels. I told him I would. So this is our Rockinaut, Brian, Brian, and let's go ahead and drop this
Brain,
link.
Bubba.
Let's get
That's
him
Brain.
enough. Brian to Brain. I've been saying it wrong the whole time, dude. That's a cool name. Oh, dude, he's got Unirock right there, man, bro. He's got Dead GPK and Unirock, dude. Rocking, man. That's rocking stuff right there.
And our buddy Jacob sitting there.
Damn, I got 200. Dude, I got 201 videos.
Nice.
I didn't know I hit over 200 already. Dude.
That
so
is
cool.
awesome, Bubba.
How did I do that, man? I put out 200 videos. You know what? This will be a good exercise. After we check out this Chan Chan, I don't know what way I'm pointing anymore. After I check out this Chan Chan, we're going to see when I started my channel. I want to find out the day that I started posting as Unirock. Okay. We got to check out Brian the Brain because he's one of our hardcore Rockinauts. Super cool, man. Super cool guy. He's always here chilling and talking. And we got to get him on the show soon. So, dude, I hope you can come on soon. We'll have you call in, or we'll have you come on for a few minutes and just interview you if you have time this week. So, send me an email, buddy. I'll drop my email also if you're still here. Did I do it right? Nope. I cannot. It's so late that I can't type, bro. There it is. So, email that email link, which I'll pull it up too real fast. Bam. Email the email and let me know, man, what day is good for you, what time. If you want to come on the channel, I will let you know what's possible. We'll get you in. I still have to get Mike Dampier in here, and anyone else who I told you to come on, make sure you email me again if you didn't get on the show, because I promise you guys, if anything like that ever doesn't happen, it's only because I get so busy. Sometimes you have to stay on me. Darkwolf knows all about that. He's got to remind me of it all the time.
A lot of times I got to pull you back in and reel you up and get on into different things because we do both get into tangents. I do it too from time to time.
It's all good too, because that's how we keep our show good, man. And not only that, like when we're out of the show, sometimes he has to be like, dude, you got to start this stream soon because, dude, it's hard getting a stream started. I'm telling you, it's not easy.
Oh, it really is.
All right, I'm avoiding things.
One time we spent 3
Go ahead,
hours.
bro.
Said, we're going to start a stream. We're going to start in 10 minutes. Okay, then we get in talking about this and looking at that and looking at this, talking about that. Yeah, we got to start the stream, talk about it. 3 hours later, we finally started that stream.
Oh, yeah, he's not even kidding. And it was a long stream, too, if I'm remembering that stream correctly. That was a really long day. Oh, dude,
really was.
Mandela effect. Okay, I'm going to go into this video. I'm not going to play it, but I'm just going to bring it up. Mandela Effect, the Doors album you've never heard of, and Bill Nye, the Flip Guy. So I'm going to go ahead and post a link to this, because if you guys have time, we haven't been checking out that Chan much. What the? Dude, I am blowing my computer up. Did I post that? I did not mean to post that link. I'm going to delete that. No, that was the right one. No, it didn't post. How is it? What is going on with this computer? Okay, sorry. I dropped a link to this video so that we could all go in and tell our friend, our fellow Rockinati, he's here all the time. So we got to show him some of that rock, that Unirock. We got to go in there and say, hey, buddy, thanks for being a Rockinati. Say whatever you want to make. The whole goal is to make him have a better day when he reads your comment. Keep rocking and come on the show soon. Email me. Uni of Unirock. All right. Comment. Dropped it. Dude, he's got some good views. He's got good view numbers. So how do you know if your channel that you love gets good views? It's easy. You go into the channel just like this. Bing. And you look to see how many views on some of their videos. Like 4 days ago, he's got a video. He's got 10 subs, so he needs some more subs. I'm putting the clue out there, guys. And you look to see their view to subscriber ratio, which he has 133 with 10 subs. That's 13 times his subscriber count. That's how you know you're getting a lot of views right there. So you always do that with their like highest video, and then you find out, hey, are they getting views? That's how you know. Okay. And I was told that by Doc Lupo. That's how I know that. Okay. Thanks for the shout out, man. I really appreciate it, bro. We appreciate you. We appreciate every single other person in here. Sometimes I don't know when you guys have channels, but dude, if you're a Rockinati, you get perks for being a Rockinati. We hook you up. I'll shout you right out. We'll get you some exposure. We'll get you some subscribers. We'll get you some friends, some people. You got to keep coming back. The only requirement. Let's hurry up and finish this out because I'm getting tired. Because I got to talk to Darkwolf too, because I've got a weird theory I got to talk to Darkwolf about after the show. I mean, it's crazy, dude.
I can't
We'll
wait
talk about it on the live stream tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, I got some stuff I need to run past you too about live streams.
Awesome. Hell yeah. Okay, and I hate to do this, guys. I swear to you, Uni would not do this to you guys unless I needed to. And I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to drop the donate link for PayPal. I'm only saying this because I want to get these shirts taken care of. Now, you don't have to donate. I'm not telling you to do it. None of that stuff. I'm just saying if you want to, drop it in if you don't mind. If you want to donate to help us get our shirts faster and help us get things together quicker around here. I don't ever ask. So, when I do ask, I only reserve it for special occasions. Okay. Let's throw a light on. What are we doing? Oh, yeah, here we go. Old Earther, we want to here. Stariana, I know Salted Cedar. Salted Cedar, creepy. Salted Cedar, winky face. Stariana, it's okay. Come on over to Discord, and we got the link. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to copy that link straight now because I can't open Discord right now. It'll crash everything I'm doing. Oh, I'll just copy that whole thing. We love you too, Pilgrim. You know it, bro. Okay, so Darkwolf, did we forget anything else tonight? Oh, I'm getting exhausted here. I'm losing my brain power.
And we can close the show out. I want to do that thing we do. We try to do towards the end of every show, that last segment. Yep, you're already headed there. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is Today in History from Wikipedia. We go to today's date and we see all the amazing, interesting facts of things that have happened on this day in history. It is called, interestingly enough, Today in History.
I was going to tell you I wasn't going to go there until you made that sound, so I'm so glad you did it. Okay, dude. We've got some good ones today, bro. We've got some good ones. 585 BC, a solar eclipse occurs as predicted by the Greek philosopher and scientist Thales, while Atlantis is battling Syraxares in the Battle of Hales, leading to a truce. This is one of the cardinal dates from which other dates can be calculated. That is fascinating and awesome.
Oh, that is huge, dude. I'm gonna make a note of that.
Dude,
the date from which a lot of
that'd be a good
dates
video. A lot of other like predictions and such of eclipses and things. I'd say it's probably one of the earliest solar eclipses that have been verified in history. So I would think that's why they can calculate other eclipses from it. 1588, the Spanish Armada. Oh my gosh, you guys, seriously. The Spanish Armada with 130 ships and 30,000 men sets sail from Lisbon, Portugal, heading for the English Channel. It will take until the 30th of May not to get there, but for all these ships to leave the port. 3 days just for them all to leave in a line from the port. No joke.
Oh,
That's
the things you find out in today
that's
in
historical. Ah, dude, that's why I love this segment, man. And this is historical. Dude, imagine being on that port and seeing all these ships sailing out. You know that feeling you'd have to have, like, you know, this is back in 1588, man. Oh, wow.
Watching history
I don't want to read that one.
For your that would be in just
okay, let's find
absolutely
another good one.
Out in a row. That's a lot of ships.
Oh, my unit was in this battle, so I'm going to read this one. 1940, World War II. Belgium surrenders to Nazi Germany to end the Battle of Belgium. Wait, I was thinking the Battle of the Bulge. My fault. But I don't know if the 1st 327 Infantry Regiment was there, but it's still a good one to read.
Oh, 1942. That's a big one.
World War II in retaliation for the assassination attempt on Reinhard Heydrich, Nazis in Czechoslovakia kill over 1,800 people today in history. My heavens. Wow. That's sombering. So
that
sombering.
Is very sombering. Not where I thought that was going at all. I only half read that, I'll be honest with you.
That's okay, bro. It happens. Oh, here's a good one. 1998, nuclear testing. Pakistan responds to a series of nuclear tests by India with 5 of its own codenamed Shagai-1, prompting the United States, Japan, and other nations to impose Uni can't talk. Okay, to impose economic sanctions. Pakistan celebrates this annually. That was just in 98, man. They're still bombing the hell out of places with nuclear bombs. They're doing nuclear testing all over the world. You know what? I'm just going to say it, bro. I've been having this like nuclear theory lately about the Mandela effect. I got to say it, man. It just seems like what dude. Sorry. I'm losing it. Yeah, nuclear theory here, bro. Of course we're going to have a Mandela effect. When I get tired, seriously, Rachel yells at me. She's like, "You're turning callers, Uni. Quit." Go ahead, dude.
I was going to say that's I've heard a little bit about this, the nuclear radiation theory, as far as the Mandela effect goes. We can discuss this later, but yeah, I've heard bits and pieces on this, and I'm not sure what to make of it, to be honest with you. In 1999, that's another huge one.
In Milan, Italy, after 22 years of restoration work, Leonardo da Vinci's masterpiece, The Last Supper, is put back on display. That's cool.
After remastering it, they finally got it put back up. That's really neat.
All right, and in 2011, Malta votes on the introduction of divorce. The proposal was approved by 53% of the voters, resulting in a law allowing divorce under certain conditions be enacted later this year. This is a good one, dude, because look, we all know that where we live, most of us, certain things are just there. They've been there for a while. In some countries, divorce just became legal. Wasn't legal until 2011. So some countries are behind us. Some countries don't have freedom. They don't have these new ways of thinking. Some countries are living in the old ways. Not only that, some countries have very, very, very large portions of the population that are hungry or starving. They still are fighting hunger. Some of them are still fighting for electricity. Some of them, they're just not as advanced as everyone else. We live in this world thinking everything is like we have it, and it's not. You got to be thankful for what you have just because of this fact.
Hear, hear. I could not have said that any better myself. We get so wrapped up into our modern society and our modern world, and we rarely think that there's people in this world that don't have it the way we do. We get so entangled in life that we just assume everything's going to be there. Like, for instance, one of my favorite things to go back to with this is when the power goes out, I walk into a room and my first instinct, knowing the power is out, is I'll flip that light switch as if I expect that light to come on. And it's not going to come on because the power's gone at that point.
I do that too, man.
There are people that exactly that don't even have this concept in their life, who have no idea what electricity is even this day. People that don't even have clean water. We can go over to any sink, any fountain, pretty much any place and anywhere in this country, and we can turn a tap on. We've got clean running water without no question. Well, some areas, but you know what I mean.
You know, man.
And then
I
other
do.
countries,
And
they can't even.
Go ahead.
Mud puddles. They literally have no clean water, or they drink water where the same animals that they're bathing, they're drinking from. So what we take for granted, a whole lot of people in this world we don't think about do not have. That's a very good point.
Yeah, and anytime like I get stuck thinking how bad I have it, because look, man, no matter how much you have your life worked out, you have those days where you're just like, man, I'm having a bad day. I got it so bad, like this sucks, or blah, blah, blah. Or I got to do this today. Dang it. Wait, it's late. We're on the Rock Encore, the after show. Damn it. I can say damn it. Stariana says Unirock is going nuclear. That's right, my friend. I always go nuclear. But yeah, it's always good to make sure. Look, if you're watching us, you're sitting in front of an internet connection in the very least. And always just, I don't want to preach. I'm not trying to give you advice that you already know. I know you're all smart people. I know you all got it worked out up here. I know it's all good. Just let's all try to keep it in our mind that, don't let yourself get overwhelmed with negative things, because in the very least, look at this one. The one we read about Germany and Nazi occupation killing 1,800 people. At least we're alive. At least we're not in the middle of a war. At least where we're at right here in our homes. At least we are safe. We can go to sleep at night without worrying about that. And I'm preaching now. I've officially hit preaching. Okay. All right, guys. I don't know how many of you guys out there. 90 says, you can say damn it. Thank you. And 90, I don't know if I've seen you here before. Welcome. I hope you come. This is the after show. So if you're like, man, what are these guys doing? We just had a long, like 6-hour show, packed full of information, presentation, conspiracy stuff. We had lots of guests on, and we're just chilling, winding down before we close it out. I hope to see you back, my friend. So, guys, if anyone's still with me, get ready. Darkwolf, do the random Wikipedia article thing really quick so I can start clicking it.
Random Wikipedia article. Random Wikipedia article.
Yep. You had to do it twice. I always do it twice. I'm going to hit this button until one of you guys tell me to stop. Hey, Salted Cedar, we're about ready to go off the air too, my friend. Oh, Laban Habashi was an influential Egyptian. Dude, we just did a show about Egypt, man. And this dude was an influential Egyptian Egyptologist. Yeah, we're getting our synchronicity back. Is he still alive? No, he's 87 years. Oh, no. He died in 94, aged 87. He spent 30 years in the Antiquities Department of the Egyptian government, ending his career as chief inspector. During his period, he spent an enormous amount of time in numerous dig sites in Egypt and the Sudan. Well, Mr. Labib Habashi, we here at Unirock salute you for rocking out while you were alive, my friend. And if nobody else has saluted you today for your life, Unirock just did. All right, guys. Dude, look at stuff starting to disappear. That means the stream is coming to a close, Darkwolf.
Oh, it's time to do. Then that means before it gets too big.
Yeah, we're getting there. So what am I gonna do, guys? I'm just gonna talk to you for a couple seconds. Bing. Oh, things are closing all around me. Oh gosh, am I gonna get big? Oh, yep. Dang it! I hate when I grow big and eat those Mario mushrooms and I get all big. I'd have my mushroom sound effect right now, but my soundboard's out. Okay, I ate my mushroom. I grew big. Okay. All right. So we're going on, if everything goes okay, tomorrow we're going to be going on with Zero Sister for a little bit just to get to know her. See, here's the cool thing. Zero Sister said, let's do a show. I said, look, I don't know you, so why don't you let me come on your show? We'll do a quick live show on your channel, and we'll meet each other. And then we'll have Zero Sister on my channel, and we'll do some videos together, and we'll just have a good time. So tomorrow, I will let you guys know. I'm going to try to remember to do a live video that's like a minute long. It's going to tell you the plans for the day every day. So we're just going to have a video labeled on the show that says plans for the day and just tell you guys what we got going on. Because we go on Dr. Lupo's show. We go on Brian McFarland's show. We go on PewDiePie's show. Yeah, I've been on PewDiePie's show like 5 times. Yeah. I was waiting on somebody to type. Yeah, right. You've never been on PewDiePie's show. I haven't been on PewDiePie's show. I just thought it'd be funny to say that. You were on the biggest channel's show? Whoa. No, I've never been on PewDiePie's show. But I'd love to go. PewDiePie, if you're watching, Uni wants to come on your show. Okay, guys, it's time for you to message PewDiePie and tell him how much you want to see Uni on his show. Okay, I'm just playing. It's just a joke. Not really. No, I am joking. Anyway, here's the deal. A lot of you guys, some of you guys stuck with us from the beginning of this show till now. I don't know how that's possible. I don't even know how I stuck in here for this long. I appreciate your support. You guys freaking rock. Simple as that. 100%. No qualms about it. You rock. That's what Unirock means, man. You and I rock. Unirock. But I don't rock without you. The only way I rock is because you guys are here to roll with me. Same goes for you, Darkwolf. The only reason we rock is because we got each other. Now, Darkwolf's off work. Finally. So guess what, Darkwolf? We're going to be streaming. Tomorrow, I'm going to be going to a family lunch, and after that, I'm going to come home, and I'm hitting the stream machine. So are you down tomorrow, Darkwolf?
Oh, I'm down all weekend long. I plan on doing a whole lot of streaming all the way through Monday if we can.
Oh yeah, tomorrow, Monday, we're going at it, man. We got plans, man. And yeah, we're going to be doing these shows. We're going to be, some shows, you know what they do? They play some of their old videos during their streams. I never thought about that. I got a couple like videos that are real short. I should play one or two of them for like those segues in between, It'd be cool.
That would be really cool, especially some of your Dimension 7 stuff.
Yeah, and I've got like a 3-minute video about the Illuminati where it's a joke. It's like a joke show. And I've got one where me and Secure Team 10 team up. So those are funny and they're short. So they'd be cool for that stuff. And it'd give us a chance to use the bathroom, to get stuff to drink, to stretch our legs. You know what I'm saying? To get up for a second. That's a good idea, man.
These
all right.
Brian
the Brain. Yeah, bro. Faux show. Ryan DeBrain says, great show and good night, man. You too, my friend. Salted Cedar, RTN Productions, Pelgrim7190, Stariana Love, Tracy, Data Junkie, Jamie Winters. Hey, Jamie, I hope you got my comment earlier. You gave me this really awesome comment on one of my videos, and I typed back and said, Jamie, I want to hear more of your thoughts. Email me. So, yeah, one of the last things I'm going to do is while we round this out, and we got like 1 minute left on the show countdown, I'm going to try to hurry up and get our end show thing there. So there'll be you can't see it. I'm too big. That damn Mario mushroom, man. All right. So you got that. I'm going to type my email in for anyone who wants to contact me. I don't care if you just email me and say, hi, Uni, I'm a Rockinati. How you doing? I want to hear from you guys. You guys are so awesome. Darkwolf, tell them where to find you. I'll bring it up while you're talking. Give them your last thoughts for the night, my friend.
All right, guys. So what we've covered tonight has really opened my mind to a lot of possibilities. I'm going to be honest with you. There were some evidence presented tonight that just really sent me down a lot of rabbit holes I've not even begun to search in yet. So I can't wait to bring you guys these stories later on. Also, I'm so glad everybody has stuck with us tonight, has joined us, has been in and out of the stream. We really love having everybody here. It means a lot to us. Like he just said, we always say we could not and would not do this without you guys. So we're so thankful to have you here. For those who don't know, I am Darkwolf of Darkwolf's Den. You can find me right there as you see on the screen. We are part of the YouTube network. We do the Rockinati shows every night that I'm on it. We post them over there. We do the Mandela Effect Theory series. We do a paranormal series that's outside of both. So definitely check us out. We've got a lot of stuff to offer, and we have a contest going on. There's 2 days left, ladies and gentlemen, to get in your channel art. What is channel art? Right there at the top of the page where you see my little picture and the thing behind it that says The Den Theory, Debate, and Research. That is channel art. You can have yours there if you want to submit it. You can also win a copy of the Alta Webbot report. So definitely please go get those submissions in. You got 2 days left, guys. We'll judge and get those out just as quickly as we can. So again, I'm Darkwolf. I'm glad to be here. I love hanging out with Uni. We do this quite a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Uni.
Thank you, my friend. I forgot to unlock the screen. Just wave to everybody real quick. I got to make you big for a minute. Everybody has to see you for a second. Okay. All right. Yep. I'm starting to phase out of reality, guys. So I got to make this quick. Yeah, don't forget. I dropped the link. Visit Darkwolf's channel. And I don't want to do it. I don't want to click end broadcast. Darkwolf, go ahead and mute for me. I'm going to play some music while we roll out. You guys.
I'm gonna mute out.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Rockinats, rock out.
That's right. We don't get to do it because you'll be muted. It's a good thing we did it there. Okay, system sound is engaged. I am bringing up the music window while I tell you guys the last couple things that I want you to hear. you know, we've hit almost all of it tonight. So the only thing I can really do, and the only thing I can really say now, is how much I appreciate each and every one of you. Never, ever, ever forget, you got to be nice in those comments, because those are other people on the other side. But even while you're being nice, never be afraid to speak your mind. See you tomorrow. Unirock. Hit the rock.